There's a new place to get it all on tap. See every earth-shattering race live. The Downtowns. The beautiful game. Australia's biggest games. This too. Oh, come on, ref. And inevitably, this. All you need to make it happen is this. For racing and sport on tap, download the Tab app.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race, and look at that awesome sunrise here in the Red Centre. How good is it here on race day one?
Oh, mate, how good is it? As you said, 47 years of magic out here in the desert. We've been having an absolutely cracking time so far with an awesome Method Race Wheels prologue. We've crowned some champions. We've had some great times. And I tell you what, it is just one of those perfect days as the sun comes up over the gap. It's going to be a good day.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's going to be very interesting to see how these cars leave off this morning. Reminder that our first cars leave off around about 7:30 local time here. So that is what we're counting down to and we're looking forward to. And yes, it will be last year's reigning king of the desert off the line first.
Yeah, very exciting. Now, listen, ladies and gentlemen, you know, we have a special time here. We're going to crank up this official duties and everything else at the moment. So I believe that we're going to go down onto the start line with Kate.
Welcome to the start-finish line of Australia's greatest off-road race, the Tatts Finke Desert Race. My name is Kate Peck, and let's start with the conditions. It's a balmy 11 degrees down here. It's 7:10. There's a little bit of cloud coverage, and apparently there's been a bit of rain down in Apachula last night. Let's talk about this legendary race that started in '76 as a there and back for local motorcycle riders racing for beers. The concept is simple. 2 wheels or 4, get on the gas, get on the bopper from Alice Springs, 226 kilometres down to the ancient Fink River, Apachula, have a feed, camp out, fix your vehicle, then get on the gas, back on the bopper, on the start line, back up to Alice Springs, 226 kilometres later. Who will cross the finish line? Who won't? The desert will decide that. So for now, we are going to throw to the national anthem by Shauna Hartig.
We're taking it, we're taking it down. We're taking it, we're taking it, we're taking it down. We're taking it, we're taking it, we're taking it down. We're taking it, we're taking it, we're taking it down. We're taking it, we're taking it, we're taking it down. We're taking it.
So again, some of the cars are starting to line up as we just get organised and ready to do our national anthem. But it is going to be official start here of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Again, the 47th year. It's crazy. It's not so long ago, Josh, that we were at the 40th year. We were getting ready to celebrate. Now we're getting closer to the 50th year. And I tell you what, that's going to be one to absolutely make your way out into the desert. If you're joining us all around Australia, all around the world.
Yeah, we're live around the world thanks to the awesome YouTube stream and Method for getting us out there this weekend as well. They've pushed us out to their off-roading community over in the States there. So if you are listening in from the States, I hope you're having a fantastic time. And look at this awesome, awesome backdrop. Like, you can't get any better than this right now, ladies and gentlemen, than this awesome, awesome backdrop here in the Red Centre. And it's about to get loud, that's the thing. We're nice and quiet at the moment. We're all sort of sitting in anticipation to see the first couple of cars start roaring down to Fink.
Well, interestingly, Josh, let's talk about it. You know, we've got the V8s versus the turbos. That's been a notoriously big conversation here at Fink. You know, particularly this race where it's so fast and the average speeds are so high. Very often there's been conversations about the 6 litres being underpowered with the trucks. What's crazy about it? After it's all said and done, 7 litres, turbo buggies, all the other stuff, our fastest prologuer in the Method Race Wheels prologue was a 6 litre truck. How crazy is that? He's won it a couple of years in a row. This is going to be a 3rd year in a row if he can get it there and back. Now, you've already heard him say that's a challenge. There's so many parts, so many things. You know, everything can and will go wrong on the Fink track. We've heard rumours. We'll only say rumours because I don't want to spread them. But up and down the track, people have been doing bits and pieces to their trucks, to their buggies, to all these things. You know, it's been a hectic last night in, many people's camps.
Yep.
There's been cars going down the far end to Apatula. There's been teams running up and down the service road, setting up fuel bike pits, doing all these things. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that all plays out, because one of the things we talk about constantly with the Fink Desert Race is the logistics, Josh.
Yep.
You've got to, I'm not saying you've got to, but it's very convenient to have a truck at the other end, a truck at this end, a team running, a team doing this. So, it is a massive effort to come out and race this. We're now seeing transporters and trailers. Wasn't too long ago, a couple of years ago, people were just bringing their trucks on an open trailer. Now you have a look at the pits. There's $1 million worth of transporters out there. This is getting very serious here in the desert.
Yeah, they are definitely playing for sheep stations out here, ladies and gentlemen. I can tell you that one. It's all on the line this weekend, and with this iconic event, it is, especially in the car category, it's everyone's eye. They want that win. They want that elusive win, and in the car category, it's anyone's game this year. As you said, with certain teams having to change some things up and do some things overnight, that's going to be an interesting factor to see whether that helps them today or hinders them, and then on the flip side of that, whether anyone else is going to have issues now because they didn't go over the truck last night or they just left it how it was. So that's another factor to take in. And this year, are we going to see another quick time down to Fink, or is it going to be a little bit slower? It all depends.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. You talk about how these drivers want to win Fink. It was famously quoted by Mark Burrows, multi-time Australian champion, that he'd give up any of those championships just for a Fink win. So that shows you how serious that is. Those guys are absolutely committed to the win. It's going to be very interesting. Mark Burrows again here this year. Yep. Matthew Burrows in a pro light, so it's great to have those families racing as well. Up and down the stream, there's plenty of race teams that have got multiple families, multiple brothers and sisters out there racing. So it's going to be exciting to see how they compete and how those teams work together in the different classes. Yeah,
it definitely will be, and it's going to be interesting to see how the Howes go today. It's going to be interesting to see how the Patriot Campers team go, because they're running, two vehicles in two different classes and stuff like that. So there are a few different teams that are running these different vehicles, and that's another logistical side of things that makes it even harder for these teams, because now you've got two vehicles operating at two different times that have two different spare parts bins, and it just makes it all a little bit harder for them. But again, it's the joys of Fink, and that family vibe that we do have here is such a great thing, because you can bring two cars out and you can have just your family working on these cars and have a great time. That's what a lot of these crews and people are doing at the moment. And again, a massive shout out to the Fink committee this weekend, and to all our volunteers that have come out this weekend. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here racing. So a big shout out to everyone this weekend. And just by the way as well, ladies and gentlemen, before we do go racing, if you are down along the track and you can get in on some of the action at the moment, you can listen in, or you've got the Starlink capabilities. I can tell you there's a couple of people out there with the Starlink capabilities this weekend out there having a glamping time. If you are out there on track, make sure to stay back.
Josh, I'm glad you mentioned that, because actually the boys from Method mentioned if you can still hear, or you can shoot a text down to the Apatula end, they're actually going to set up somewhere near the jump and have a big screen TV and Starlink. So they're actually live streaming everything that's going on here on the YouTube. So you can actually see it down at Apatula, and that's so crazy, because it wasn't so long ago. I think 2010, it was pretty much on the radio. You didn't have any live stream. There was no action. We had the big screen at the track, but if you went down to Apatula and back, really a lot of the family at home never knew where you were until you got back over the finish line here. Earlier than that, they didn't even have the radio. Like, can you imagine racing this race in the 70s and the 80s, where you just headed off and no one knew where you knew? Well, they probably printed the winners in the paper a couple of weeks later. It's very interesting how technology's changed our game, but those Method boys have got a satellite set up down there, and they are going to be streaming down at Apatula, so they're going to be able to see everything that we see and have a great time. So no doubt they're watching as we get off the line. So everyone down in Apatula, big shout out to you guys. You guys are the champions. I'm sure it's going to be a great night, and you're going to have plenty of entertainment, because I tell you what, there's no party like an Apatula party.
Oh no, there is nothing like an Apatula party, and from what I've heard over the years, I'm actually a little bit spewing that I haven't been down there yet, because I can tell you I think I'd have quite a bit of fun, but you can tell it is getting to the business end of things here this morning as the big 487 truck makes its way under that iconic start-finish line banner. He'll give it a little bit of a rev and then he'll shut it down. But yeah, look at this machine, ladies and gentlemen. You hear that lovely 6-litre revving.
So only about 5 minutes to go now. There's going to be a number of trucks off the line first, and then a couple of buggies. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw over now to the national anthem. So if you'd all like to be upstanding, we will have the national anthem.
Well, it's a sign of the times with the rainbow out there. Must have had a little bit of rain over the weekend. And yeah, we just got that little bit of an insight to the rain in down at the Apatula end. So that will be interesting to see whether that's had anything to do with the to play with the track down that end, whether it's a little bit more soft and damp down there or a little bit more hard and compact now, but there's been nothing over it. So it's going to be interesting to see that. And look at these awesome Fink ambassadors. And, well, now we're going to go and talk to the man in the box seat with Kate on the start line.
Yeah, I've got Toby Price here. Pole position for Prologue. Congratulations on that time of 4:36 in front of the Robinson brothers. Bo Robinson is behind you. You are the 8-time king of the desert, Toby Price. Why is it so important that in your really busy international schedule of racing that you come back for this race every single year?
Look, yeah, I just love coming out here. It's the crowd and the spectators that travel for days to come watch us, and yeah, it's a whole vibe and atmosphere. So, yeah, we're just hopefully going to have a good day to get down on day one. But I know the two boys behind us are going to be on a charge, and we're looking forward to putting on a show for everyone.
What is the strategy this year? Does it change year to year depending on who is behind you?
Nah, not at all. I just want to go flat out. I just like going fast, and if we can do that and the truck survives, I'm happy. So, yeah, we'll just have a good, clean day, keep the tyres on the car, and, yeah, keen to see everyone down there and spectating and enjoying the day.
Can we make it a 9-time King of the Desert?
That's the plan. Fingers crossed. So with these things, you just never know what's going to happen. But while it's running, it's going to be a good show.
Excellent. Well, the desert might decide that. Good luck out there, boys.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thanks. You too. Back to you.
Yeah, awesome to hear that assessment and see everything that's going on. It's interesting because, as Toby said, you know, when that helmet goes on, it all changes, Josh, because it's interesting. We talked about the 13 on the line. So T-Rob, he looked like he was on fire, but he said he was happy with the position because he's looking to just hunt for the Australian Championship, which he's leading at the moment. So a very smart move there. But then again, we've seen videos before where he says, I'm going to take it easy this year, and the next bit is rev limiter in 6. So, you know, we'll soon know as he heads out of the stadium how serious he is, because, you know, particularly this year with the passing of Brian Robertson and our respects there, you know, this would be the year where there would be nothing nicer than OBR to be standing on the top seat of that box, top step of that box.
Yeah, no, it definitely would be. And the amount of years and hard work and dedication this team has put into this race is just ridiculous. Like ever since I was as a young bloke coming out to this race, watching, I can remember the OBR boys. So it is definitely time for them to put their cars up on that top step. But that's also the thing with this race, is that it's anyone's game. One and two, the track is going to be the winner, really. And talking about that, we're going to go back down to the start line with Kate, who talks to another one of our competitors.
Yes, I've got Big Bad Bo Robinson in the trophy truck. 8-time podium getter, so close to Toby for that pole position, but you're back for a bit of redemption. What's possible this year?
Yeah, anything's possible, isn't it? Yeah, we've been here before. We've had our bad luck in a lot of years, so maybe it's time for someone else's bad luck, but we'll see. But no, it's good. Just good to be up here. It's a good time here with Trav and all the boys. So no, it's always good up here.
Totally. And how do you feel coming into this race? It's such a unique race. People come from all over the world to be here, all over Australia. Are there nerves still for you? Are there butterflies?
Unfortunately, I'm a bit of an old hat at this, so no, I'm not nervous. We need to get on with it. You don't need to put up the pressure on Toby, and just we're just got to keep that pressure going all day. So yeah, it's good.
Excellent. And any strategy going in today?
No, we're just on. We're on. No, I can't afford to not be there right on his tail. So
yeah, that is exactly what people have been saying. If anything does happen to the car, you're out of the race basically. So you get to the end and that's it. There's no other option.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, Bo. Good luck out there. See you, mate.
Thanks.
Boys, back to you.
Now, I was going to say, now, interestingly, Josh, another thing I was going to say, ladies and gentlemen, the Robinson boys have really been, and OBR as a whole team, have really been stepping up their video stuff too. So I was going to mention, if you've got the opportunity, got a bit of reception, check out the OBR videos they're pumping out this year. They are absolutely top-notch, and those car liveries are just spot on. They look so good. The throwback to Brian Robinson's racing days, and so good. So those boys jumping in now, it is going to be cracking to see them have a good run. And again, with Bo, again, I don't think there's any question you're going to see like 110% from the start. He's got that big 7-litre, been developing with KRE. They've been doing a lot of work there, and it's going to be very interesting to see how it goes, because I know that he was happy last year. He loves the Mason, the 2-wheel drive, so that's a 2-wheel drive Mason. And we're looking at Toby's TSCO truck at the moment, but again, Bo is very happy with the year development that he's had. So it's going to be interesting to see how they go. Because, again, it's so hard. We see these fresh cars come in, but, sometimes it's quite difficult with a brand new car. Hey, listen, we're going to throw back to Kate. She's down on the grid again.
Travis Robinson leading the AORC Championship in the Pro Buggy. Tell us your feelings and your thoughts going into this race. It's so competitive at the front.
Yeah, look, it's our first year back here in 6 years. The boys have, we know where the goalpost is with them, but we've had a serious, we've had a few car issues this week, so we're just happy to be here in third.
Yeah, great. And your brother is obviously racing just ahead of you. Is there some healthy competition there?
Not at all. Just want to get one of the cars home first.
Yeah, great. Okay, fantastic. Well, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll hopefully see you at the Apatula end.
All right, no worries. Thanks, guys.
Excellent. Okay, well, let's move on to Josh Howes here. Josh Howes, you've kind of converted from the motorcycles to the buggies, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we got in the buggies a fair few years ago now, so yeah, still having a crack in them, so having a lot of fun.
Yeah, you're an AORC regular. What do you think is possible for today?
Oh, look, today we just want to stick in there. If we can keep the pace with these boys and, yeah, hopefully sneak up on them and hopefully leapfrog maybe one or two by the other end.
Yeah, great. And how has your preparation been coming into this weekend?
yeah, more than ever. We had a little whoopsie at the last race, so unlike us, so we had a lot of fixing to turn around to get to this event, but we're here and we'll give it a crack.
All right, my friend. Well, you send it. Get down to Apachula in one piece. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, boys.
Thank you, Kate, for having a chat to those two competitors. Very interesting to hear what Trav is going to do this weekend. He's pretty calm and collected, and that car really just wants to get down to Fink. And as he said, there was some issues there for the car this week, so they're happy just to be where they are. And then you look a little bit further back, Josh Howes has been up there. He pushed Toby that year where Toby was having car issues. So he's the first of our pro buggies to be, no, he's not. He's the second of our pro buggies to be out there behind Travis. I apologise. But yeah, those two pro buggies are going to be pushing up there. And then even behind Josh, you've got Aaron James. AJ, he's another one to watch as well. So there's so many different stories here. They're starting around about 2 minutes behind each other. So there's 2 minutes of dust creation there, but also dust settlation as well. And it's less than 2 minutes until we send off Toby Price. So it's getting real fever pitch up here in the commentary box, Stan.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. You're right. There's different thought processes. Everyone wants to win Fink for a first.
Yeah.
But yes, you're right. There is a couple of guys there in those pro buggies that are looking at Australian Championships. As the 1 minute board goes up, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're as excited as we are. Make sure you share the link. Make sure you get all those information out, because we're about to go racing here at the 47th Tatts Finke Desert Race. Again, we welcome you if you're anywhere in the world. It is beautiful temperatures here. It's actually seasonably warm here in Alice Springs, making it, you can see guys, they're not wearing the big jackets, we're just wearing the puffers and the hoodies and that, so it's a lovely day for racing here. A light breeze, although yes, it will be pretty settled for a while, but we do have all these cars off the line in singles, so a little bit of a dust gap will give them an advantage, and again, that's that huge advantage of being an early qualifier.
So Toby Price looking to beat his record of 1 hour, 36 minutes and 38 seconds. That was the new record set last year. And here we go, the 487 is off. The Tisco Trophy truck of Toby Price and Jason Duncan starts its descent down to Fink.
Yeah, paddle shifted Albans, 6-litre motor from Dugan's over in the state in that TSCO truck. Beautifully turned out, very unique Mitsubishi body style. I don't think anyone in America had ever seen a Mitsubishi trophy truck before, but this is a very cool car, and that Red Bull livery of Toby Price, the current leader in Rally GP in the world.
Yeah, on a bike, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're watching here live at the venue, or you're watching live around the world or in the country, this man primarily is a bike rider. So I can tell you, I'm not saying he can't steer. He's put himself on the top spot and in the best position at this point in time, but he is normally on 2 wheels. And yes, he's currently leading that Enduro World Championship at the moment, and that's awesome to see.
Yeah, Josh, I can tell you he definitely can steer. That's one thing we know about Toby Price. The 487 is out of the stadium. You can see those wet conditions. We've talked about rain down. They've also watered the track. As now we get out of where they start watering, look at that dust, Josh. That's going to be a huge factor as we get down into the 20s, the 30s. And again, we say it time and time again. This is why you've got to qualify good. Also, if you are spectating down the track, remember that 30-metre rule. Very serious this year. Ladies and gentlemen, we please implore you, please move back from the track. These trucks are fast. They are moving. And to be honest with you, they're a little out of control too. That's what makes them fun. But these guys are going to be on a mission as the 413 of Bo Robertson is ready now. The Mason 2-wheel drive trophy truck.
The revs build up.
The 7-litre is away. This is one of the first of the new. So Australia has had new rules here where they've opened up to 7-litre V8s in our pro classes and the 413. This is a full-size trophy truck, ladies and gentlemen. This thing is absolutely huge, running the 40-inch tyres, all the good gear. But again, this is a 2-wheel drive Mason. We're very excited about the 4-wheel drive Mason coming through as well. But have a look at that beautifully turned out OBR car. Shane Hutt in the passenger seat of that.
And we go back to the early days of the cars and the buggies, and the thing was, we were always told that you'd never put one of these big trucks up on the top step. It was always never a thing that would happen, and now they dominate this scene. They dominate off-road racing in Australia, so it's great to see the development over the years. We've gone from those pro buggies with those turbocharged motors to now these big V8 engines, and now we've even got the capacity for 7 litres, which is awesome to see. And the noise out of this 413 machine is absolutely insane, and it definitely would be pushing upwards of 900 horsepower, I'd have to say, from the way this car moves. And then here we go, we've got the Pro of Travi on the line.
Yeah, the number 13 on the line, Travis Robinson. It's going to be very interesting to see. Again, just the development of these cars. These are on the big, 37s and 39s. It wasn't so long ago that a pro buggy on 35s was a big set of tyres, but you can just see this Jimco. Really nicely set up. The guys have gotten back into it. You heard him say he's had a 6-year hiatus from racing. When T-Rob came out, the first time I saw him at Gundawindi was one of the craziest things. This guy knows how to steer. He came from being the young buck. He's got Andrew Pinto in the passenger seat. And I tell you what, if there was ever a likely set of lads, T-Rob and Andrew Pinto, well, that's a combination. The Lucky 13 is off the start line now and headed into the stadium section. Isn't it interesting? You can just see how that buggy, it's interesting because it doesn't hang the back out like the big trucks. It's not that big drift. It's very point and shoot and use your horsepower as it drifts around in front of me, but that's to do with the wet conditions. Rear engine, turbocharged, 6-speed manual in this one, sequential. Got all the good gear in that Jimco. Again, we're just having a look. You can see the horsepower through those corners, having a great crack. No doubt Josh Howells on the line is watching what's going on, trying to keep an eye on track conditions. Again, it's very interesting because when they wet down this stadium area, it's actually quite slippery for the first 10 or 20 competitors. They've got to watch it. Hasn't been unusual that we see a spin in this stadium area where they wet it down trying to keep the dust down.
Yeah, it definitely is, and the sun also an issue for the drivers in the stadium section at this point. I did see there that they were putting their hands up and trying to block out that sun from their visor, so that's also going to be a playing factor at this early time of the morning. And with the dust settling through, I wouldn't want to be any of these boys or girls getting in these cars going real quick in the desert in that dust, because it is going to be sitting, and I can see it out in the back there. We've only had 3 cars go through, and it is thick already.
Now Josh Howells coming up on boost. He's about to get underway. Now interestingly, Josh, we can see the iPad, the mount up there, so this is something else that's a bit new for Australia. Been around for a couple of years now, but the GPS system, these guys running a lot of systems that help them and assist them in knowing where they're going in the dust, and thus why we are starting to get some really fast times. These guys are really starting to be able to crank along, and you can see Josh, another one. He said he'd like to move up a couple of positions. I tell you what, we saw Josh Howells push Toby Price home, just a couple of years ago when he stood on the box, second place. Unfortunately, had a mechanical issue last year, so wasn't really in the hunt there, although he was right up there on pace. So Josh Howells is one of the guys definitely to keep a good eye on, but really, anyone in this top 10, you got to keep an eye on, because there's a lot of potential inside. Even the top 20, I'm going to say, Josh, but particularly the top 10 is really, really fast here this weekend. We've got some great names like Greg Gardner, Brent Smoothie, we've got Brent Martin in there as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how all those guys go. And it's so funny because when you interview them, they're all going to tell you the same thing. Oh, I'm just going to take it easy. Not one of them take it easy once you put the helmet on. You don't go in the top 10 if you're just going to take it easy.
No, definitely not. And these right foot pedals are going to be right through that firewall, I can tell you that. So it's going to be very interesting to see. But next on the line is Aaron James in that 93 Pro buggy.
Yeah, and what's unique here, Josh, as we've talked about, they've changed it from a single-seater. So he's moved back into and he's got Tanner James with the passenger, which is very smart in my opinion, because Tanner James is ridiculously quick at a buggy himself. This is his son, Aaron James' son, and they'll have a good run here, and he's got someone in the car that really knows how to, he knows how to drive. He knows the pace you need to run to win Fink. So these guys are going to have a good crack here, I'd say. Again, coming in second, running in that single-seater last year. It's going to be very interesting to see how this car goes. It's a big Illumicraft too. That's a big buggy. It's built for American racing conditions, big tyres, big horsepower. Got the Ford EcoBoost twin-turbo V6. So this is actually a motor that you'd find in an F truck or something like that over in the States. And, they're cracking some big numbers out of them, somewhere in the range of 1,000 horsepower of those. So the 93 is going to be definitely one to watch.
Yeah, definitely will be. And those motors, they're massive, and they're very, very good. They are a very good motor to run as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how Aaron James goes this weekend down to Fink and then back from there. But yes, as we were saying, a lot of these competitors actually back to running those spare wheels. Because, we were at the point when the cars were that fast that if you did have an issue with the wheel, a lot of people weren't running spares because they were pretty much out of the race. But it's good to see the wheels back on, because, again, now the fact that, you don't know whether these top runners may have an issue, always bring that spare, because you might actually still be in the race.
Yeah, Josh, even more so than that, it's actually changed a fair bit with the suspension technology that's come along. So the guys are actually chasing weight over the rear. So particularly with the trophy trucks, you saw Toby running 2 spares. I can tell you pretty sure that he has no intention of changing a tyre. But what I can tell you is that they've done a lot of R&D on that, and particularly with the trucks, they're starting to look at the weight over the rear and how that helps them launch. They've actually gone to longer. So we're actually looking at an older geyser truck here compared to, like, say, a G6, the new generation of Paul Wheels, and even the Masons and the Illumicrafts and all the other trophy trucks that they've done a lot of squat on it. So without getting too technical, they're actually doing a lot of R&D on these trucks and trying to get them to get traction, and traction means speed means drive, all of those sort of things. So yeah, it's interesting how it's progressed over the years, because the thought process early was light is always going to be better. Not so much now, where we're starting to have the horsepower. And talking about the horsepower, oh my goodness. This is
good does that
deadly
sound?
Greg Gardner in his Ford-powered Carrison 410. This Ford knows no bounds. I'm telling you, this guy is a weapon.
Yeah, definitely one to watch this weekend. Again, if we do have any issues with our top running competitors at the moment, this is another person that will be right up there knocking on the doors of that top spot down to Fink.
Well, this man here, Josh, is our very first trophy truck winner. 2011 in his own built trophy truck. This man, Greg Gardner, was the first trophy truck ever to win. And, there's that great footage last year of OBR. Bo Robertson said, do they know who they're racing? This is Greg Gardner. I had to put a few beeps in there, but if Bo knows Greg Gardner's fast, you know Greg Gardner's fast. So this man has a speedway background. He has talent absolutely in spades. And I tell you what, the other thing that's exciting, Josh, is Ben Gardner's out there in the old truck. Not that it's that old, but a couple of year old truck that Greg came out of, and it's going to be great to see the Gardners have a good crack, because I know Ben has as much talent as Greg. Hasn't got the seat time, obviously hasn't got the age and experience, but Ben's going to be very fast. So there goes Greg, and we're excited to see that Ford. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're a Ford fan, that's the one you're cheering for, deadly Greg Gardner. Next up is Toby Watley. Now this guy is another legend. This is another built in their shed truck. It was actually a rush kit, and they've finished it all off. And the reason that I give this man so much props is that he really is doing it a little bit difficult in the horsepower realm. This isn't some big crazy built motor. This man is pushing these little LS-based Chevs all the way, and everything he does is 100% commitment.
Who doesn't love a little bit of LS in the morning, Dan?
Yeah, listen, a great run out there of the 421, and you can see he gets away nicely. It's a little bit of a lighter truck, and that probably does assist him in many things. but as we just talked about, sometimes a little bit of a disadvantage down in the big stuff. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that goes.
Well, we're going to go down to Kate on the start line talking to reigning King of the Desert in the bikes, David Walsh.
Yes, I've got David Walsh here, as you said, navigating for Brent Smoothie. David, I guess we just want to get what is in your head right now. Is it anxiety? Is it nerves? Is it just ready to go out there and have a good time navigating?
Yeah, a little bit of nerves, but that's good. You know, you got to be nervous for these things, and I'm really excited. I've got Brent here, and he's going to send it to Fink all the way, and we'll be going good.
Yeah, fantastic. All right, we wish you the best of luck out there. I know you've got to start concentrating. This is a very serious role you've got. Good luck with the logistics of today and your race on the bike.
Thanks heaps. Thank you.
All right, back to you, boys.
Yeah, going to be absolutely awesome to see that. That number 2 truck is going to be very fast, very dialed. Again, that's the Mason all-wheel drive. It literally got air freighted in just a couple of weeks ago. But on the line, we have none other than the smiling assassin, young Shannon Wrench in the 33. This man has more wins than I've had hot breakfast, and I can tell you there is nothing that is smart against betting against Shannon Wrench. The 33, Ian Wrench in the passenger seat. This is a new car. They've had it for a year or so now. This is the Jimco Hammerhead. So it's interesting. I mentioned before that, you know, often Shannon disappears for a couple of months and comes back stonkingly fast. He's always stonkingly fast. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this car performs. It is built for the big stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see some footage of it down in the rough. Off the line now, Shannon and Ian Wrench in the 33. Have a look at that trailing arm car, mid-engine. Again, watching. It should turn very well, this buggy. It should do a lot of things very well, to be honest with you.
Just so that I can potentially get some updates from you.
Nice, neat run.
OBR.
Have a look at that.
Hey,
Shannon putting on a clinic how to get around this stadium. That car is looking superb there. Again, more Australian championships than anyone else. He has a ton of Fink outright victories. He stood on the podium. This is what we laugh about with Shannon Wrench. You heard me say it yesterday. When Shannon's having an off week, he runs 4th. So it's very interesting to see how that goes. This man is blindingly quick.
Don't know whether that was a little bit of a bog there. It got like real slow there for a second there, Dan. So I don't know whether they're having issues or not out there.
I think they just went a little bit high on the berm there, mate. That berm up the top is very soft, and it's so hard because you're really trying to balance between being right up on the berm and get around the corner. But then we saw, I can't remember who it was, it might have been Smoothie or someone actually went over the top of the berm, and then it gets all boggy very quick. So it's an interesting game there.
And if you're following along at home, ladies and gentlemen, you can quite literally look at your big screen, because how good is this? We have our levers, and then as soon as our checkpoint times pop up, you'll see them pop up. And on the left-hand side of your screen, we've got live checkpoints as well. So how good is it to have Rally Safe on board with us this weekend as well, and us using their system, because we can, one, it makes all our drivers safer because they can communicate with each other in the vehicles, and 2, it gives us the capabilities of live timing and following these guys. And here we go, the first of our pro lights, Dan.
Yeah, Brent Martin off the line now. Last year's 3rd place in the 120. The Martin family, absolutely steeped in history here. The guys will have a great run here. Brent knows exactly what it takes to get done. I often have a bit of a rib with Brent Martin and the Martin Motorsports crew, but I tell you what, he is clean, he is calculated, he knows how to just keep that speed up. We were talking with Billy in the box yesterday about what it takes to run really fast. You can see him up high. Great line, keeping that naturally aspirated 3.5. You want to talk about guys that really have to push the line. These are them. They don't have thousands of horsepower. They don't have all those goodies. Lots of them are, well, and I'm being honest now, well under 400 horsepower in some of these pro lights. They're just trying to keep that rubber band wound up. They're in big cars, because this car would be nearly as heavy as its turbocharged brethren, but it's got all the suspension travel. These are our pro classes. They're so exciting. And you can see Brent Martin, Martin Motorsport.
So this is the one that everyone's watching here locally with keen eyes. The reigning king of the desert on the bikes, David Walsh, is currently sitting in that number 2 with Brad Smoothie. He is navigating for him this weekend, and then he will jump in a plane or a helicopter, depending on which one he is running, and we'll get back here because he's got a 4th position to get back to here in Alice on the bike to try and get down quickest to Fink and recover some spots.
Yeah, very cool.
But this is the first, sorry Dan, this is the first of our new Class 8s, and we're really looking forward to seeing how this goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Class 8's changed a lot over the years, where it's gone from Nissan Patrol and Land Cruiser-based vehicles. We're now looking at a full Mason trophy truck with all-wheel drive. You can see there was that video floating around. It literally wheel stood off the line the other day. Over 1,000 horsepower. That is completely nuts. Joe Gibbs motor, billet, everything. It's got a Mason-matic transmission in it. Again, that four-wheel drive system. This thing, have a look at the way it gets around the corners. That thing is so fast. Big shout out to the prep crew there. Mickey B, you're the man. It looks like she's running very strong. Brent Smoothie and the crew.
Yeah, really interesting to see what this car can do this weekend. This is what we've been waiting to see what it can do. I apologise. But yeah, this new 7-litre motor in it, and you know the new all-wheel drive truck out of the States. It's going to be good to see what it does in the desert, and whether because we are running on elapsed time today, so you can leave off the line in not the best position and get down there in a stonking time, and get yourself reseated into a better spot.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen guys come out of 13th and then be off the line first. Well, Hayden Bentley did it that year. I think that was 2013 from memory.
Or Jack Rhodes, he flipped it in prologue and then got down to Fink. He wasn't first or anything. It was way back in the pack. But yeah, he got down there and pretty much left second or third in elapsed time by the end of it. It was awesome to see. But here we go. Paul Wheel now out in his truck. And this is another one that we're going to watch with eager eyes this morning.
And Preston Schmidt in the passenger seat. Now, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm reasonably sure that's an American that's come over to race. He's done a bit of racing over in America, so quite cool. Again, Paul Wheel and Toby Price, Team Australia, running a Mason all-wheel drive over in the States. He's running the guys at G6 here in Australia with the spares box PWR entry. Again, Paul Wheel, no stranger. If you're wondering where you've heard that name before, V8 Supercars, race motocross. Actually, we've got a great podcast on the Dirtbags podcast if you want to have a listen with Paul Wheel. We actually got one with OBR as well, so great opportunity to have a listen about their background and their history. And it was interesting because I knew roughly who Paul Wheel was, but the more I talked, the more I went, oh, that's right, 18 years old. You were racing Supercross against like some of the greats like Glenn B and those guys back in the day. So, Craig Dack, he's done those times. So Paul Wheel, an absolute legend of motocross.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just got a message from one of my local legends, Rod Berry. Molesy, the man on the start line, we've been talking about this all weekend, has that BMW engine, which is a V8 and it's D-stroke to a 3.5 litre. I'm going to be quiet. Listen to this motor rev. It is absolutely insane. One of the most unique sounding pro lights in the country, and this man knows the track like the back of his hand. Father and daughter team this weekend. Watch this man, he's going to be quick.
Yeah, absolutely. He's run right up the top before. I believe that he's run as high as 5th outright, winning the class multiple times. He was running a VQ not so long ago, but has stepped up to this new BMW motor. So very interesting to see, again, the D-stroked. And again, the rumour is that it runs 11,000 RPM.
Yep.
Someone said to him, apparently Carrison said, why would you want to rev it to 11,000? He said, why not? And I suppose that's a fair answer. So, 11,000 it is, the 135. Molesy, absolute local legend, and he'll have a good run in this Australian Razorback chassis. It's good to see the Razorbacks out still here having a good crack because, we love Australian-built stuff. We love the Yank stuff. There's no question about that. But I tell you what, this Australian-built frame, it's cool to see them out here and competitive.
Yeah, definitely is, and Andrew Moles knows how to pilot that thing, and his daughter definitely has the same amount of time on the track. She's got a heap of knowledge. She's done a heap of off-road racing in her time around here, and now the 23, I do believe that one there will be Peter Costello. This is the ex-Kittle car. If you would have been around the traps for a couple of years, you'll remember this as the ex-Rhodes car, I do believe.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure of the lineage. I think it might have come. This one might have come straight from Kittle.
Yep.
But yeah, the 23. So I actually think it might have been Macca's at one point. And yeah, both Andrew and the crew there running a great team. But yes, they had a pair of really fast Jimcos. I mean, Dave Fellows drove for the Kittles at one point. You know, is still driving for the Kittles, and you know, this Costello car is really nicely turned out. Costello had a Porter for a while, and he's just been continually stepping it up. And this car here, this Jimco with all the turbo horsepower, is a fantastic addition. He's been running it a good couple of years now, and it's good to see him consistently getting faster. Again, inside that top 10 now. Or just outside the top 10, but right inside, well up in that top 20. That's a great place to start, I can tell you, because any lower than top 20, it starts becoming pretty hard. Now, another Fink champion here, Glenn Owens with the number 30 Jimco. Glenn Owens, ridiculously fast. This man knows how to go wide open. So it's going to be a great race here with Glenn Owen, Jack Owen in the passenger seat there. It's a long wait when you're just waiting for that dust to settle, but it's always great that you've got that dust gap. But the 30 up on boost now. It's on the converter, and he's ready to go. Keep a good eye on the 30. This was one of our sneakies in our group text going last year. Unfortunately, I had some mechanical dramas on day one. But again, keep a good eye on Glenn Owen. He knows how to come out of these sort of positions and run a blistering pace. Speed is not a problem with Glenn Owen.
No, it definitely isn't. Glenn Owen has had a heap of time around this track again, and has raced multiple times around here. On the start line currently is your number one in the country, and we're not too far away from seeing our first times through that first checkpoint at Deepwell.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how these cars, they all look like they're still moving along nicely, although, Josh, the 1593 and the 410 seem to be very packed up there at the moment. So we're looking at the live tracking there on the side of the screen, and we can tell you that they're quite packed up. 487, 413 and 13, that gap doesn't seem to have changed too much, although maybe the 13's just snuck in a little bit, but keep a good eye on the 30 here. Glenn Owens powering through those whoops and heading out of the stadium. Again, you talked about Ryan Taylor. What a fantastic year he had last year. He's got the one on the roof. They're looking at doing the one again. They've done all the season this year. Kai Floyd in the passenger seat with him. And again, this big turbo. Got the alloy tech in that. Buick. Well, it's Buick based. I don't think it's got many Buick parts in it. But a great motor in that. Those guys, they've actually gone from a V8 in that. That's the ex-Harley Letner Tatum AK-47. Again, if any of our American mates are listening along, welcome. Hope you're enjoying it. We are racing here. The 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. The Method-sponsored car here of Ryan Taylor. Method Race Wheels, our sponsor of the qualifying yesterday. Next up, we have Mel Brendel, the 177 Pro Light. Again, one of our first and fast little Pro Lights. 3.5 litre, I believe that's got a VQ in the back of it. Well, those big Velo seats, everything's gotten very, very serious here. It wasn't so long ago you were just running the low back suspension seats, a couple of harnesses, you know. Now it's all Hans, it's head restraints, it's neck restraints. We've got all the right parts here. These guys, you see, actually out of interest, they've got no window nets. It's because they're running wrist restraints.
Yeah.
So if you're running wrist restraints, you don't have to run window nets, just in case you're wondering what the difference there is between the cars. But this Pro Light will be very fast. And interestingly, a manual with a clutch car. You don't see that too much anymore. Almost everyone has gone to torque converters. But again, something that changed recently, in the last 13 years, 10 years, a lot of cars used to be manual V8s, manual Pro Lights. Now we've got a lot of converter cars. Converters take a lot of pressure off the CVs, off the gearboxes down in those big whoops.
Okay, first through to Deep Well, ladies and gentlemen, is Toby Price. Unfortunately, I don't have a time for that yet, but as soon as I do get it, I will give it to you. First through to Deep Well is Toby Price. He went through at 7:57. So we're going to go down to Kate on the start line for a little bit of a weather update.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch base with you and let you know that we've got a couple of specks of rain, which will have a positive effect, I'm guessing, on the dust out there. The dust was pretty bad yesterday. Everybody was predicting pretty severe dust today, so hopefully that makes a difference for the competitors.
Thank you very much, Kate. Yes, well, that is very interesting. We haven't had a rain-affected race in a couple of years. I know we've had a couple of sprinkles in the air past years, but we haven't had, you know, a heavy downpour or anything like that, a good rain situation. So this is going to be very, very interesting to see as the Burrows car now leaves the 21, making its way down to Apachula.
Yeah, Mark Burrows, a complete and utter legend in the sport, multi-time Australian champion and also multi-time Fink winner. Actually, the first guy to beat the motorbikes in a buggy. So this man has all the skill set that he needs to have a very good run here in this Monk Fab. It's an Australian-built car as well. So very cool. But talking about that rain, I was going to say the other thing that probably you may not notice if you're just sitting at home is we're talking about 226 Ks of track.
Yes.
What's interesting about a few years is it's been dry and dusty at the start line. It's been dry and dusty at the finish line, but we've had lots of rain, like as in thunderstorms, in the middle section where there's water in the bottom of the the holes of the whoops. So, I think that was about 07, 06, something along those lines, that they were literally driving through a rainstorm and then into dust. How crazy is that? Because you're literally driving, 226 Ks in one direction. It's not a loop race. We're going all the way to the south, almost to the border of South Australia.
There you go, ladies and gents. Second through, Deep Well, hot on his heels. Bo Robinson and Shane Hutt. They went through at 7:59.33. So that means they are...
Yeah, they've actually dropped about 15 seconds there.
Yep.
So if they're on 2-minute splits, he's about 15 seconds slower than Toby.
So it'll be interesting to see where Trav comes in next. But another man to watch. This is the thing. There's so many big names in this. The first top 20 here is Kent Battle.
Did you say big name and Kent Battle? I love
course.
it.
I'm going to push that out there.
The Nortrans racing car. I totally agree, mate. Just quietly, there's no bigger Facebook personality than Kent Battle. I can tell you that.
Oh, yeah.
And this man runs a cool program out of Townsville up there up north, and he's been doing really well and getting faster and faster with that Element buggy. Australian motor, Australian gearbox, Australian frame, and they actually finished the car. Now, it was built by Element, but they essentially finished it in-house at Nortrans, so very cool to see those North Queensland boys having a good run there.
And next on the line, which is crazy to me, in 29th position, Peter. Is that Peter Carr? The 601? Or is that a little bit higher? Sorry. It's James Cook, and he's actually in 19th. He's put this side-by-side in the top 20, Dan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely blistering fast. This guy has actually won an Australian Championship round outright. He actually won the Queensland round, the first round of the Australian Championship, the Moranbah race. So to have run that outright, beat all the pro buggies, beat all the trucks. So it just shows how fast these little side-by-sides is Can-Am. And he also won our Method Race Wheels UTV winner. Again, we call them side-by-sides a bit more in Australia, that UTV slang from over the Pacific.
Yep.
But the 601 is away and running.
And these things have just gotten quicker and quicker over the years, and I can tell you right now that a lot of people were skeptical over these vehicles. They didn't know whether they wanted to go racing or not, or whether they belonged in off-road racing here in this country. But I can tell you right now that they have proved their own point by coming into this country like this. But there we go. You've got Phil Lovett on the start line, and how crazy is that?
I love that. To run an open-face helmet in an open-face trophy truck, there is nothing like that. Filthy Phil Lovett having a good crack this year. He's having a good run up there in the front. That four-wheel drive truck, again, that's an old Comiskey car that came over from the States as an exhibition car. Actually had a big block turbo, I believe. They pulled it out, put a compliant motor in it, and he's having a great run, coming to grips with that Racer Engineering truck, and it's going to be cool to see Phil have a good run. He had a great qualifying position, and now he's going to have a good run down there again in this 897, the Class 8. So the battle really on Class 8 is going to be between this racer and that brand new Illumicraft. That said, there's also other Class 8 guys in patrols and bits and pieces that are also going to have a good crack and be there to, let's say, pick up the pieces if any of these trophy trucks have any issues.
So next through at Deep Well is Travis Robinson and Andrew Pinto, 8:03.06. So they are pushing a little bit behind. Yeah, they'd be in dust at this point. I think he's gained he's lost a minute there on his brother, from what I can see there. So that top three still the same. They have pushed out a little bit though, as Carl Habby and Wayne Tabe make their way off the line in the number 56 machine.
Yeah, so Habies are the element guys. So, they build these cars in-house and they are very, very fast. Aaron Havey, Carl Havey, both have had excellent results here in the past. So it's going to be interesting. Now we're starting to push off in that 1 minute gap now. So we're going to start really punching the cars. The 431. Now, Brett Taylor, what's really cool about this is his 30th Fink Desert Race. That's a story in its own, ladies and gentlemen. Brett Taylor, I apologise, and Peter Treese in that Jimco trophy truck.
Yeah, he's one to watch this weekend, as he will get very quick over this weekend. And we're going to go back down to the start line with Kate. She's with Hayden Bentley.
I am previous winner 2013. You took that win from P13. What can you do from P28?
Look, just hopefully have some fun. Got the girl in the car. We had a few issues getting here, so my main car's at home. So, yeah, we're just going out to have some fun, and hopefully the dust is not too bad. We're going to have a crack. We'll try and round a few up in front of us and just see what we can do.
That's the attitude. All right, you go out there and get them. Thanks, boys.
Thank you very much, Kate. It's great to get some of this insight from the start line. We had Justin Montesavlo and Jamie, the Patriot Campers boys. They're out there now, and then another massive name. We continue to go through these cars, and there's more big names popping up. Ben Gartner, he's also one to watch.
Yeah, relatively newcomer, Josh. I mean, he's only been racing in these trophy trucks, probably about a year, stepping up behind Dad. Now, I know he's done plenty of speedway stuff, but yeah, keep an eye on Ben Gardner. And also the 79 Turnbull off the line now with Tamara Turnbull in the passenger seat. Again, sorry, the 417 had Mark Hannaford in the passenger seat. Again, the Montesalvo's off the line, the Patriot boys, as you were talking about there, the 484. We've also got the 455, Michael Dolan. Mick's just bought the Mr. Digger car. It's a Brenthal truck, and they have just got it over from the States. You can see it's a full-size truck. They are doing very well, like big things with the Brenthals over in the States. So a Gen 3 6-litre. Peter Morris in the passenger seat there. Again, as we start really cranking through these cars now, it's going to be Hayden Bentley on the line. So again, we did see that driver change out. We had that breakage of his four-wheel drive truck, and he's now talking to, it's now Hayden Bentley off the line in the 418. Listen, we're going to throw over to Kate in the 101.
Yes, I've got Ali Howes and Sarah Corrigan here. Ali, you're a regular in AORC. It's so great to see an all-female team. How is everything in here going?
Yeah, everything's going really well. Really nervous to watch my brother leave this morning, but we'll see him at the other end.
Yeah, Yeah, great. And what are the expectations for out there? What would you be happy with? Are you going really hard today?
Same as every year. We'll get to the other end and then we'll turn around and bring it home.
And you're being told to move on. Thanks so much for chatting. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, very busy down there on the start line, as we know, but the 101 of Ali Howes, again, last year's Pro Light champion, and those girls definitely know how to get it done. They have a good lineage. Ali actually rides motorbikes and all sorts of things. You know, she's right in there racing against the boys and has some fantastic results, as Mikey Zaka and Zoom riding there as well. Big shout out to the Zaka family and old Zoom having a good crack there. They're in memory. An absolute legend of off-road racing. But
So-
the 51, this is the third generation of off-road racer out here having a crack at a ex-Wilson Pro buggy. This is a Jimco. It's actually a 2000 series, but it's a new one. So it's very interesting. And again, it's a really Wilson finisher. They buy the frames and then finish the car off there in California. As Westerns are off the line as well in a Rush car, the 61. Now, I believe it's probably Cooper at the wheel now, but maybe we'll try to get that information later. But again, Chris Weston, I think, probably qualified that car. Ben in the passenger seat there as well. But again, it was Michael Zacher and Dylan Blake. We'll also run through Peter Carr got off the line while we were talking to Ali with Matthew Wyndham in the passenger seat. And again, Hayden Bentley, Hannah Bentley, potentially in the passenger seat there, but it might also be Cooper, who's Hannah's normal navigator. The 101 off the line. Again, that's Ali Howes, the team. Brothers and sisters, Howes Racing, and Sarah Corrigan in the passenger seat there. Like you said, all-girl team, but they've done a lot of kilometres out here. They've run the Australian Championship. This will be a couple of years in a row now, so they're really getting to grips with that. And that is a beautifully turned out Australian Special Jimco.
Yeah, speaking about the Howes, Josh Howes through deep well now, so your top four is the same as we started this morning, as the 1, 2, 3 of Burrows makes its way out there now. Matthew Burrows in this one, in that MBR Jimco, so it's great to see another Aussie-built car out here this weekend, and Greg Gardner now also through deep well as well, so he's on the push, and he's passed Aaron James on track. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen, the first little pass on track.
Well, even Josh, wouldn't that mean if he's coming in there and Josh, who did we say just came through? Josh Howes came through?
Yeah, Josh Howes
I'd say he's made big time on Josh Howes as well. The 410, ladies and gentlemen, Deadly Gregley is on a charge. Now, you mentioned Matthew Burrows. Now, that's son of Mark Burrows with Jay Mitchell in the passenger seat. And this is Mark's old car. They've converted it to a Pro Light, the 123. And we've also got James Mockford and Michael Mockford off the line, the 6195. So a nice run off the line there. Jeff McNiven and Jake Nicholson off the line in the 604. Keep a good eye on them too. Jeff McNiven loves the rough, and it is very fast in that Can-Am Maverick X3. 900cc Rotex motor in those Can-Ams with a turbo hanging off the side of them. They are very fast, there's no question about that. Now Angus Mackay off the line. Brody Tickner, the 182, the little Jimco 2000. Again, these guys have been having a crack here at Fink for a good couple of years, consistently getting faster. Every time you do it, you learn those things that you need. The Westline boys up next in this Brenthal, the 479. They actually ran at St. George 900. Great race there in Queensland. Very different, where you've got to run a full 900 with no stops. But the 479, they had a little issue, but they've come back. They've done a heap of work. I believe they've done some gearbox things and motor things and all sorts of stuff to get that truck. It's one that has consistently been getting faster. They were sort of struggling with it a little bit early on, but I tell you what, they've come to grips with it fast. Now the 482 of Mick Maher up next. Toby Price through Redinga as well.
That's
absolutely
quick.
stonking. As we expected, that car is very fast. Jason Duncan holding on for dear life. I don't think he's probably saying much at all, to be honest with you. But again, Mick Maher and Ray Farrell out of Alice Springs. They've gone under the iconic start line, and we'll see it tomorrow at the finish line. about 452 kilometres later. The 1088 off the line now, the twins, the Montesalvo twins. Christian and Ashton off the line. Getting that little Illumicraft car.
Toby Watley now through Deep Well.
Okay, so does that mean we haven't seen AJ? Is that what we're saying? Because that means that Toby's come past as well. Must have stopped on track, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Not saying that they can't have passed him, but it's just AJ is a very, very fast guy.
Yeah.
I would think that he must be stopped on track somewhere. Do we have that tracker somewhere?
Yeah, so from what I could see on the tracker, he was actually facing the service road and wasn't pointing in the right direction. So from what I can infer, it might be that Aaron James is currently trying to fix something on the side of the road or trying to rectify something.
So that's unfortunate there, no doubt, but it happens to the best of us. The 155 of Jack Weir and Tim Weir off the line as well. And now we've got Milled Waters, but I believe that it is Bailey Cole at the wheel, who is an American off-road racer. So the 424 off the line, running that Yukon sign flapping off the back. Now, beautiful. The wonders of modern technology, Josh. We've got a little bit of footage down at Redinga.
Wow.
So the 33 of Shannon Wrench through Deepwell now as well. Ian Wrench, exactly where they'd want to be. The 1059 off the line as well. Again, the 424 very high up on those berms. Again, Jack Mulwaters will not be in that car, I don't believe. Bailey Cole's the driver of that vehicle. Bailey having run Ultra 4 and all sorts of stuff over in America. And again, Jason Wilson and Anita Walk off the line in the 10:52:59 as the 42 gets off the line as well. Brad Belcher and Russell Newman in that Jimco Pro buggy, the 6-litre. Nice clean run for those guys as well. Again, another vehicle with no window nets. So again, if you wondered what I was talking about with wrist restraints there, obviously they're wearing their full fire suits, gloves, helmets, all the other stuff, but they also run a set of straps that are literally to their wrists like a watch and then hold you down to the center in between your seatbelts. And essentially in the case of a rollover, your hands cannot exit the vehicle. Obviously that's what the window nets are about. Keep all your body parts, because early days when we were wild racing, obviously if you had a rollover, your arm ends up outside. That's a very bad situation. So when you hear me talk about wrist restraints, gee, that sounded a bit sus. There's nothing sus about it. They run wrist restraints to make sure that the hands cannot exit the vehicle. And it's essentially like a watch with a strap to it. And a lot of these guys are going towards this because, you know, clear vision. They want to be able to get in and out of the car fast and all that sort of stuff. And it's tied to your seatbelt system, I believe, in most situations. So the 25, Craig Martin off the line. One of my favourite cars here today, that Alpha. Gene, if you're listening over there, the Get team over there, your baby is safe. It's looking beautiful as always, and the Martins are looking after Benjamin Dawson is in the passenger seat of the 25, and Craig, multi-time, we believe, 4-time Australian champion in the 80s, so he's got all the history, all the lineage, and he knows how to steer a car, so keep an eye out on Craig Martin. He'll have a nice clean run here.
Yeah, Glenn Brickman off the line as well, the 6104. Yep. So it looks like we are going to Rodinga. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time we've had this footage like live in the commentary box, so I just got really, really excited. It looks like it will be the 13 of Travis coming through, because Toby's already been through there. So we'll look at this big screen and see whether we can see the number 13 come through. This is really exciting for us, and a massive, massive shout out to Global Headquarters this weekend for getting us these pictures. Without you guys, we wouldn't have this. So big shout out to Global Headquarters as Brent Martin goes to a deep well.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I can hear things happening there, but again, 6104 Glenn Brinkman off the line, the 153 of Alan Dixon, and the Brent Martin is through deep well, as you said. So it's going to be very cool to see Sam Bentley off the line in the 1018 now, with Hannah Bentley in the passenger seat there, as well as Rick Island nominated in the Racer Engineering buggy. Have a listen.
Yeah.
In our headphones, you guys probably can't hear it, but we can hear a V8 just getting tortured. Ah, fantastic. I was going to say, such a great noise. And obviously all the way down at Rodinga, just these V8s just getting tortured. And again, ladies and gentlemen, at the moment, it's a 6-litre V8 leading the Tatts Fink Desert Race. How good is that? The 614 off the line. Glenn Ackroyd, Andrew Cassidy in the passenger seat. So again, still plenty of vehicles headed off on their battle to get down to Apatula, to get to the Fink River.
Yeah, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I think we're going to see that 13 pop in. Oh, no, it is Toby Price. There we go. How good is that?
Yeah, amazing footage there of the 487. And I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, how good is it to see everyone staying back away from that track? The 210 off the line here in Alice Springs now. Brent Smoothie is through Deepwell as well.
Travis through Rodinga.
Through Rodinga, so the 13's through Rodinga. Wow, it just shows how fast that top 10 is. They are moving out. But again, the 487 at the moment. Off the line now is the 485. These guys had a wild ride last year at the 40K June. No doubt they're looking to not repeat that little mission. Shannon Lander and Shay Lander in the passenger seat there of the 485.
Yep, father-daughter combo here this weekend, and again, hopefully we hope they keep it on the four wheels this weekend. And yeah, the madman they call, the wild man they call Shane Lander. So it's great to see him out there and him and his daughter racing once again as the 6183 now leaves the start line. That one's Keith McReynolds and Jeremy Salter in their Can-Am X3, and we continue to smash through these cars on the start line. As I have a look back, we still have quite a few to go, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gents. We are still racing and still sending off our awesome competitors here from the start line, and we're only really into checkpoint number 2. So it's still a heap of action to go.
Now, interestingly, Josh, I'm getting some messages. Apparently the 413 was stopped on track for a very short period of time, but it is showing speed again. So maybe potentially the 413 was stopped for a second, and that's the OBR car of Bo Robinson. So that might explain why he had a little bit of downtime there for a second. The 6187, I believe that was a Falk off the line.
Yep.
There's action everywhere. Ben Falk, John O'Connor in the passenger seat of that car.
And it looks like the 421 of Watley has also had a little bit of an excursion here. It's showing a little bit of downtime there for a little bit. So again, a little bit of a stop there, and the 413 now just getting back up and running on my timing. So yeah, definitely some interesting stories down the track as Vesa gets off the line in the 1057. And that's what we were talking about earlier this morning before those big cars left, was that we didn't know whether there was going to be any mechanical issues down there, and that's the thing. It's always you've got to get down there to Fink without anything happening to you to be up there and in that position. So as Billy said yesterday, you'd think Toby was hard on his gear, but obviously he's not, because he's in the box seat and hasn't had to have a little of a pullover yet, as we had Paul Wheel go through Deepwell, so he's still hot to trot in that 450 truck. Josh Howes now through Rodinga, so yes, the 413 has had a mishap, because he's now been misplaced to 4th from what our timing says. Howes now.
Again, it was noted, actually big shout out to Lee Wells. He's given me a bit of update, legend of the sport, and he was saying that it was showing 0 on the tracker for a little while, but it is moving again. So yeah, unfortunately that's not going to be great for OBR, as you can imagine. The only thing I will say is it does give Travis a good opportunity where now, if he can get up on the back of Toby in some of these big fast sections down to the south. But see, I don't know what I'm talking about, because TP87 is a freak of nature. There is no slow sections. There is no slow sections for Toby.
No, there's definitely not.
So I don't know how you combat that as a racer. I guess you just get back into your own head, don't you? You just do the best you can do, deal with what you've got to do, but no doubt that's not what the 413 wanted to see here today. Now, are they still stopped on track, do you think, Josh, or they're back moving, but they're in 5th position on track?
So from what I can see as we go to the Rodinga checkpoint live footage, from what I can see, the 410 has actually got in front of the 413. So Greg Gartner has pulled out in front of the Robinson boys. And they're moving, but they're not moving very quickly from what I can see on there. So I don't know whether, it's updated again. I don't know whether they're having to nurse the car or they're trying to get along the service road and find somewhere to stop to rectify it. But yeah, so it's not looking too good for them at the moment.
Yeah, what a heartbreak as the 421 closed up as well. That's Toby Watley. He's closed in on the 410. He's closed in on all of them. Ladies and gentlemen, keep a good eye on Toby Watley, because by my visual of what I can see on the tracker, he looks like he's the fastest man on track. Maybe not beating Toby, but, and I know that was confusing, not beating Toby Price, but Toby Watley looks like he may move into a very good position for the run home.
Yeah, definitely will. And the thing we've got to talk about is it's...
Sorry, Josh.
No,
Turbo buggy. I can hear it coming through on the Rodinga video now. And again, so good, Josh, that we've got this technology now that we can see. So it's going to be Travis Robinson coming through now. It would be 13. And again, remember that these guys down here really don't have the information. They don't have the live tracking and all the other stuff that we've got. So one of the best things about being down on the track is not knowing. You're wondering who's coming through. You're listening to the motor. What if it's Howells? What if it's, it could be any of these turbo cars. They don't know that AJ's not there at the moment in the 93. So it's going to be so good. Oh, man, I love being down the track. We've got a good view, but they've got a great view. They're smelling the fumes in the morning.
Yeah, there's nothing better than getting woken up by a V8 motor in the morning and you get that lovely, sweet smell, and there you go. That is Travis Robinson making his way through Rodinga. So there is I'm going to say there's a big gap between our leader, Toby Price, and the number 13 of Travis Robinson. We're then expecting Josh Howes through there, and it'll be interesting to see how long it takes us to get that next footage, just to see how long they are separated as the 408 of Dean Miller gets off the line.
Yeah, let's run through some of these guys really quickly. So in that time, we had the 175 of Josh Patterson with Jordan Patterson in the passenger seat, as well as the 657 of Kane Jones and Justin Thompson in their Polaris out of the stadium, as well as the 408 now is off the line. So the word at Rodinga, they've got the stopwatches out. They think that Toby has pulled 2.5 minutes on Travis. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that plays out. So the 487 could have a 2-minute lead over Travis.
Wow, 6 minutes 28 between first and second. So that's a nice little insight to everyone out there. And I definitely think this is going to be another record year for Toby Price. What did he run last year? It was a 36:38, 1 hour 36:38. I reckon we'll be down around the 1 hour 30 flat this year. I'm going to call it right here, right now.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. There's no question about that. Very, very fast year, very clean times getting run here. And again, so good having the live tracking as well as the team down there where we can see all the action. The 627 on the line now.
So the next of our side-by-sides making their way out onto the track to attack.
Yeah, Justin Ryder and Stephen Tees there getting out of Riverbend, Queensland. 661 also headed off into the race. That's Adam Spicer and Amanda Spicer. Another one of our Can-Ams again. Man, there's some Can-Ams out here. That's Greg Campbell and Lachlan Campbell out there. As we see on the big screen, we're back down at Redinga. There will be another vehicle come through. It'll be the 15. So it should be Josh Howells, I think, on my tracker. But I suppose we never know who's going to pop up. Has the 92 just lost the tracker? It might not actually be stopped, but we're going to find out, I would imagine.
Yeah, you never know with this race. There's so many differing factors. As we look down to Rodinga as the 6'4" or 6'74", actually, I think that one was.
Yeah, Graham Colburn and Aaron Colburn off the line. And it is indeed Josh Howells making his way through there. They're having a nice clean run, I think. That's probably exactly where they want to be at the moment. Got Gordon Tardaru in the passenger seat. They're out of Anna Grove, New South Wales, the boys. 693 off the line as well. Dylan Bestman and Harry Richardson out of Dubbo, New South Wales. Again, if you listen along at home, big shout out. Luke Years, I hope you listen. I hope you're having a great time, mate. We got to get that Tatum back out here, bud. Come on, time to get to work. Talking about Tatums, what a great time. The 89's on the line. Big, fast V8 Tatum. Well, not exactly on the gas there. I wonder if they're looking at something with that car. The Stones off the line. Saw this car a lot of years ago at Warrialda. The 6170 off the line now as well. That's Anthony Harris and Will Harris out of Bass, Victoria.
Wow, 2 minutes 20 between second and third, so that's only a 30-second blowout there and a little bit of time gained as well from who was that in there? Travie in second. And
I tell you what,
Josh,
though, I can hear none other than Greg Gardner.
Yep.
So he's right there, which is going to be very interesting. He's moved himself into 4th position on road, and that's going to be a fantastic spot for him. Interestingly, though, has the 413 popped up again? No, it's moved back.
It's moved back, I think.
Right, so we're expecting it to be Greg Gardner first. We're going to see a blue truck?
Yep, you'll see a blue truck first from what I can see, and then you'll very closely behind will be Trav.
Bo
sorry, I apologise. Bo in the extreme two-wheel.
And then right on top of him is also the 421 of Toby Watley. Yep. I think we're going to see 3 trucks here basically on top of each other, ladies and gentlemen, if our tracker is updating correctly. So who's first? We're looking for either a white or a blue or an orange truck. White truck, it's Bo Robinson.
He's gotten back in front. That's insane.
There you go. So he was stopped on track. So I'd say that's an update issue on our tracker end. Yep. But he is moving along very nicely there. So Bo's back and going. I think we're going to see, again, it'll be Greg Gardner.
This will be Greg,
next through in a blue truck we're expecting. And then Toby Watley as well.
Listen to that thing. It's on. He's holding it flat. There's nothing in it there. This is really close, and you can see that dust isn't too bad out there at this point. And again, I'd like to say a massive thank you to those legends standing on the hill over there. They've got a great vantage point. Look at their heat, and they are well back from the track. They're 30 metres. They're doing everything we've asked them to do. So thank you so much to our spectators along the track this week, and you guys are legends. You're looking after us, so we'll look after you with these awesome footage.
Mate, maybe next year we might have to take a scissor lift down there and get up nice and high so we can get some of that footage
out there.
Oh, now you're talking. I'll go down there. I'm very happy. But yes, it is Deadly Gregory Gardner. The man, the myth, the legend. Have a look at the 410 run away. They're having a good run there in that Ford power. But again, can we hear Toby Watley, the 421, an orange truck, is one that we're keeping an eye out. Because again, on our tracker, it looks like it's very close there. These guys having a good run. Now, Greg will be happy in that position. That'll put him in second at the moment. Righto, so a bit of our race, what's happening down on the track. So with the new reasoning, we're actually having a look. So they just paused the starts for a little bit. They will be getting back underway here very shortly, but just doing some track clearing and making sure everything is organised. As we know, all these new rules this year that have been put in place by the Fink committee to make sure that everyone is safe at this race. Again, we need all our spectators and competitors and everyone to play their part. But again, big shout out to the Fink committee that have done such an amazing job being organised and getting this race happening.
Oh yeah, I've got to take my hat off to them. The amount of stress and the amount of, we didn't know that we were going to go racing this time around this year, so we were very skeptical, and it's nothing but a massive thank you to the Fink committee, to all the volunteers and officials that come out this weekend and support this great event, and to all your spectator marshals out there this weekend, and to the spectators for looking out for us this weekend as well, with all our new spectator marshal signs and all that stuff. So yeah, we're very happy with how it's going so far, and we're still sending a heap of cars to go. So yeah, it's a great running of the 47th Tatts Finke Desert Race this year.
Absolutely, mate. It's an absolutely perfect year. I mean, it's going to be one of those years that it is super fast, because now we can see clearly that the track conditions are holding together. Those sprinkles of rain down the track are making a difference. It's not crazy dusty. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's still Fink. Yep. It's always going to be dusty, but it's not crazy dusty like we've seen in some of those terrible past years like 2011 and 2012 and those sort of years. So, it's going to be very interesting to see how we go. The other amazing thing we've shouted out before, heck, I'm going to say hello to Elon Musk, because I mean, a lot of those things now with this Starlink is making things we never had possible before. These guys down the track making sure that they film, it's fantastic to see, because it wasn't so many years ago it was absolutely silent. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this all goes, and then the future of Fink is very bright, I can tell you that. It's going to be great to see the footage that we get this year. Again, I mentioned OBR have put out some amazing footage this year with Huddy and the crew there, so I'm very excited to see what they do this year with their production. It's great to see them having a good run. They're still moving in the 413, which is great. And I mean, Toby stonking at the front. As we all know, that Tisco truck is just dialed for Fink. He has it set up. He knows his way down that track. We talk about how he's just done so many kilometres down here. I remember in 2013 talking to him at Bojangles, which I must say is open again.
It's open, ladies and
gentlemen. The votes came through, we got it done, but Toby ran, and he was saying that he'd done somewhere in the vicinity of 80,000 kilometres on that track, and I tell you what, that's hard to beat, I can tell you that for free. Now we've got, does that sound like a turbo car coming through?
Yeah, I think this will be a pro of Shannon.
It is Shannon Wrench in the 33, so that's a great drive there. But I don't know, and again, we did cut away, so I'm not sure. Where does that leave us with Watley? Has he stopped on track on our timing? But I was expecting an orange truck to come through, and I just got the word that he hasn't come through this section yet. So again, this is one of the things, I know it's very hard. There's old Elon Starlink there getting us all that footage. But the moral of the story is that it's very interesting that he hasn't come through, but our track time is showing that he was running pretty well for a while there. Brent Smoothie is a car that we're going to see come through very soon, with last year's dirt bike champion and multi-time king of the desert, David Walsh, in the passenger seat. Interesting to see how he goes there, because I can tell you, I know some very fast car and motorbike riders. A guy called Russell Mason's one of them that I know, that is the worst passenger in the entire world. So I bet you David Walsh is either loving it or hating it right about now, because lots of us drivers are control freaks, I can tell you that. Do not like being in the passenger seat.
So Brent Martin is the next vehicle we are expecting through that section, behind the 33 of Shannon and Ian Wrench. Then Brent Smoothie will probably be followed behind him, and we're just getting these live shots now, so we'll see who actually does come through. Paul Wheel has overtaken the 421 of Watley, so I don't know whether he's had an issue or not, or whether, again, just the timing up in our box hasn't updated correctly. This is only every once in a while, it's not the most updated timing per se. there will still be some, little things that we can't get perfect all the time, especially when you've got 230, 236 Ks.
Again, Josh, we talk about the blackout that it used to be in the early 2000s and earlier again. This is the best footage you've ever seen from Fink. It is amazing that we've got this stuff. We are literally in set, as you can see, there is no houses for 150 kilometres either way from where these guys are. It is amazing. We are truly in outback Australia, and if you've ever been to the Alice, our American mates that are sitting over there, this is what it looks like. This is the Australian outback.
So Tyson Chandler off the line now, so we're back to sending off our competitors from the start line here in Alice. And yeah, just waiting to see this next car through here at Rodinga. There you go, the 37 on screen there, that new machine, the King Chrome machine. It's a lovely presented vehicle and a lovely looking vehicle. So we'll see how they go. The 676 next off the line as well. And here we go, that is Brent Martin. So I was correct, Toby Watley is fallen behind there. Paul Wheel looks like he's put himself behind this vehicle here, but we'll wait to see how close they are between each other.
Yeah, Brent Martin off the line, running through Rodinga there, as well as the 677, Les Shivers off the line, Brooklyn Shivers in the passenger seat out in New South Wales, as well as the 38 there. So the 38 is Tim Vanderberg with Jason McGloom out of Golgol, New South Wales in the SS Race Tech Hustler. Another amazing Australian car out of South Australia. Big shout out to the SS Race Tech boys.
I wonder if this is Smoothie coming through here now, because with that
no, that's a Nissan Patrol, mate.
Yeah.
That's a Nissan Patrol.
The Patrol.
No, you're absolutely right. I did think that I heard a V8, the scream of 1,000 horsepower out there before. The 6165 off the line now, which is Benjamin Ward and Micah Fountain out of Tarramunda, New South Wales, as the 38 makes its way, that SS Race Tech car, through the stadium. What a look. They do love their black paint schemes too out of South Australia. There you go. So Brent Martin was 3 minutes back there as he came through. Now we're taking off. Was it 2 at a time there? A little bit of a slow start from the 60. Unfortunately, a bob there from that Brett Lewis and John Ralston out of Mansfield, Victoria.
Yeah, starting to get into the thick of these cars leaving the start line here, and this is where the fun starts to begin as we start to send these cars 2 by 2 out onto the track.
Absolutely, the 451 off the line now. That is Michael Bertonazzi and Ben Bertonazzi. And we also have...
So we go to Rodinga, and it looks, I would say, from what I can hear, would be Smoothie. Will be next through here.
Definitely does sound like a very angry V8. Also, Paul Wheel is in that mix, so the 654 off the line as well as the 6655. So Joshua Ward and Stephen Perkins off the line.
It is Brent Smoothie, so he's stepped up in front of Paul Wheel now.
Yeah, I would imagine that the 450 must be having some sort of issue on the side of the track there.
Yep.
So unfortunately, if we've lost him on position, I'd say he's on the side of the road as the 473 of Kane Crawford goes against the 45 of David Beavis. David Beavis, a mad Queensland motorbike rider, has done very well, top 20 out here at Fink before on a motorbike, and he bought himself a Porter. He actually bought himself a Class 5, then decided Class 5 didn't fit his needs. He was going to go with a Porter, and he's got this 45 car out here, Dave Beavis and Andrew Rusk in the passenger seat.
There you go, 2 minutes 35 between Smoothie and that next truck as we go down to the start line to have a chat with Kate.
I just wanted to bring you some of the energy down here. And I mean, obviously they're sending two cars, 2 bikes, 2 buggies at a time, and it's literally turning into a mad drag race. It is so exciting. You can see the fans are starting to pile in. There's 12,000 campers, 300 official, and over 1,000 competitors, and off they go. Oh, it's just the most incredible experience and privileged experience to be down here and to be so close to the action. I just can't even tell you. So cool. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, Kate, I'm a bit jealous of you on the start line right now. I can tell you right now that I'd love to be down there. Brad Lavelle just got off the line in the Ford Performance production vehicle, that Ranger. We're really looking forward to see how that one goes. He's up against the 698, and it's going to be a bit interesting for Brad, I think, to be navigating some side-by-sides and other buggies out there that he's not sort of used to seeing, but he's got an awesome field of knowledge and driving knowledge around all different types of desert racing, so it's going to be great to see how he goes. As we look into Rodingo, I'm thinking this will be either the 2-car or... No, because we had Smoothie through there, so this will be Paul Wheel now. Should be Paul Wheel now.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Brad Lovell thinks when he gets home, because he said it was fast and he can just hold it flat. Well, I don't know if that's the truth out of a Ford Ranger. I love Ford Rangers, very, very cool, but holy moly, I reckon when he's done the 452 Ks, he might think it's a bit different.
I think he's going to be a bit sore.
Very sore. So, yeah, we are splitting our eyes here to see which trophy truck, because it does sound like a big V8 car here. Is it the 450 of Paul Wheel?
Yeah, we look for that spares box. Yep, it is. So Paul Wheel now through there must have had either an off or had to change something on the car, and these side-by-sides at the start-finish line here are going toe-to-toe in the stadium section. This is awesome to see into the left-hand berm, the 678 try and get in on that inside line, and it's great how competitive these side-by-sides are. And if you're still hanging around here, ladies and gents, don't go anywhere, because this is the fun and action we get to see all morning.
Yeah, the 6141 of Thomas Hicks and Lachlan Roachford had a great run there. A really good run there, coming in on that inside and getting that inside line. As another, the 637 and the 74 is off the line. So the 637 off the line, that is Paul Colgan and Jason Colgan, and the 74 also safely off the line, and that is none other than Aidan Cummins and Ryan Galvin out of Orange, New South Wales.
Yep, so Team Cosgrove off the line now as well, and that lovely looking HSV-bodied Extreme 2-wheel. Oh, no, that's 4-wheel, I believe.
Definitely Class 4.
Class
so 486,
yep.
So that's actually running against the trophy trucks. And again, the 629 of Rhiannon Carlson and Mia Carlson. This is another all-girls team. 20-year-old driver, 17-year-old sister in the passenger seat out of Northern Territory, out of Bakewell.
There you go, the 477 and the 689 now out there, making their way down to Fink, and that 477 a little bit out of position, but will get their way back up and in the pointy end. They've got a heap of time to go through there, and that would be Jamie Henderson and Charlotte Nordell from the Gold Coast in that Pro 2 car there.
Yeah, the trophy truck, 689 of Zach Gunstone and Jordan Little. So the 605 off the line now as well, or I think it might be the 606, Thomas Stevens. That's the 996 though, Josh.
Yep. So the 996, I apologise.
Well, hold on, the 685 is Jason Neat and Chris Johnstone, so that's the Pro Buggy of 996.
And then the 689... and then we had Paul Tuckley. The 221 is Timothy Button. He's going to let that little Can-Am go. And the 6637 there in the Can-Am. So the little Super 1650, all the Alice locals will be raring on that young man to go, young Timmy Button.
The 6637 is Eden Evans and Emily Brandel, another fantastic all-female group. It's good to see the all-females cranking along, and Eden very, very fast. Again, talking about all this social media stuff. If you want some great videos to watch the King Chrome series that they're putting with these guys racing. The Evans family, a mad family of racers. As the 658, gee, it checks out there. Josh, the 658 is Josh Nitzith and Nitzchik. I hope I've got that right. And Stuart Miles Lang, I can definitely say that one, out of Balhanna. South Australia, the South Australian legends.
So next on the line now will be Margin Kiffer in the 620 up against the 819, that Class 8.
That's John Alfred out of Sunset, Queensland in his Nissan Patrol with that 5.7. He's sponsored by Oz Four-Wheel Drive, Oz Sticker and Design, and Mickey Thompson.
Sure.
So big shout out to Sandy Bowman and the crew. I hope you're having a listen. All that crew down there, a bunch of loose units. We'd love to see up racing at the Fink again, mate. Nothing like Tiger Stripe up here. But it's good to see John Alfred have a good crack here. So the 606 off the line now, that's Thomas Stevens and Mitchell Stevens.
Unfortunately, 605, we don't have any name for that one. Sorry, we do. That is Warwick Mitchell, so we've got our timing back up. We'll give you updates on as much as we can. Unfortunately, because we've had a massive dump of information up here in the commentary box, it is a little bit harder just to sift through that. So
we can tell you that Jack Weir and Tim Weir in the 155 are through deep well.
Yep.
We've got another couple of side-by-sides off the line. We'll give you some updates as soon as that comes through. We've also got Mark Burrows through Redinga.
Yep.
We've got Mel Brandle in the 177 through Redinga as well.
And that's...
Costello?
That's Costello, wow. So
in the 23, so that's a good ride.
There has been a big shuffle up then, looking towards these ones.
The 659 off the line, as well as the 684. We're going to try to call all these numbers, ladies and gentlemen. We'll do our very best. If you're listening along at home, listening to your favourite driver, head off the line, your favourite team, a big shout out. I hope you're having a warm morning, big cup of tea or a good coffee or something like that. It's beautiful weather down here as the 659 takes off the starting line. Now listen, we're going to throw down to Kate. She's on the start line right now with some of our competitors.
Yeah, I've got Dominic Miller here. So I grabbed Dominic. He was out putting some sausages on the barbecue. You are a volunteer here this year, and it's your first year. Tell us how you came to be here and why you are a volunteer.
First year as a volunteer at Fink. Done volunteering with the Rotary Club. But I'm absolutely convinced, well, I do volunteering for purely selfish reasons. I'm in it for what I can get out of it. Because I'm absolutely convinced that if you do unpaid work for your community, it's good for your health and longevity. And I want to live a long, happy life. And it's great to be part of the biggest desert race in Australia. The guys that put this on do a fantastic job, and it's just about all done by volunteers.
Yeah, it's a pretty coveted role to be a volunteer here, right? Because this event is so unique and it's famous worldwide.
And it's huge. It's one of the other great things we do in Alice Springs.
So fun.
Big.
Yes, exactly. We never go hungry at this event, that's for sure. You probably need to get back on the snags, get your volunteering going, and enjoy the rest of the event. It's so great to have all these incredible volunteers here working so hard all weekend.
Thanks, Kate.
Thanks, mate. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, awesome to have Kate down there with some fantastic volunteers. We've got plenty of them. Hey, now listen, Warren Ward went out of the stadium while we were there. Franz Schember. We also had Tim Wadlow, Paul Bulk. We've got Les Shivers out there as well, Samuel Crammon.
So just an update on Bunduma. You've got Toby through there. You've got Josh through there. You've got Trav through there. You've got Bo through there. You've got Shannon through there. And you've also got the 410, which is Greg Gartner through there. So very, very interesting times. And then we expect Brent Martin through there next. And the 79 series on the start line up against the VY Commodore. How Australian is that?
Yeah, Commodore versus Toyota, nothing slower, I can tell you that.
No.
No, I'm just kidding.
Don't
if you listen
say
along,
that.
you like a Toyota, I mean, I feel sorry for you for a start. You don't know what performance is, but other than that, I guess you can enjoy the rough ride. Ooh, I'm just kidding, guys. 6683, real special mention here. Samuel Crammon and Sophie Crammon took off the line there while we were waiting. So as well as you said, the 797. Now listen, I'll slow it down. This is one of our faster class 7 cars here today. They're having a good run in that Toyota, and I was just being cheeky. I do like a good Taliban Tan 76 series. So they're off the line that's Jordan Lawson. We also have off the line is the 564 of Richard McNay. So great to see those guys out there. And a big shout out to all of the teams out here racing. It's great to see you out having a good crack here today. But like you said, Josh, there's plenty going on as we look. Kent Battle is through Redinga. We have Shannon Wrench through Bonduma. We have Craig Martin through Deepwell. Just to keep you updated on all these things that have happened. Phil Lovett's through Redinga. Brad Belcher's through Deepwell as well in the 42 car. Carl Havey is through Redinga. So, I mean, there's updates happening here all the time. Again, I hope you've got all the live timing up. We've got the race results. You can actually get an app there, Josh, I believe, on your phone and keep all those things up to date. I must admit, I'm not a guru with any of that. Hopefully, you can text some of your tech mates. But again, race results are online on an app. You can follow all that stuff on tattsfinkdesertrace.com.au. Get on board. And if you are really struggling, if you get on YouTube and put Tatts Fink Desert Race, you'll see the live feed, because I know that's hard for some people, but if you put Fink Desert Race in YouTube, you will have our live feed. You'll see everything that we're seeing, and you'll have a great time.
Because I know family members around the country are currently on that on that YouTube, so I'll do a little bit of a shout out to all my family members watching that. So hello, ladies and gents. I hope you're having a great time and enjoying the racing so far. We've just had the rest of our cars finish up here, and we're going to throw down to Kate on the start line to see how her morning went.
Righto, at the moment, I think we might have a chat, Kate. We might just have some small technical difficulties there, nothing too serious. But as you were saying, it's going to be a great day here, Josh. We've got all the races, cranking along now. And again, we're going to go to Kate on the line to have a chat about how it went down there at the start line.
Yeah, boys, sorry about that technical difficulty right there. It is weirdly, eerily quiet down here now that all the cars have gone. And, they head down to Apachula. They'll be back at Alice Springs. Well, hopefully they'll be back, but they're going to get their Garn Railway Spike. I've got my own souvenir right now. I think about turn one, this window webbing came out of one of the buggies. We're not quite sure which truck or buggy it was, but really this is there to keep your arms and all your body parts in the car, in the truck, in the buggy. So I'm hoping that they're going to be keeping it pretty tight in there. But yeah, I mean, if that's what's happening at turn one, you can only imagine what else is going to be coming off these cars, buggies, trucks down the line.
Yeah, that's a crazy story. It's funny because we were literally just talking about the difference between window nets and wrist restraints and people going to these wrist restraints, because it wasn't real popular a couple of years ago. And there's a prime example, window net out the side. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, in case you don't know, that's actually a black flag situation for them, I believe. So they'll actually have to pull over and fix that. Very hard to fix a window net when it's on the start-finish line. So it's going to be a tough one, I can tell you that, to see how that all plays out and who comes in. And again, it's a long drive back to Alice to get your window net when it's on the first corner. So we'll see how that plays out for that team.
So yes, you can probably see our heads are moving in all different directions. We've got screens everywhere at the moment. We're trying to follow this race. Brent Smoothie's just gone through Bunduma as we speak. So that was at 8:54.06. So
James Cook too in the 601, the fastest of our side-by-sides, came out of the top 20 positions. He's through Redinga as well, which is absolutely nuts to have one of those little X3s up in our top 20. Wasn't too many years ago. I'd have to eat my words with some of the times that these things are running. There's no question. Another guy, 30-time Fink veteran, the 431 of Brett Taylor, is having a good run. And again, we've thrown over down to the far end at Apatula. If you've ever had the pleasure of going to Apatula. Now, Josh, you tell me that you haven't been down there.
No, I haven't.
Not for the race, anyway.
No, not for the race. I have been down there once with my local school to do a little bit of missionary work out there, and I can tell you it's a great community. The community out there love their racing, and I can tell you that they are super excited when it comes down around this time of year. It's their Christmas. They don't have a Christmas. This is their Christmas. So,
Josh, I'll tell you a funny story as a little bit of an outsider. When I first came and raced it on a motorbike in 2010. We actually had never done enough pre-running to get down the far end. I'd only really pre-run about 120 down just near the ruins, a little bit further sort of thing. And so when I got down to the far end, I jumped the finish line jump, as they call it, because I'd seen it on, again, I'm showing my age, I saw it on DVDs, if any of you young fellas know what DVDs are. And I jumped the finish line jump and then got off the gas and went, oh, well, that's it, that's my race. And a couple of people passed me because I don't know if you know, but the finish line jump is about 2.5 kilometres from the finish line. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's a little tip from a very, very big rookie in 2010 is that we ran down there. And hey, listen, we were talking about this morning, so a big shout out to everyone down there on the Method tent. They've set up there down on that finish line jump that they call it, and they are running, and we've got the live feed down there, Method down there. They are great supporters of the race. They've got guys over from America this year. It is only the best.
Yeah, it's great to have these pitches down at Apachula. It's something that, yes, we've had in the past, last couple of years, but it was very, very hard to get these clear pitches that we are getting out here now. And again, with the capabilities that Elon Musk has given us with his Starlink and all that great stuff, we've got these awesome pitches that are coming all the way out to 268. And we're having a great time so far up here in the commentary box. We're going to take a quick little breather and roll some TVCs for you. Have a look at these awesome sponsors that support us this weekend.
The Fink Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Fink Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing 24 years unbroken naming rights sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Fink to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Fink Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Central Comms, Method Race Wheels.
The Fink Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smaller sponsor that gets targeted by competitors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Red Centre Technology Partners, Asprint, APJ Concrete, National Australia Bank, High Tech Industries, Thrifty Car Rental, Centre Pest Management, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Alice Springs Airport.
The Fink Desert Race ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Fink family and are widely recognised. These women all bring a wealth of knowledge, experience and passion to the event and broadcast the race to a wider audience. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers. Get same race multis on tap. Choose multiple runners in the same race for bigger odds to get some of this, and this. The same race multi on tap. Download the Tab app.
What's gambling really costing you?
Always stand 30 metres back from the track, even in the absence of signage. Obey spectator exclusion and no-go zones. Stay behind and obey all bunting and signage. Motorsport is dangerous. The race may be stopped if spectators don't comply.
There's a new place to get it all on tap. See every earth-shattering race live. The Downtowns. The beautiful game. Australia's biggest games. This too. Oh, come on, ref. And inevitably, this. All you need to make it happen is this. For racing and sport on tap, download the Tap app.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Don't camp, park or spectate within 30 metres of the racetrack. No campsites, vehicles or temporary structures within 30 metres of the track or in any spectator exclusion zones. Race vehicles can be unpredictable. The race may be stopped if spectators don't comply.
Tear it up and win. Here's your chance to win a Honda and Jetcore package valued at $15,000 or a cash prize. Which would you choose? Play with your Lassiter's rewards card. Win one of 10 entries daily during designated times or earn one entry for every 50 points accrued. Then swipe to claim. Easy. Earn entries now with the major prize drawn Tuesday the 13th of June. Not a rewards member? It's free to join. Tear it up and win at Lassiter's.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen, it is fantastic to have us back here We are in Alice, enjoying the views here and some fantastic sponsors there of the 47th Tatts Finke Desert Race. It is a brilliant year to be involved with the Finke Desert Race. Now listen, it is the third round of the Polaris Motorsports Australian Off-Road Championship. So the third round, we do have multiple rounds this year. We kicked it off in Queensland with round 1, and we've had a couple of great rounds so far. The third round's going to be very interesting to see how this all plays out. What's interesting about the Fink race is that we have so many guys that don't run the full Australian Championship. We've got so many outsiders, like Toby Price is a prime example.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't do any other rounds, turns up to Fink as a Fink specialist. So how that plays out with the points and whatnot and those sort of things, although you have to be nominated for AORC points. So again, there's a lot in it to make it all work. But anyway, just having a look through, we're looking at some of our screens and some of the information there, Josh. You know, we've got Nicholas Cummins through Redinga. We've got Peter Carr in the 699 through Redinga as well. The 23 of Peter Costello is actually through Bonduma. We've got Adam Spicer through Deepwell. Justin Ryder in the 627 is also through Deepwell. Greg Campbell in the 603 is through Deepwell. The 89 of Corey Stone is through Deepwell as well. The 604 of Jeff McNiven at Redinga. The 1088, so the Montesalvos, the Twins, the Patriot Boys, they are through Redinga as well. We've got the 693 of Dylan Bayman through Deepwell. We've also got the 674 of Graham Colburn through Deepwell. The 424 got Bailey Campbell in there, saying Jack Middlewaters, but that is not true. Here we have none other than Bailey Cole, Ultra 4 guru, has raced Baja, has done a lot of racing over the years, over from America, and they're having a good run there in the 424. Pardon me, it'd be great to catch up with him and have a chat to him about what he thinks these conditions. They're probably used to doing a bit more of that, you know, heavy rock crawling. It's interesting because we talked about the Baja. You know, it's obviously the granddaddy of off-road racing. They run about 54 miles an hour average speed. But they over here, you know, we're talking that we're up in that 140 kilometre an hour, even faster average speed.
Well,
Holy
here we
moly.
go. There's Toby Price, and this is the Fink end, ladies and gentlemen. So it looks like we will have a very, very good time. That's the Fink jump there, and unfortunately, with the spectator rules, where unfortunately there's no spectators there, but we still get awesome footage. And here we go. Let's see what time it is. Can he beat that record time into Fink? What can Toby Price do? Last year, it was a 1 hour, 36 minute and 38 seconds. What does Toby Price in the 487 do down to Fink? We're waiting to see, as the timing will pop up an update for us here in the commentary box. That was a quick time, Dan.
It was amazing. The 487 had a absolutely fantastic run there. No doubt Duncan in the passenger seat is just thinking how crazy it is. This guy only gets better and better here at Alice Springs at the Fink Desert Race. Fantastic time again. We're all waiting to see those times. You guys will see it as well as some of the other cars come through.
It's going to be interesting to see, have a chat with Tobes down there to see how he went. And the official time, 1:38.35. So 2 seconds slower this year, actually. So
2 seconds?
Yeah,
slow.
It's only 2 seconds.
That's crazy.
So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to talk to Toby to see how his run was. And the newest update through Bunduma there is Kent Battles through there in the 31 car. And then we had Brad Belcher and James Mongford through Rodinga in their respective vehicles as well. So there's still a heap of competitors making their way through. It will be interesting to see if the 13 now comes through in second position.
Mate, it's crazy to think. So it wasn't so long ago, I'm pretty sure I've got this right, that the winning time in 2012 was essentially a 2-hour run. You could win this race with a 2-hour run. And now, if you're not running down below a 140, I remember when, I think it was T-Rob, ran a 146 and it was the fastest time ever. Now it's a 138 just on a Sunday drive down to Apatula. It is crazy. So there you go, 138.35, 2 seconds slower than last year, but right on point. And no doubt those boys there, the Method boys, will be very happy with that. Toby running the Method wheels on his Tisco trophy truck.
Yep, those boys and girls in that camp are going to be very, very happy to see that 487 get down there, as well as the Red Bull and Mitsubishi guys to see that vehicle down there. Sam Bentley now through Rodinga in the 1018. That's that sports light vehicle. And just an update on some of our DNFs that we can confirm. They have put it through into the GPS system that they unfortunately have had to get off the track and pull up. So Glenn Owen in the number 30, he's out of the race. The 93 of Aaron James that we were talking about earlier, unfortunately he's had to pull out of the race. The Pro Light 110 of Simon Tucker and Carl, they've unfortunately not started. They didn't make it to the line in the 647 of Matt Stiles as well. Did not start. So a couple of DNFs and DNSs that we can update with you. Any of our bike riders that are currently around the venue here in Alice, if you'd like to see your start time, if you haven't got that information yet, you can go to the big open sheds in the middle there and look at the timing screens to see when your time is being run. So if you need that information, go and see that. We had Phil Lovett come through Bunduma as well as Rodinga checkpoint. We've had a couple of side-by-sides through there. Kyle Camilleri, Glenn Brickman and Glenn Akron, all through Rodinga in their Can-Ams respectively.
Yeah, again, what an amazing race we're having here at this Polaris Motorsport. Round 3, the Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. The 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Been running cars now since the 80s, and I tell you what, they are definitely a draw card, especially with Toby Price involved. Got David Walsh sitting in the passenger seat of the number 2 car. Going to be interesting to see how that goes. The 484 of Montesalvo. That's the Patriot car, has gone through Bonduma in the Get Trophy truck. Again, big shout out to Gene if you're listening along at home. That beautifully turned out truck. Gene is an absolute wizard. I don't think I've ever seen welds as clean, and I can tell you that's a big statement because there is some good welders out there.
Are you going to jump out as well?
The 56 of Carl Havey, now through Bonduma as well. So he is right on the back, like as in right on the back of Montesalvo of the 484. And again, we're starting to get pretty busy here. Rod Visser in the 1057 with Cody Visser in the passenger seat of the little Illumicraft is through Rodinga. Visser used to run a Hayabusa powered single seat that he built himself, and he's now gone to the Illumicraft little Class 10 with a 2.4 in it. Great choice for him, a fantastic driver. Going to be good to see what he can do. I believe he did a lot of motorbike racing back in the day here as well. So Visser, a name that is very, very synonymous with Fink and synonymous with speed. So it's for some very good footage down here, down at, again, the far end. Oh, as we throw over...
Here with Toby Price down the other end. Watching you come across that jump at the end, that was pretty epic. But tell us about the drive, because you're 2 minutes slower, I think you said, from last year.
Yeah, from our time we have on the dash there, I think we feel we're a bit 2 minutes slower. So, yeah, with this moisture, it's been good for the race, but it's the moisture is a lot harder on the equipment. So we just try to be smooth, easy, and try and get through and have a good run. And, yeah, we've done that. So it feels like at the moment we're doing good on time. So... yeah, it's hard to be from the front. You just don't know what's going on behind you, and you don't know if you're going fast enough or too slow. So it's a bit of a guessing game. But, yeah, we're here. Truck had no problems. Duncan did a good job, and he was yahooing and carrying on and having a good time.
Yes. You're just here for the ride, aren't you? Tell us about the drive for you, because Toby knows where he's going.
Oh, yeah, he totally knows where he's going. I'm literally along for the ride and just encouragement. I mean, the spectators were great this race, and I had a lot of fun. It was great.
And talk us about the moisture, because last year it was quite dry and you did a record time. So how does this rain, and even right now we've got a little bit of sprinkles coming down, how does that change the conditions?
Yeah, look, it just gives it a bit more grip out there, and that's a lot more hard on all the drivetrain in the truck. So, yeah, I've got plenty more left in the truck, but you're just like, I want to get to the end, I want to get to the finish and just have a good race. So, yeah, as much... just be smart with it, but we're here and we're having a good time.
And tonight, was there any problems with the truck that you have to look at tonight, or are you guys bunkering in and having a good night's sleep camping out in the desert?
Yeah, definitely a good night's sleep. We had no alarms. Everything ran perfect. And I think we'll just dust it off, and send her around for tomorrow.
Down here early enough for breakfast, so happy days.
Got to get that food in. Big day of racing ahead tomorrow. I'll let these guys go rest up and enjoy the night here at Fink. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much from the Fink end down there. A great interview with Toby Price. Now making his way into Apachula, aka Fink, is Travis Robinson, and we're going to eagerly look at our timing screens to see what sort of a time he does and where he slots himself down into Fink. There we go, a good quick time into Fink. Let's see what he does. It's a 1:42.19, puts himself in second position so far.
Yeah, and again, that's super impressive because a 1:42 not so long ago would have got you the fastest one-way at Fink. I do believe it was a 1:46 he ran the year that he set the record, but now a 1:42 does put you in second. But that's a great spot for T-Rob. Andrew Pinto in the passenger seat of that Jimco Aussie Special, the OBR car, the number 13. So going to be great to see those guys have a good run. They know what they need to do on the way home, and they're really looking good for that championship. I don't want to put the mocker on them, but those guys have been driving really smart this year. They've been really thinking about a lot of stuff. And again, this is a T-Rob. You know, he disappeared from the scene about 6 years ago and has turned back up with a vengeance because he's really running a nice tight program, running clean, and he's in the right piece of equipment. He's comfortable there.
Yeah, it definitely is, and we're looking on at the Fink end to see the number 15 of Josh Howes. That's who we're expecting in next behind that number 13 Pro Buggy. So Josh will be pretty happy with a couple of positions made up this morning, just to see what time he does do, though, because, again, we are going down on elapsed time. So if you started down in the pack and have had an absolute belter of a time down there, you can see that. But we're going to go back down to the Fink end to have a talk with Trav.
Yeah, I told him he has to go up. He stopped here. I said, oh, you got to go up the top here and go across the track. Yeah, he went down there.
Listen, just while Trav gets organised, we might run through some of these DNFs. Unfortunately, Mick Maher in the 482 in the Tisco Trophy truck has had a DNF, as well as, again, we talked about Glenn Owen, Aaron James, Angus McKay is out at the moment. Mick Maher's out at the moment, Simon Tucker and Matt Stiles. Everyone else is still racing at the moment, did not finish, although Simon Tucker and Matt Stiles were both do not starts. Had a few cars through already. David Beavis in the 45s through Deepwell. Nick Burt through Deepwell as well. They must be very close. Hayden Bentley's through Bundooma, as well as James Cook is through Bundooma. Again, those guys must be very close. James Cook would be looking at his mirrors, looking for that big trophy truck coming down. Again, we've got that great footage of Trav down there having a good run. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll throw down to Trav.
Sorry, we were just having a little bit of a chat. I'm sorry if you heard some of that. Travis Robinson is here with me, second place, right behind Toby Price. Travis, he was there waving at you when you came across the line. What was it like, having that support of a, bit of a desert legend?
Yeah, I've been mates with him for years, so fuck him.
Oh dear.
No. Is that live?
For all the children out there, we're going to pretend that didn't happen, but tell us about that race.
Live. We got engine dramas, so we just nursed it in. So yeah, happy to get the car here, but yeah, we just couldn't. There's something majorly going wrong with the car all weekend, so we're trying to fix it. So we're just excited to get into it and hopefully fix it for the road home tomorrow.
And in terms of the time, are you happy with how you came in here?
I don't even know. How was it?
I don't think you were too far off Toby. You're only about 2 minutes behind him.
Well, actually on the road, or?
Yeah.
Or on corrected time?
We'll have to look at the corrected time, just to make sure. But in terms of the drive, how did you feel? Because that moisture out there is causing some issues.
Yeah, no, we had a horrible run.
Yeah.
So we got to get out and work on this car, and yeah, we hope we haven't damaged the motor, because it was yeah. So yeah, we couldn't go any quicker than about 170 km an hour. So.
Oh, it might be a bit of a challenge.
So.
Yeah, well, glad to get you here. I know it's a tough night to have to fix the car overnight and deal with all those issues. More of these drivers as they come in.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Josh Howells come in there in the 15 car. And I do believe that it's, we were talking, we think it's about 4 minutes on corrected time back to Travis. And then a 1:44, so 2 minutes back then again. These guys are all going to start on corrected time tomorrow on the way home. So what's going to be actually, I didn't even think about this. Ladies and gentlemen, what's going to be very interesting about this race is the 20-minute thing. So normally everyone's pretty bunched up, but I think Toby's run that fast that this 20-minute starting time down there on corrected is going to be interesting tomorrow, because I think we're going to see some guys start off grid that we don't normally see start off grid. So that's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, definitely will be, and it was very interesting. And again, we do apologise about that little bit of fruitful language there from Trav. Unfortunately, he didn't think he was out live, so we do apologise about that up here in the commentary box. That's the joys of live broadcasting.
Hey, listen, if you're OBR, you just keep OBR, and here's another OBR
there
truck
they are, so
coming
they got
through
that
the
thing
two-wheel
back
drive Mason. It's obviously been off the track a little bit, I'd say, on that one, because the front end is flapping, although that's a bit of a truck thing. The 413 through here. Sorry, that's a bit of a mouthful there. There's a lot of threes and bits and pieces in there.
3 times quickly,
Yes. But no, the two-wheel drive Mason truck doing very well here. No doubt, again, they'll be furious with whatever they had to stop for, I have no doubt. But Bo will be pushing very, very hard. And it's good to see them there. That's the main thing. They've still come in on 4th.
Yeah.
So that's a good track position. They're still going to be reasonably quick. A 150, and this is what I mean, we're so crazy. A couple of years ago, he's 10 minutes faster than the winner, and he stopped on track. These times just keep falling and falling. It is nuts to see how fast these cars are now.
And listen to Deadly Gregley from what I would say is would be in the background there. I can hear that car hot on the tail of that 413, so be interesting to see if it is that 410 or it is the 450 of Paul Will, but I would say it would be Greg Gartner. He's had an absolute flapper of a lap down there, and he's picked up a couple of positions, so he'll be happy with his run down to Fink.
Yeah, there's no power like Ford power. Mick Marson, if you haven't listened, that's about 9,000 RPM of SVO right there. I tell you what, you'd have to be very happy with that. Greg Gartner is indeed in the house.
Yeah, good jump
Billy,
there.
we were just talking about who takes the jump. I think it might be Greg this year because Bill's not there to defend the title. The 410.
It's a big push as well there from Greg. You can tell he's on song. He really wants to try and get a good time. Let's see what he does through to the finisher. I reckon he might slot himself in a half-decent position here on the elapsed time as he makes his way through. Yes, he does. Puts himself in third at 1:43.41.
Yeah,
so
actually starting tomorrow in front of
Number 3, Josh Howells has just come in. Josh, how did you feel out there this morning?
Yeah, we're pretty good. Yeah, we were staying pretty tidy. The race can't be won today, so we just kept it clean and tidy. Make sure we didn't do anything too harsh to the car, and see where we sit once a few more cars come in.
And I feel like we're all in a similar position over this side of the track. We don't get to see those exact times, but do you feel comfortable with the pace that you had and the time you came in here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, a couple of times I probably thought I was just lagging a little bit, but yeah, look, I'm not going to push any urgency, so that's what I just tried to keep at bay. And yeah, look, I'll see where I sit, but I think I should be right.
In terms of tonight and heading into tomorrow, do you just rest now? Is there much you have to do tonight when you're in the pits?
Look, the car had no drama, so I hope there's not too much. So yeah, we'll look it over, take all the covers off it, and see if there's any damage. Hopefully not, and we should be right.
And I just have to comment because Toby, Travis Robinson, everyone is here and everyone's giving you a pat on the back as you come in. How good is the atmosphere just here on the other end?
Yeah, it's good. I love being amongst these lads. They're pretty fierce competitors, to be honest, and sometimes I don't think I'm one of them. But yeah, look, I love having a crack and being up here with them. It's surreal sometimes, but I love it. Yeah.
Well, I think you're doing a brilliant job, and congratulations coming in here. I'll head back to you guys, but I'm going to keep wandering and having a chat to these guys as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone that totally deserves to be there. Josh Howells, the 15. He is very, very strong Australian competitor in the Polaris Motorsports Championship. He's been doing a lot of time here. And I think what you're seeing there is a calculated Josh Howells, because he's been the guy before. Again, we talk about him. He is truly one of the guys that was on the bumper of Toby Price. He was pushing him along, I believe that was 2021, and having a good crack. And then in 2022, he's also felt the bit of disappointment, mechanical failure. So he's trying to get that perfect balance, isn't he? Between the ultimate pace, but the ultimate mechanical sympathy as well, because the fastest slow guy wins. I know that makes no sense, and I say it every year, but the slowest fast guy, the fastest slow guy, the guy that finishes first slowest, I don't know what I just said, but you know what I'm saying. If you make it to the end and you're the fastest, you win, because there's so many guys that are super fast and they've got broken gear all up and down the Fink track.
Yep, and that's the interesting thing that I like to see down at that Fink end is whether the competitors were pushing their gear to that 100% or whether they were holding off. So both Toby and Josh there were holding off a little bit, and then you had Trav there who had a shocking run, he said, in the car with issues on that. So that's another interesting thing, and to see what they're going to have to do overnight to get that car back up in full competing order. And it sounds very, very good, and it's Shannon Wrench. So Smoothie may have dropped back a bit, but Shannon Wrench the next in to Fink in that 33 Pro buggy.
Yeah, gee, that car's looking really well sorted this year. You can see it's not doing any of the bucks that we saw a little bit before. So very, very quick. So we're back down in Apatula for another interview.
All right, I'm here with Greg Gardner. Greg, you are no stranger to Fink, and you came in 4th here down this end.
Oh, there you go. I didn't realise that, so we just pulled up. So
I don't know if that's accurate, or maybe you're 5th. Sorry, that might be
but we
my
have
bad.
to look at the times.
We're a bit stranded, as mentioned, over this side of the track. We don't have those exact timings. Everyone's in a similar position, but how was the drive?
Look, we pushed pretty hard, like all our mates behind us. It was pretty rough in spots, and since that we had rain, it's been very drivey, so a lot of horsepower to get it takes a lot of horsepower to actually move forward. So it felt like it was a grind all the way, but we got here, so it's the main thing. So
I think everyone's saying that. Toby said he was 2 minutes slower than what he was last year, and he did a great time last year.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. It just felt like it was a grind all the way, and just I think because of the rain, and it's just taken so much horsepower to move it forward. So, but anyway, we're all here, so.
You're here, and now the mission is to get back again. So how are you feeling ahead of tomorrow?
Really good, but unfortunately I hit a tree on the way down, and my visor, I couldn't clean my visor, so I've had my visor up for half the race with sunglasses on, and not ideal, but look, you have to do what you have to do. But look, the main thing with the Fink Desert Race is to get to this end. We've had a lot of failures and a lot of success, but you have to get here to regroup and work out a strategy for tomorrow.
Absolutely, and it is that phase. You've got to get there and you've got to get back. So
yeah, absolutely, and you never know until you get here where you are. Like you said, we might be 4th, we might be 5th, and you just don't know. There's other cars at Prologue slow but are quite quick, so if they have a fast run down, we could get pushed back to 8th or 9th. So it's interesting. It's a bit of a wait, but now we just wait till our truck gets here and service the truck. So.
And that is the big key thing. It's all about the timing. I say you came in 4th, 5th. You could come in here first and have a worse time than a driver behind you. And that is the challenge of Fink. It's about getting the best times each day and, essentially ending up with the best time at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we stand here, as you say, we don't know who's coming up the track that just had a bad run in Prologue, but really is really quick today. So, and there's not a lot of dust this end because they've had a bit more rain. So, yeah, we wait and see.
We wait and see. There's a little bit of sprinkles here today. Who knows what's going to happen? There's a long way to go. A lot more drivers and navigators and even riders later on today to come in. So good luck tonight. Rest up.
Good on you.
And have fun tomorrow.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
We'll head back to you guys.
Well, Greg was actually in 3rd position as they started that interview, but none other than the 33 of Shannon Wrench did push him into that 4th that we talked about. So Shannon Wrench has come in, and the smiling assassin, I warned you all, he came out of whatever position he came out, down that list a little bit, 6th or 7th or whatever it was, and he's now in 3rd on corrected time. That little Jimco is so fast, and Shannon and Ian should be very happy with that, with the 33 well up the order. So looking at that, it is Toby Price with a 1:38.35. Travis Robinson with a 1:42.19, Shannon Wrench with a 1:43.24, and then just 20 seconds, not even 20 seconds in it, to Greg Gartner and Jamie in 1:43.41. Joshua Howells with a 1:44.19, and then Bo Robinson with that 1:50, and he's going to be charging on the way home, I can tell you. But all of those guys starting on corrected time tomorrow, Josh. So what I want to know, that little, in the space of about, what are we looking at there, 40 seconds, we're going to have, or a little, about 40 seconds, we're going to have third, fourth, and fifth off the line down at Apatula tomorrow. How good is that? Do not miss that, and we're going to have that live streamed tomorrow morning off the start line of that little race. So it's going to be a cracker.
Yeah, there's stories all up and down the grid as we continue to have a look at all these competitors, and we're having a look at Fink, the Fink end, and it is great to see. Again, you can see that bunting on each side of the track, our 30-metre no-go zones, and it was great to hear from Toby and Jason that all the spectators down along the track were complying and doing the right thing. So it's great to have those vehicles make it down there, and we still have the bike leg to go so far. So, ladies and gentlemen, watching from around the country, around the venue here at Alice Springs, if you're down at Apatula, give us a good wave. It's awesome to see the community members down there. I think I can hear a vehicle in the background. It's Brent Martin in the 120 machine, the first of our pro lights. He came third in last year's event. He's going to get into Fink in 7th overall, but we'll see what time he does and see whether he can slot himself into that top 5 position. Ladies and gentlemen, the 120 of Brent Martin making his way down into Fink. So the first of our pro lights down into Fink, and let's see what sort of a time he does. It's good enough for 6, a 1:46.49. Again, you can see there the Method Race Wheels crew all set up down at Fink. Hope they're having a great time out there and viewing. Looks like you guys have got a real good vantage point there. Another chopper in, so I will believe now this will be Brent Smoothie in that new truck with David Walsh, the local hero, on board that one. Yep, definitely. I can hear V8 power in the background. Just got to listen in closely there, and again, these chopper shots as we just wait to see what vehicle it is. There you go, it is the Smoothie truck. Brand new out of the States. This new Class 8 machine, 4-wheel drive, V8 power. Again, came second in the Australian Off-Road Championship last year, proudly brought to you by Polaris. But it looks a little bit tame. But straight back on the loud pedal there. Brent Smoothie in the number 2 truck down into Fink. Let's see what he does with David Walsh in the passenger seat. David will have to jump in that chopper and get back home. He is still got a run down to Fink on the bike to come, and Brent Smoothie down into Fink with a 1:46.28. Wow, it's going to be close tomorrow on these corrected times. 1:46s, 1:44s, 1:43s. Absolutely nothing in this race down at Fink so far. So tomorrow, you're really going to have to tune in early from the Fink end to see these awesome, awesome races, because they're going to be split by absolutely nothing down there. And we've only got the top 8 cars in so far. So that's Brent Martin making his way into the Fink pits there. The 120 machine. And that's a really, really good drive there from the Pro Light. Again, that's a limited class, so they've done really well to get that vehicle up there. Aussie built. Side-by-sides have been absolutely flying through. Samuel Crammond in Evans through deep well, as well as the 221 of young Timmy Button in that Hunter Rivmaster. He's also through deep well. Again, we're getting these awesome pictures down from the Fink end. They're giving us a good old wave down from the lovely community of Fink, otherwise known as Apachula. 280 odd K down the old South Road. And we're just waiting on really Paul Wheel, I believe, will be the next into Fink. And then behind him is the Pro Light of Brandel, the 177, according to my timing. Technically an enduro, but it is also a sprint race for a lot of our top competitors. And very interesting to hear that the rain has actually affected the track down the Fink end. It's normally something that's always spoken about here in town locally, and how the event will go and how the car will go after the rain we've had. And there has been record rain around the Alice and surrounding areas in the past couple of months, so it's good to see that the track is taking in effect some of that. And again, we've got these awesome pictures being shown to us down from the Fink end. That's Greg Gartner's machine. He's looking at currently starting 4th provisionally so far. Through Bundooma, we had Glenn Brickman in the 6104, Kyle Camilleri in the 6166, and Rod Visser as well through Bundooma, as well as Cade Crawford and the Crawford crew in their Extreme 2-wheel drive. They're through Rodinga, as well as Les Chivers and Aaron Topliff. They're through Deep Well. Should be expecting... Okay, so actually the 21 is who we're expecting in to Fink next. It's all a bit up in the air because we've had some big names like Paul Wheels. His tracker hasn't updated for me up here in the commentary box in a bit. The Pro Light 177 also hasn't updated here, so there may have been an issue for those two. You could tell by Greg Gardner, you could see he actually had to stop the truck and put his sunnies on, so he did lose a little bit of time there just trying to get that visor situation sorted. Ivan Schmocker through Bundooma, and then Troy Bessman through Rodinga. Again, a massive shout out to all our sponsors over the weekend as well. Without them, we would not be able to go racing without their support. So we always ask you to go and support those awesome people. Again, a massive shout out to our naming rights sponsor for the 24th year in a row. That is Tatts. They're our awesome naming rights sponsors. And then you've got our platinum sponsors as well. You know, we wouldn't really be able to do this event without them either. So a big thank you to the Northern Territory Government, TAB, Forex Gold, Alice Springs Town Council, the Centralian Comms Team, Lassiter's, the Centre of Entertainment, Imparja Television, and Method Race Wheels. as well as our gold sponsors as well. These guys we wouldn't be able to, set up a lot of our logistical side of things here at Fink without these people. So a big shout out to Remote Area Machinery Hire, Chubb, Exact Contracting, and Morton Brothers Contracting as well as our silver sponsors, AS Print, Alice Equipment Hire, the Alice Plaza, and Desert Tech, and as well as always our True Blue sponsors, Red Centre Technology Partners, Thrifty Car Rental, the Alice Springs Correctional Services, Central Pest Management, the National Australia Bank, APJ Concrete, Alice Springs Airport, and High Tech. Hope you're having a great time here so far at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. We're currently here on day one of the racing action down to Fink. Still got a heap of cars and buggies making their way down through to the Fink end. Yes, it's gone a bit quiet down at the Fink end. We're waiting for the next of our competitors, and you can tell the attrition rate this year, I think it's going to be pretty high. I think the competitors, from what I've heard from the top 8, it's all been hard on machinery. So I do believe there'll be a couple of competitors in strife down there. We're going to take a quick break up here in the commentary box. I hope you're having a great time so far. We'll throw to some TV ads. Hope you're having a great time, ladies and gents.
Does it give too much away? It's pouring out my heart to you. Come back and reason to stay. Do you know? Is this way home? Is this way? We just stare while the wheels fall off. Will everyone seems to carry on, carry on? No time to tell ya how much we lost, 'cause everyone needs to carry on, carry on. Looking for some words to say. There's no familiar faces round here, but the feeling's the same. Is it real? Does it give too much away? It's pouring out my heart till you come back and reason to stay. Do you know? Is this way home? Is this way? We just stare while the wheels fall off. Will everyone seems to carry on, carry on? No time to tell ya how much we lost, 'cause everyone needs to carry on, carry on. Carry on, carry on, carry Everyone needs to carry on, carry on. The places you know, the friends that you owe. Somewhere to go, does it pay to be alone? Will I fall? Is this way home? Is this way home? Is this way home? We just stare while the wheels fall off.
So it looks like it is all down and happening down at the Fink end once again. So we're back live on the pitches from the Fink end. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a great time so far. If you're following at home around the grounds or anywhere ladies and gentlemen. Make sure to jump on the Fink Desert Race website so you can have all the great timing that we have up here in the commentary box, as well as jump on the Rally Safe app or website so you can follow the live tracking as well of some of these vehicles. That's what we've got up here on the commentary box, and that's what we're following to see who's coming in, where, and what times they are doing. Currently have the top 8 into Fink so far. Expecting quite a few more vehicles very close between each other in this last section very shortly.
Yeah, well, for the guys following along, we saw Brad Lovell's name up there before as well. So he's gone through, I believe it said Redinga there. We've got Ivan Schmocker through Bonduma in the 58. The 653 of Troy Benman is through Redinga. The 217 of Peter Bolch is through Deepwell. The 175 of Joseph Patterson is through Bonduma. The 432 of Nick Burt is through Redinga. The 1075 of Josh Gaskin is through Bonduma. The 6565 of Chris Hanley is down past Redinga. The 698 of Claus McGee is through Redinga as well. So a good little race happening down there near Redinga. One of our Class 10s, our 1036 of James Tyrrell. Now, this is Mark Burrows.
Wow,
in
that's
that
a stellar drive.
Good run for him, the 21, and again, multiple-time Fink champion. He was actually the first man in a pro buggy to beat, or I don't know if it was pro buggy class in those days, it was one, but he beat all the bikes. And that was a big achievement because it took a while there. The kings of the desert were always the dirt bikes, and when the buggies started running close to them, there was a big challenge. Well, Mark Burrows was the man.
This is going to be a quick time. Let's see where he pops himself relative to the rest of the competitors out there. And it's in 8th, so a 1:48.31 compared to the others is not bad at all. It's only 2 minutes off the pace, really.
Again, mate, the crazy thing I keep saying about this is we're talking about 1 hour 40 to Fink in the 40 zones. Like, it was only a couple of years ago Travis set the fastest time ever at 1:46. Now that's pushing you back to 6th position.
Yeah,
you're not even in the top 5 running the fastest time ever. This stuff blows my mind.
Yeah. The amount of R&D and the amount of progression off-road racing has come in the last couple of years is massive, especially in the track and car scene. They're just getting quicker and quicker and quicker, and it's great for us to be able to watch and progress with the times as well. We love seeing it because, you know, we get to see all these awesome records being broken and different setups being tried to get those records. So it's very, very good and awesome to see as we continue to have a plethora of competitors make their way through. You've got Rick Chambers through Rodinga, Greg Campbell through Bunduma, Keith McReynolds through there as well, Richard McNay through Deepwell, Matt Bray through Rodinga, and Brad Garrity also through Bunduma.
Now listen, this is very tough, but my ears can hear a little high revving V6. I wonder if we don't have the first of our little pro lights coming in. Are we seeing? Holy moly, it's Mel Brandel.
This is the second, so because we did actually have... Yep.
Brent Martin came in earlier.
Came through,
The 177. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I've got to be excited there. You're absolutely right. But Mel Brandel, fantastic.
Is, again, a massive drive from this vehicle, and you can tell it's all about getting down there to Fink without hurting the vehicle, because this will be a stellar time to see where it puts them. And the pro lights, they're back with vengeance again this year.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. That is a stonking run out of that little Illumicraft. And we have 2 Class 1s, our pro lights, inside the top 10 this year. That will put him right in 10th with a 152. But again, let's talk about Brent Martin. What a run there with a 146.49. So to put him in 7th place, that is a stonking run. Again, previous best time ever, 146 from Travis Robertson, and now we're running pro lights at that speed. Absolutely nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy, and yep, the crowd are loving it down the Fink end. Definitely, they're having a great time. All 30 metres back from the track as well. They've got that nice high vantage point, so they're getting an awesome view of these machines making their way down into Fink, down into Apachula, as it's known otherwise, and we continue to see these vehicles make their way down through to Fink. John Nitsky has now made his way through Rodinga, Rihanna Carlson and Jason Neat as well through Rodinga. So these cars are all on pretty good times making their way through. And our DNF boards continue to fill up, so we're just going through there. Unfortunately, for our locals, Brett Taylor is out in that vehicle, and as well as Dean
which is a
Miller.
bit heartbreaking because
Yep.
the 30th year. It would have been nice to get that finish on the 30th year he's ever raced the Fink. But Brett Taylor, no doubt, will be back again. 31 might be the magic number.
Yeah, you never know. That truck definitely.
His race number is 431, so 431 might be the perfect year for him to have a cracking run. 47th year, 47 runs of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. How good is it? And it's only getting better. Nice sound there, cranking big V8. Are we looking for? Who's got a big cranking V8 that's coming in soon?
Might be Paul.
Possibly, yeah, Paul Wheel.
Because I know.
And Watley is also. Oh no, it's Kent Battle. Holy
Kent's
moly!
pushed it. What did I say? Big name, Kent Battle. I'm going to don that man as the big name this weekend.
Wow, I like it. Kent Battle,
it's a
ladies
good
and
run.
gentlemen. This has me smiling.
Yep.
The Townsville local up there from Nortrans. Those guys have had a cracking run. They came out of 19th prologue. So
he was due. He was due a good run this year as well.
have a listen to that Briggs Performance 6 litre. Yeah, he's going to be up the list a little bit.
Come on, Kent. It's good enough for 10th. 150,
There you go.
156.
So he's pushed Mel Brandle down 151. Wow, that is a fast run. Good on you, Kent Battle and Adam Franklin, the 31. Great to see that Element Prodigy again, another Australian. So that's another thing. We've got 2 Australian-built cars all the way up in the top 10, which is fantastic to see. And again, truly a 6-litre car. So the only 7-litre car we've got up there at the moment is actually Smoothie.
Yep.
Everyone else is still running 6 litres from a previous program, because I'm sure I heard Greg Gartner say that he did have a 6-litre there before with that Ford. So I'm sure someone will get into me in the comments.
Apart from Bo there in his car.
Oh, of course,
That does
and
have
Bo.
the
So
7
both
litre,
the Masons have the big 7 litres in them. You're absolutely right. Forgot about the 413 there. I tell you what, we're going to have a very cranky Bo Robertson coming out of 9th. Hopefully they get that car sorted. Not as in cranky, but I just mean a push.
Yeah.
Because you can know when those guys are a little bit down the order, and you know that he's a guy that can run in that 130, bracket. He's going to be right on it.
Phil Lovett.
Phil Lovell. Love it, yeah.
Wow, okay. So Paul Wheel is MIA at the moment?
Yep, that's right. So it's going to be very interesting to see where Paul Wheel in the 450 truck is. We don't have any updated info on that at the moment, but the 897. Now, I won't lie, hear it breaking down a little bit, that 897. I'd say that he's got a mild misfire there, because it's definitely not revving. Have a look at that. Oh, no, it might be all right. He might just, I thought coming out through there, it just sounded a little bit like it was breaking down, but they're in the right position. They've got all the tools down there and they can fix it. And Phil Lovett is going to have a great run home tomorrow. That's great to see Lovett down there.
That's a 150.41 there. So not bad at all for him.
Brilliant. It pushes him into that top 10 again. All going to be on corrected time there.
Well,
so you're going to have to run better than a 158.35 to be on corrected time tomorrow. That's going to be an important point. So anyone running in that 2-hour time, or 1:59 for that matter, is going to be starting on grid. So they'll be letting them go at, I believe it's minute down there, Josh?
I think so, if I remember correctly, from previous years. And it's really interesting, this top 10, as the next of our vehicles make their way through. Just wait to see that one. It's the 56.
Yep, Carl Habe. So another Element car, very good. He's had a great run coming through there.
Yes, big movers.
I was going to say, I can't remember him inside our top 20. I hope I'm not wrong there.
Big movers, like we've lost 7 or 8. So they've gone through. That's not a bad time there for Carl Harvey. A 151.35, so just outside the top 10.
Yeah, and he's actually, that'll be a great little race. He's actually right beside Kent Battle. So Carl Havey has run a 151 with a 35, and Kent Battle has run a 151 with a 56. So just 20, pretty much 21 seconds splits those guys. So that's going to be a great little race tomorrow for the two elements, and a bit of element bragging rights, no doubt. The creator versus the, the student versus the master, all this sort of stuff. So again, cool to see those two Australian cars come in. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a bit of an Australian car fan, like we are up here in the commentary box, there's some cars to cheer for in this top 20, which is fantastic.
Yeah, it definitely is. It is great to see some Aussie-built vehicles make it up there, and it's showing that you don't need all this money, you don't need all this flash gear to make this happening.
It definitely helps.
It definitely does, and that's the conversation I was having with a couple of my mates last night, and just rev heads in the conversation about whether these new 7 litres would actually would help the vehicles, or whether Toby would get knocked off that top spot. And the amount of R&D that Toby's put into that truck, the amount of teamwork he's had on that truck. He had Walkinshaw, or it wasn't Walkinshaw actually, it was 888 race engineering here a couple of years ago, where he had Mark Dutton actually jump in with him. The amount of testing that went into that vehicle, the amount of tuning that went into that vehicle, the amount of live data that was coming out of that vehicle and that was going into Triple Eight's own race engineer team. They brought a whole team out of people to get that car on the top step, and I can tell you now, it was awesome to watch a race team like that transition from the circuit racing to the dirt, and see how they produce that. And it's the Bentleys now.
No, that's
no,
the
it's
Mr.
not.
Digger
Sorry,
truck.
I apologise. Wow,
that's that new. Holy
that is the
moly.
best jump.
That's a big jump. The
That's a good one.
454. Michael Dolan in the Mr. Digger truck. So if you listen along at home, I know he's got a lot of support, a lot of guys that'd be very excited about this brand new Brenthal truck. It's doing its job very well as Michael Dolan powers into Apatula.
He's on the sirens as well as he crosses the line. That iconic bonnet there. Hi, honey. I made it to Fink. Always going to get a photo with that one as Mike Doolan does come through with a 152.04. So not bad at all. He slots himself just outside the 10.
Yeah, and interestingly, he's still running a 6 litre as well. So I think this is something that it'll be interesting to see what happens there over the course of the next couple of years. Because obviously guys are probably still on the same engine program that they've developed over the last couple of years. But I think we're going to see guys that are going to go, okay, well, we've got to keep stepping it up. No doubt Toby will do the same thing. But if you're going to run that pace, you need every little bit that you can, especially in these trophy trucks, because there is no doubt they do weigh a fair bit more, but that also gives them traction, gives them the suspension travel. So, it's a little bit of give and take. That's why it's so interesting to see, these trophy trucks, these pro buggies, these pro lights all through. Everyone's got their own idea on what's going to win.
Yeah, young Timmy Button in the 221 in that Hunter Rivmaster, making his way through Rodinga. Great to see that little thing getting up and going. That new 8GE motor is on song and actually pushing him down there, so that's good to see. And just looking at my live timing, we're either expecting Paul Will or the Costello car to make its way through into Fink next, because Paul was through. Okay, so unfortunately we've lost the Mount Squires checkpoint, so that's why we're a little bit lost into who's coming into Fink at this point. But we will get that updated very, very shortly. We're either expecting the 450 of Paul Wheel or the 23 of Costello.
For sure, and I tell you what, a few other interesting things we can see on the actual tracker to the left-hand side of that live feed is the 601. So that's going to be, you know, one of our first side-by-sides coming through there.
Yep,
very fast.
James Cook in that one. That's the...
Yep, Cook, he's going to be on a mission. And then Costello right behind him in the 23. We've also got the 79 there. We've got the 123 of Matthew Burrows, and then our current Australian champ, last year's winner, with the number 1, Ryan Taylor. So plenty of racing still happening. The 479's there, the 101's there. So Ali Howes is having a good push as well. So going to be very cool to see this race and how it all transpires, and then start hearing some of the stories.
Sounds like V8 from my ears, from what I can get out of it. It's a little bit throaty, so let's see. And that's the Bentley truck.
Absolutely.
So very interesting to see what the go is here.
Yep, Hayden Bentley in that Racer Engineering truck, the 418. So this is the 2-wheel drive one. Unfortunately, the Class 8 truck that he normally races, the 4-wheel drive one. So he's back in a V8, as compared to he normally has a GDR powered, a turbo Nissan, twin turbo all-wheel drive racer. However, unfortunately, mechanical dramas. So he's back in the old Class 4 that he's been running for a few years prior to the Class 8. And again, Hayden Bentley, previous 2013 outright winner in his Racer Engineering single-seat buggy.
A 154.56. So a little bit off the pace, just a little bit. But again, it's...
He had a bit of work to do through the pack,
he did.
so there's no doubt that... I mean, I think that's a pretty good run, and as we sort of said, he's had a pretty good run out of those sort of positions before. 15th overall at the moment. Again, if track, like if we get a little bit of rain, I mean, the sky looks a little bit like rain, so if rain comes through tonight, you know, and he can run a good pace on the way home, I mean, the hard bit is, how do you make up 20 minutes to Toby?
Well, that's the thing, and that's the... It's always been a big talking point about this race as well, is that you really do have to if like, especially in the last couple of years, you've had to out-qualify Tobes. And get down there first, because he runs down there. He's got that clear air advantage, and he picks the pace. He picks what he wants to run.
Yeah, listen, I think it's the track knowledge advantage. Like, it doesn't matter where Toby's coming. He's coming through the pack. It doesn't bother him too much. Obviously, passing cars is always hard, but like, this is where it's ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. If I can just sort of point out how crazy fast this race is this year. Hayden Bentley is almost starting off grid positions, not off corrected time. Like, that's how close it is. We're talking like 4 minutes, and he would have been on 20 minutes behind Toby, which is nuts to think about, because again, we're talking about a previous champion, a guy in a good piece of equipment that's got all the horsepower. So, you know, it's nuts to think just how quick this year is, and, you know, all these guys starting on grid, like Cook's probably going to start off grid, which is nuts when you're talking about a top 20 guy. It's going to be very interesting to see how this all plays out.
Well, just to put that side by side in the top 21 was an absolute stonker of a thing to do, and then to get it out there, and he's been running consistently down there towards Fink, and wouldn't surprise me if we don't see him quite shortly into Fink. You know, he left 19th down the road, and this is a vehicle. It's the Costello vehicle, and it's got an issue. It's got a left rear puncture.
Yep, left rear flat on that car, absolutely, and they've obviously made the decision, although it has no spare on the back either. So have they gone through 2 tyres possibly, which is crazy to think?
The side-by-side of Cook's gone through on Costello. That is massive. Ladies and gentlemen, the 601 is going to make it into Fink. 16th. That's just awesome to see. That's 3 positions made up. But let's see what time it does. That's a side-by-side, ladies and gentlemen. James Cook into Fink. Wow. That is amazing. I'm taken for words up here in the commentary box, because, I said we expected him in, but a 202 in a side-by-side, Dan.
Nah, this isn't real. This isn't real life anymore. I'm not playing this game. I give up.
Wow.
202. That would have won you Fink in 2012.
That literally would have.
And now he's coming in 17th position. Somewhere in there. 17th position. I don't know what to say, ladies and gentlemen. I'm lost. I'm completely lost. Anyway, hey, listen, Costello has made it in as well, which they will actually be pretty happy with that, I think, for what they've obviously had to deal with out on track. At 2:12, again, not a bad position for whatever's happened. No doubt they are right up there and moving. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I've got a little bit of context too. Just quickly, Dolan's, we're just talking about Mr. Diggett truck. It's actually a 6100 US spec. So it's actually got a sealed 6 litre. It's an LS3 in it. So it was built for American racing.
Yeah.
And he ran it in the King of the Hammers and then put it in a container. So it's come over and basically just cleaned it up, come fresh off the boat. So a big shout out to Ben Napier for that information. Does some great commentary. Goes over and does that King of the Hammer and Tough Truck and all sorts of stuff. And then the other thing, because I get plenty of text messages while I'm up here, which I do appreciate, and personal messages and that sort of stuff. Don't send me any nudes because that won't be good. But Robert Nuckley has also sent me and said that they reckon he has a pretty good rumour that there's a 7 litre ordered for that truck, and you'd be mad not to order a 7 litre for that truck, because I tell you what, it will be a stonker with a 7 litre. He'll be on the bop, as we like to say in the commentator's box, but I'd say Doolan's one that we're going to have to watch out for in the very near future. He's got the right gear, he's got the right team around him, and that's a nice truck. There's no question about that.
So in that craziness of the Costello and James Cook, Gary Turnbull actually snuck in there as well. So we missed him on the live stream. He's actually put his 79 car, the Pro, that Aussie Special, into Fink in 16th, the 159.08. So that's just under 2 hours. And again, that time around 2012, 2013 would have got you down to Fink in first. We were amazed that we could have. We were amazed when we just cracked that 2 hour mark, just under that 2 hour mark. So that was really awesome to see, and we'll see our next competitor make their way through now. And this one.
Yeah, there's a few guys that we should be expecting somewhere soon, like Ryan Taylor should be in there. The 123 will be in there as well. The 479, yeah. So this is Matthew Burrows, exactly, in that Jimco Aussie Special. And again, looking at our track, Ryan should have said, a little bit nose heavy there for Matthew Burrows, but he made it through, no worries. Just having a look at that car, it all looks pretty good. No damage. The flat tyre doesn't look real flat or anything like that. When I say that, we're looking at the spare. So a nice run from the 123 Pro Light. Again, naturally aspirated 3.5 litre. They actually pulled the turbos off this car when Max, as in Dad Max, Mark, sorry, knew that was wrong. When Mark stepped out of the steering wheel of that car, Matthew running as a Pro Light. And so this will be Ryan.
So a good run from Ryan. He was down in the pack. Nice and smooth over that finish line jump. Passing the Method boys, they'll be happy to see Ryan come into Fink.
Well, actually, it'll be interesting, Josh. He was actually qualified 15th, I believe. So he's actually lost a couple of track positions. I'd say you'll find that they've had some drama out on track. It'll be interesting to hear that story and see whether we can catch up with our Australian champ and find out what exactly's gone on there. Have they had a stop on the side of the road?
Yep.
Is it just a hard day of racing? Sometimes that happens.
That 12-12 time, so around about the same time as Peter Costello. So I'm looking at that to see whether they've maybe both had the same issue, because they did leave around, I would say they would have left around about the same time this morning. They were pretty close. I'm
not sure. Josh only say that because Costello clearly came in with all those tyre issues. So I think we're pretty confident we know what Costello was doing, changing tyres out on track and then probably running out of tyres by the looks of that. Whereas Ryan's car looked undamaged. Ryan has run off the track before he came in last year with a front tyre hanging off it. So, but unfortunately, I'm not really sure. It'll be interesting to hear a conversation with Ryan and find out exactly what happened there. But I'd say he has spent a bit of time on the side of the road. Oh, here's the Patriot truck, Monticello.
So they've had a good run.
Yeah, they'll have had a clean run. It's interesting to see where they'll end up. They'll be inside the top 20, which is a great spot for them. But I do believe they were in 12th last year. So they might be a little bit down from where they normally run as well. That'll actually, depending on the time, it'll probably put them in about 18th or 19th, I think. We'll have a look as they come through. Yep, 19th there for the Montesalvos. The Get Trophy truck with a 2:05. Again, I can't suggest this enough. We're acting like they could have problems. A 2:05 is a fast time at Fink. It's just that we've become so numb
used to
how fast these fast guys are now. A 2:05 is a very respectable fast time out of that Get Trophy truck running down to Fink to put themselves in 19th position. How much faster can we get, Josh? The mile an hour, have we done the maths on the kilometres an hour that Toby must be running to run that sort of time? The 1:38, to run that as an average speed is what I'm talking about, which is just completely nuts.
So last year, his average speed was 1:40.3. So, and he was, 2 seconds slower this year. So you're looking around about that 1:30 mark, I would say. Mid 1:30s consistently down that track to get that time. So we'll try and do a little bit of math for you up here in the box and get that that rough number for you. But our competitors continue to make their way through all the different checkpoints. Klaus McGee, James Terrell, Paul Cogan, and Chris Hadley all through Bunduma.
Yeah, Josh, I just typed it into the old Googleator, and his kilometre an hour, again, we're just working off last year's. It was 1:40.3, you said, kilometres an hour. That's an 87 mile an hour average when you're talking about, just to give you an idea, and I'm not, because Baja is fast, but, a lot of their average speeds are 55, 50 mile an hour. So that just gives you an idea of how fast these guys are going, because, again, we're talking about average speed at nearly 90 miles an hour. That's completely nuts.
Yeah, it really is. And that's why these vehicles, they can get down there in a time of 1:38 or 1:42 or something crazy like that because of how consistent this track is. And we look down at the Fink end now, and that will be Ali House in the 101. So she's made some good positions up.
Yeah, great to see them. We talked to them on the start line. You could almost see a little bit how emotional she gets about this racing with her brother. I know Josh being one of the very, very fast guys, there's always that element of risk, with racing a car at the very jagged edges, particularly when it's a very, very fast car. So to have both the Howells car home safe and happy, I tell you what, they'd be so over the moon with that. It is a great run all the way to Apatula. And again, she's in a great position. She's battling for that 101 again this year in the Polaris Motorsports Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. And she should be very happy with that position. Again, inside, very close to it. No, inside the top 20. The only number that I don't have Ryan Taylor's number in there, but looking at that makes her inside the top 20 no matter which way, whether Ryan's before or after or how that all plays out.
Yeah, it looks like...
Oh, yes, she might have pipped
him.
Montesalvo. Yeah, and Ryan might be pushed out. That looks like we've got a few cars in there. 22.
Wow, the 25 Martin cars in now to Fink. So massive change up and big cross-up section there off the back end of that jump. So the Martin guys do get that thing back and straight. And let's see what time the Martin brothers can do.
Yeah, Craig Martin, an Australian off-road racing legend, four-time champion in the 80s, and he's in that beautifully turned out Alpha, one of the most beautiful race cars that you will ever lay your eyes on. I'm a big fan. One campaign by Harley Lettner was known as the Trophy Truck Destroyer for a lot of years there. This car itself has done very well under the hands of Matt Coleman as Craig Martin, the champion, brings the 25 in a 1:58. They should be very happy with that. That puts them in 16th on the way home. So that's a great position for the Alpha.
Yeah, definitely is. They'll be happy with that. Push them up in the top 20. As the next one of our competitors makes their way through to the Fink end, we can hear that. And it's the second of our side-by-side. So, wow, the side-by-sides are on a big push. It's the 699 as well. So it will be interesting to see how quick this little thing comes in. And the 699 is Peter Carr and Matthew Widham from Kenthurst in that X3. Let's see what they do in the Fink this morning. Probably be a pretty good time. Yep, a 2:07, good enough for 22nd so far. But again, still for a Can-Am to get down to Fink in under 2 hours, well, sorry, over 2 hours, but under 2 hours and 10 is absolutely insane.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, anyone running around that 2 hours is definitely holding on. Shows just how good those cars go through the whoops. Shows just how quick they are. Sounds like another one of our side-by-sides coming through as well. So we're going to see a few start to roll through pretty quickly here. Another one of our Can-Ams, the 6:04, over that Fink finish line jump.
Yep, that's Jeff McNiven and Jake Nicholson from Queensland.
I tell you what, this is one to look out for because he was starting down a fair way off the grid. So I actually believe this might be a very quick time for Jeff McNiven. He's done very well at Gundawindi, a notoriously rough race. So he knows how to get that car through the rough, the JSW Power Sports guys.
So that's good enough for a 2:06.06, so a very stout time.
Great run.
Wow,
there.
the mild waters are making their way through, but you said that was Bailey Cole driving, I do believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, it looks bad, but I think that's just a panel falling off it. Yeah. There's probably not any real damage to that truck. It doesn't look like it's lost a tyre or anything like that, so be interesting to see what he thinks of this race when you get down. And obviously we heard a little rever down through there as well, so I wonder if there's maybe one of our 10 cars coming through. Yeah, there's a 10 car right behind. I reckon that looked like a 1088.
Ooh,
no, 88, I think.
Yep, okay.
Which will be the Montesalvo twins, the Patriot twins.
Let's see what times come through here. So for Bailey, it's a 2:03, good enough for 20th so far. Again, this is provisional at the moment. And we'll just wait for, yes, it was, you were right, it was the Montesalvo twins. It's a 2:04 for them, so the first of our sports lights in. And that's a great run there from the Montesalvo twins. Really is a 2 hour, 4 minute and 50-second run, especially out of a sports light. Like, these competitors really are pushing these vehicles, and you can definitely tell. Thought that little screamer might have been that D-Strokes motor of Andrew Moles, but haven't seen him yet, so hopefully he hasn't had to stop on the side of the track. I'm sure I'll get an update from one of his team members if they're still hanging around the start-finish line area. But as we look to the Fink end, and it's, I do believe, one of the pros. Yep, the 42 Pro buggy.
Yeah, that nicely turned out Jimco with a V8 in it.
So that there is Brad Belcher and Russell Newman. That Jimco special.
Yeah, nicely turned out car. There is a number of nice Aussie specials floating around the country. They race all over the place. Have a listen to that singing as it heads towards the finish line at Apatula. It's a nice clean run. Hey, now listen, on our tracker we can also see the 1018, which is Sam Bentley, so that's a good little race happening there. I said that that'd be a good little battle with the 10s. So keep an eye out for them.
So some more action happening down at the Fink end, and it is another one of those, I think this is the sports light. Yep, the 1018, that's the Bentley vehicle. So great to see that thing get up there and in the pointy end. It's going to be an interesting time to say the least for the 1018.
Yeah, Sam Bentley in that racer engineering car, little 10 car, such a great class. Cannot push this one enough. If you've ever wanted to come racing, get involved in it, because the class 10s, again, I hate saying it because there is no such thing as cheap racing, but it is a great version of racing in 10, and you will see that over the course of this weekend. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're heading down to Keziah, down at the far end at Apatula.
I'm here at the start finish line in Fink, and I've got Matt Burrows and Jay Mitchell here with me. Guys, I think we looked at the times. You're sitting about 17th. Are you happy with how you went out there?
Really, really happy. We had a pretty good run down, really. The early stages, it was pretty good. Coming from 33rd, we're pretty happy. We had a couple of little issues with the car. I've had oil pressure issues, and we've lost second gear, so we'll go back tonight and see what we can sort out and hopefully have a good run home. So.
And your dad, Mark, he's already come in. Are you excited to get down there and see him?
Yeah, definitely. The last race we didn't quite. I finished it and he didn't, so it'd be nice for us both to finish, and that we're both here. It's really cool, so I'm really happy.
Excited for you guys to have the campsite together. As the Navi, how hard was your job out there when he's battling these tough sandy conditions with the moisture?
He does it pretty good, so you just put a bit of faith in him to tell him where we're going, and sit there and enjoy the ride, really.
You get the slightly funner job, I would say. I had a little bit of a go myself, and it's quite enjoyable. Well, good luck, guys. Rest up tonight, celebrate with your dad, and hopefully we see you back in Alice. I'm going to have a wander over here. Somewhere I have Ryan Taylor. His car's here. They had a bit of a rough ride. They had a few issues. They had to sort of roll the car over a few times. I've got Kai here anyway. Kai will do. How are you? I almost saw your job yesterday, but I'm very glad you had the job today, because it was a tough drive out there.
Yeah. We about 50k mark, we hit a sand dune and flipped about 3 times, and then we were upside down the fence and we had to get it back out, change wheels, and we finally got going and got back here.
And that's exactly why you're doing the job. Tell us, how hard is it to actually push that car over in that sand and get it back on the track and continue and finish?
It was. We had a bit on. Ryan and myself had to climb out through the windscreen, and the adrenaline was going and everything. Like, nerves were high, and so it took a bit, but we ended up getting it there, and we're here now. So that's the main thing.
That's absolutely what I love about Fink, Ryan. You're right here. We're talking about you. We're talking how hard that drive was for you steering. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was a tough race. It was, we had a good groove going on. We had a bit of dust early on in the race, then we got some clear air, and then pushed the limits a little bit too hard coming up over a dune, and unfortunately we tossed it and ended up on its side. So I managed to get it back on its wheels, and then got going again, and the car was fine. We just nursed it for a little bit just to make sure everything was all good, which it was. And then just coming into the arena here, we not sure. We had another stop because we thought we were on fire, so that was fun.
An adventurous ride, that is Fink. That is Fink in one entire wrap-up.
Pretty much.
But tonight, what do you do to make...
Car seems fine, but obviously we'll go over it. We'll try and find that misfire. Just check over everything after that rollover, make sure nothing's bent, loose, whatever. So, but otherwise, made it down here. So we're just get through tonight and get going for tomorrow.
And I'm just checking, flipping the car 3 times, that's got to be tough on your bodies. So how are you both feeling?
I think tomorrow will be a bit sore. Right now I'm okay. A bit of a sore left foot, but that's all right. That's not important.
Don't need the left one, need the right one?
Pretty much.
Is that how we keep going? Now, I actually have the entire Patriot Campers family. Patrick. Keep getting this trick. This is a running joke. We've started renaming ourselves because I keep calling him Patrick. He's signed a poster for me.
Yeah, I did. I signed it, love Patrick.
It's actually Justin. It's actually Justin. Jamie, tell us about that drive.
Look, we had a game plan this morning. We just wanted to get to the front, and we said this morning I'm going to push as hard as I can. We come past Water Tower and Bundoomba, top of 6th gear, doing we're just on 200 k's an hour. We were just macking, and I just said to my brother, I said, the car's starting to work, dude. We're getting active, and just as the words came out of my mouth, we end-for-ended it. So we and it wasn't like a crazy one. We were third gear, maybe second gear, and some real loamy sort of stuff. Car just rolled over. We landed on our roof. I got out the car. Tears start coming out. Race is over. Just as that happens, Keith Wheel and the whole Red Bull team come down the service road. They've all just jumped out, and like 20 guys just flipped this whole 3.5 ton truck.
Let's just have a look. Can we
back onto its wheels
as well, just to see some of the damage that we've got here on the side of the truck?
Yeah.
How beautiful is that? I mean, I sound terrible saying that, but how nice.
That's the sport. You know, the camaraderie between all the competitors down here, it's like nothing else I've ever experienced, you know. And, you know, even Paul Will, you know, Keith's son, said to me yesterday, you know, even football teams and soccer teams when you're at school, you know, you get that, you know, that... You know, I would have done the same for them, and it's ironic because 2 years ago, Keith, I actually ended up on the back of his trailer coming into Fink. So it's just ironic that he was here again. But to those guys, massive shout out, boys and girls that were there for the waters and everything. Really appreciate it. Got us going. At the end of the day, we're here. We're at Fink. We're not where we want to be, but we're here. Could be worse. We could be 50 Ks that way.
There and back, that is the phase. And I'm just going to bring in your, it's your sons, isn't it?
Yeah,
the twins,
these are
Christian and Ashton.
Stars of the week.
How exciting was it to come in here, see your dad, your uncle, and make it to Fink?
Oh, we are so keen to just get in here with no issues at all. The car just ran mint, came in well, so we're just happy to get back out tomorrow.
I love hearing it, and I love that you guys are all here. You're still in it to get back to Alice, and that is the main thing. There and back.
Yeah. Cleaner with no issues with the car, so yeah, I could not be happier.
That is absolutely fun of Fink. You've got to get up on 2 wheels. I don't know how I would handle it for 2 hours, but yeah, you know, you got to get there somehow. It happens. You end up on all sorts of positions here at Fink. You just got to get back up and keep going and get back to Alice. So I'm going to keep having a wander. It's so exciting to see everyone come in, hear their stories of chaos, and also just the joy of making it to Fink. But I'll head back to you guys for now.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts, isn't it? Some of those stories there. Ryan Taylor's story, upside down on a fence, and they had to recover it. Patriot having an end for end as well. So it's been a wild ride, as everyone sort of indicated. We had a fair indication on the Patriot. Got to be honest, I didn't pick Ryan's car. It didn't look damaged at all. And obviously they picked up a tyre or something where they said they've changed tyres and done bits and pieces. Hopefully they were in the right space that someone could help them out. But anyway, the moral of the story is that they're still running. Now, talking about that, obviously we talked about a few more cars coming in the 1018. Sam Bentley did come in with a 203. That's a great run there. Ivan Schmocker in the 58. That's a single seat, one of the very early. It's actually Southern Cross with an Element front end. It's one of the ones that started the Element racing. So 203, 56. That's a great run there. We've also got Rod Visser in 1057 with a 206 as well with a 35. And also, who's coming there? James Modford in the 6195 with a 217.16. And the 175, the Pro Light, has now made its way in over the finish line jump. Only a short run now. And the Patterson entry will be all the way home.
Yeah, good run from the Patterson crew, as well as the 6166 of the side-by-sides, making their way over that iconic Fink jump. We're just going to see how they come through. Joseph Patterson does it in a time of a 2:08.24. So not bad at all there from the Pro Light. And the next one of our side-by-sides. Let's see how they go. That one there was Carl Camilleri and Luke Camilleri. 2 hours, 14 minutes and 41 seconds. So another interesting point to have a little bit of a conversation about as we do get into the pointy end of our cars coming into Fink. It looks like it has been a very rough year with quite a few pullouts and issues, and this is where it seems to be interesting. I think the bike competitors are going to be a bit worried out there today, because these big cars have had issues. They're a little bit more dampness in the track, and I don't know whether that helps the bike boys or it plays to their advantages or disadvantages. So it will be very, very interesting. But with the dust down, I think it will be a very, very close race into Fink. I think this year it's going to be interesting to see how those top 10 bikes, go into Fink. And they'll be kicking off from around about 12:30 here local time here in the Alice Springs. So don't go anywhere and miss that either. Still accepting some of our competitors in, and it looks like there's a section there in the track just before. Oh no, don't mind me. That's the pit area, so I won't confuse those vehicles with DNF vehicles down at Fink. So still expecting a few more to come into Fink at the moment. But the crew are doing pretty well.
Coming up over the hill, definitely a car now. We can hear a few revs, so another one of our little maybe 10 cars. Yeah, definitely, it's the 1070, I think it's 5. Oh, getting up on the nose there. Again, a few cars coming through all together now. That might be the 68 car. Oh, another big jump from Barnett. A few of these guys having a good run. Again, that 1075 of Josh Gaskin into Fink with a 213 with a 12. And we're looking for the 68 to come through now. Craig Barnett and Douglas Barnett. And they run a 209 with a 54. So they'll be in front on corrected time. However, as we mentioned, any of these guys that have run slower than a 158, 35. So even Matthew Burrows, he's going to be first off the line on non-corrected time, which is crazy. He's going to be starting off the grid. So they're not going to be on corrected time. Craig Martin at this point will be the last of our guys off the line on corrected, 158.32, essentially exactly 20 minutes behind Toby Price. 3 seconds short of 20 minutes, to be exact.
That's insane. The 221 of young Timothy Button makes his way through Bunduma. Wouldn't surprise me if our mate Billy Geddes is standing at Rodinga with a handful of cash waving it at competitors as they come through to the Fink jump to try and get him to give a bit of a haulage, because I can say the last couple of competitors have really given it a little bit of gas to make that Fink jump a little bit more spectacular, which is always great to see on our end up here in the commentary box, as well as for everyone at home and around the grounds watching either on the big screen here in Alice or around the country here in Oz on YouTube, or around the world on YouTube as well. So again, if you're watching from around the traps or around the world, hope you're having a great time as we continue to welcome our competitors into the Fink community. The 6104 now making its way towards Fink, and it's great to see these side-by-sides now coming in through thick and fast. You'll start to see these guys continue to come through and push through. That's Glenn Brickman and Dale Mascot in this one from Lower Beachmont, Queensland. So we'll see how they do when they come across the line.
Yeah, absolutely. Remembering that there's racing within this race too. There's the side-by-side pros and the side-by-side sports. So those guys are definitely competing inside their own classes as well as for the overall and the outright. And I tell you what, there is definitely some bragging rights on the line when you're starting to talk about these side-by-sides running at the 2 hour and 2 mark. That is simply amazing out of that car. 2 and a 2 out of James Cook. That is silly fast, running up inside that top 20 overall at Fink.
Yeah, it's just insane to think that you can get a side-by-side down to Fink in that time. Pushing through dust, through dirt, through the exact same terrain as some of these massive, four-wheel drive and two-wheel drive trophy trucks out of the States. It really is impressive to see. It's not something I expected whatsoever, especially like a 202.57 from a side-by-side turbo. Yes, it is got a little bit of help from it. Just insane, because that's what the time was around about 10 to 12 years ago. That's what we were looking at a really, really good time in the Fink was. So R&D, everything, it's just gone up and up and up. So it is great to see these side-by-sides come through now and get up there and push these outright positions.
Yeah, super cool to see. And as we said, plenty more to come, plenty more racing to come. And it's just a great opportunity for these guys to get into a car. It's not a whole bucket load of money like a trophy truck, and can get you a lot of skill set. Now the 627 through now.
Justin Ryder and Stephen Tess.
Nice jump there from them too. Justin knowing how to hold it on. Nice clean steer there through those couple of creek sections. They're quite rough through there, I can tell you that. And then you get on this nice fast straight. Dust moving off the track, not too bad, which is always a good thing. Again, we've had those sprinkling of showers all day. A little bit of a different Fink here. Hasn't been bucketing down, but just a little shower here and there, keeping the dust down. Again, you can see that light breeze in the tree. Camera crew getting up nice and high, getting the good vantage points.
Yeah, they're definitely in a good spot to catch the action for the weekend. Be getting some cool clips that they can put online and on social media, and it's always the great thing. If you do get any clips from around the weekend, make sure to tag us in them so we can pump it out on our social medias as well. We all love to get it out there and love to see what you guys are doing out there. So yeah, we are having a great time so far this morning. Some more side-by-sides making their way through some different checkpoints. Josh Ward and John Nitsky through Bunduma now, as well as Simon Brown, all in Can-Am X3s. And a little vehicle screaming towards us now in the Fink end. We'll see who this next competitor is, and yes, it is. I believe that might be the Campbell machine. Yes, the 603. So that's Greg Campbell in that one. Backed by Method. So third in class last year for Greg, so that's awesome to see. A man with a heap of experience around this track. Let's see what he does. Not bad at all. Yeah, wow. 2 hours and 12 and 20 seconds. Is then Alex Davies in the Fink with a 2 hours 13:59. Cloud cover down the Fink end, so nice cool weather here in Lialis at the moment. It's currently 10:39 local time. And we're just continuing to welcome our competitors into the Fink end. Again, if you're looking for a certain someone this weekend that you're trying to follow, make sure to jump on the Tatts Finke Desert Race website. You can follow all the timing action and tracking action on there. So jump on there. You can follow all that. So as we wait for some more vehicles to make their way into Fink, I'm going to take a quick breather off the mic and we'll leave you with these awesome live pictures from the Tatts Finke Desert Race, the 47th running down the Fink end.
Call me when you need, call me in the morning, I'll be on the way. Call me when you want, call me when you need, call me out by your name, I'll be on the way. Like, I wanna sell what you're buying. I wanna feel on your in the wire. I want that jet lag from and flying. Put a smile on your mouth while I need a sign of the times every time that I speak. A dime and a nine, it was mine every week. What a time and a climb, God was shining on me. Now I can't leave.
So the 38 now making its way into Fink down the Apachula end. Good run for them. They'll be happy with that one. That's Tim Vandenberg, I do believe. Yep, there you go. Tim Vandenberg actually a really good time there, 2 hours, 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Puts him currently provisionally in 22nd so far, so a little bit of time there to play around with, and then we continue to watch these side-by-sides make their way through, and as Dan said, there's a heap going on in this race. There's many little races, and the side-by-sides had a massive moment on the Fink jump, and it's over multiple times. Oh, wow. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, that was a big one. As the Chambers Super 1650 makes its way behind that, we are hoping the drivers are okay in this one. We'll just wait to see. But wow, that was a huge moment down on the Fink end, and that's 2Ks away, ladies and gentlemen, from the finish line. So we'll have this Super 1650 the first off. Oh no, we'll wait to see that. I apologise. The drivers are out though, so looks like they're all good. So yes, sorry, it was the first of our Super 1650s in. That's Brad Garrity in the 210 in that tiny built GSXR4. So great to see the first of our Super 1650s in through there. It looks like the next of our Class 8s is in John Alfred. Oh no, sorry, he was through Bunduma. I apologise. Sorry, it was a Class 4. That was Cole Desborough. I apologise, not the Class 8. That's the two-wheel drive. And then I believe it will be Shay Lander in behind him, if that is correct. So it looks like they made their way down into Fink this year and didn't get caught up on that 40K jump. So great to see them down in one piece as well. That's another one of our Class 4s into Fink. There you go. Shannon Lander does it in a 2:26.19. That looks like Glenn Orick, one of our committee members. And just a reminder to all our riders out there, we've got riders brief in 5 minutes. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, all riders in the area, riders brief in 5 minutes. So that's 10:50. I repeat, 10:50. The riders briefing will be happening. So make sure you get down there if you are riding in the event today. So just an update again, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes until riders briefing. That's 10:50. 10:50 for the riders brief. But it's good to see the competitors out of that side-by-side. Looks like they're all good. As it sounds like another one of our side-by-sides making their way in. 6187. So the rally safe system will be just telling these competitors that are making their way into that Fink jump just to be careful. There is a bit of a caution there, so that's why you'll see some of these vehicles backing off a little bit into Fink and into the jump, because they are actually told on the safety system that they run. So that was Ben Falk and John O'Connor through into Fink in there, Can-Am in a 2:26.55. And then you had Adam Spicer and Amanda Spicer into Fink in a time of 2:21.05. So not bad at all for them. They're in the top 50 at the moment.
Here we go, Tor.
Yep, so both driver and navigator out of that side-by-side, so that's good to see. Just making sure that they are back enough from the track. Here comes another one of our side-by-sides. Looks like they've had a bit of a rough morning as the front end, the graphics, the plastics are off that. So we'll see how the 614 goes. And the 614 is Zachary Marsh and Richard Tassin from Warner in Queensland. Looks like they're going to come in a pretty half-decent time. They'll be happy to make their way into Fink. They made it in with a 10:24.21. Yeah, give them a wave. So that's Glenn just letting the boys know that they were on camera, and that was all caught on the live stream. So if these are your mates, definitely jump on and give them a little bit of stick for it. You know, sometimes this stuff does happen in racing, and we do love to see it. We're just glad that they're both out of the vehicle and they're all good, because, you know, there is some dangers when it does come to racing, and every time you do strap yourself into one of these vehicles, you know, it is a scary factor. You know, you are putting yourself on the line. So, but that's the thing with these vehicles, they've definitely stepped up in safety over the years, and it is awesome to see how safe some of these vehicles are. It really is, and the safety measures that all our governing bodies bring in. It is really, really good. I'm going to be a bit quiet now up here in the commentary box, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw over to our riders brief, which is happening very, very shortly with the president of the club. So I'm going to be a bit quiet.
This world is not meant for you. Run, boy, run. They're trying to catch you. Run, boy, run. Running is a victory. Run, boy, run. Beauty lies behind the hills. game. You run, boy, run. They're dying to stop you. Run, boy, run. This race is a prophecy. Run, boy, run. Break out from society. Always another day, hey, and you don't have to hide away, yeah. You'll be a man, boy, but for now it's time to run, it's time to run.
So just while the riders' briefing is happening, we are still having a look at the live stream end here. So we're currently live out to the stream right now. So we're going to continue to talk to you guys as these vehicles make their way through, and we just have our riders' brief here.
Yeah, absolutely. So great opportunity. Big shout out to everyone that's listening along and all over the world. Again, we've been shouting out all the crews all over that love the Fink Desert Race. I know I saw Mason Motorsports put up a big post about the Australian racing over here, so it's great that you guys are watching what we're doing in little old Australia over here. Yep. We're only a small country, but we've got plenty of passion, there's no question about that, and obviously all the guys that are listening for their crew, the teams, the mums and dads at home wondering where, you know, their sons and daughters are, the wives. You know, it's such a great family atmosphere here. We race hard, we race fun. And again, I think this is great that you guys can see just how remote it is out here. We're down at a small community called Apatula down here. It's an Indigenous community. And it really is the middle of nowhere.
Yep.
It's very, very close to the centre of Australia, the actual very centre GPS point. They push that car back on its wheels, get it to safety and out of the way. Wow, that was a wild ride there for the 6183.
Yeah, Keith McReynolds and Jeremy Salter in that one all the way from New South Wales. So they'll be a little bit disappointed that they didn't make it to the finish line, just 2 Ks away. But the 693 now making their way through, and that's Dylan Breshman and Harry Richardson out of Dubbo. So it'll be good to see how they go and what time they set.
It's interesting, Josh, too, now, because I bet you everyone's just a little checked up. They've seen the car, it's been rolled over, they've got the yellow flags, and it's a good reminder of how bad that Fink jump can be. Yep. It's interesting, the jump can't win you the race, but it certainly can lose you the race.
Oh, yeah.
Wise men have said to me, wheels not on the ground are not a good thing. So it's an interesting time there, the 693 through with no dramas there. It's a great drive. Again, Dylan Besham and Harry Richardson out of Dubbo, and the 6183. Wow, that does show you just how tough they are, though. Like, to be able to start that. Now, clearly he's not racing at this point. Look at that bent wheel and everything else. But they've got that to a position of safety away from the racetrack. It's no longer in the way, but it's going to be a reasonable drive home.
Yeah, it definitely will be, and the officials down there doing everything they can just to make sure that vehicle doesn't get any more damage than it needs to. So yeah, they've got a great crew down there with some great expertise actually out there. So yeah, we'll see how they go, and hopefully they can get that car with some new parts in it and back down home to Alice tomorrow as the 665, the HBR machine makes its way. And that's Alex Hadley and Ryan Ridgway. Nice little turned out Can-Am actually. I like the little get up on that one. There's a 6165, I think that was behind it. That'll be Benjamin Ward and Micah Fountain, if I am correct, as they come across the line. So, yep, 2:14 time there, and a 2:15 there for Benjamin. So, Benjamin Ward and Alex Handley, I apologise. And yeah, just getting that side-by-side off to the side. Down at the Fink end, and again, like we said, we're real happy to see the drivers are out and they're okay. It's the one thing we do look for. And yep, a massive shout out to our officials this weekend again. Without them, we would not be able to go racing, so they give up their weekend so we can do it. So a big thank you to them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's awesome there that we've got all the officials running up and down the track, even down to the likes of Billy Geddes who come out and, you know, he couldn't race this year for whatever, or not for whatever reason. Unfortunately, old Steve, he's having a crack at that truck and putting the 7-litre in it and doing all the work and the updates to it. So that's why they're not there. But it is really these teams that come out here and participate anyway as an official and help up and down the track. So that's really cool. And off in the distance for us, in our commentary box, we see a chopper coming in, and it wouldn't surprise me if that is the reigning king of the desert, David Walsh, in that one. Absolutely. But we'll see how this one goes. And this is a Brentford truck. That's definitely it's the Cadco truck. Definitely had a little bit of an issue there. Don't know what so far, but we'll see how this 473 truck gets in here and what time it does. Yeah, absolutely. You heard that siren blaring right there, so he's actually gotten around that side-by-side right at the 11th hour there. And yeah, that's Cade Crawford having a great run there out of Townsville, another one of our fantastic North Queensland races. And I didn't catch that number, unfortunately. Come through in a 2:15, so not bad. That's not bad at all. You know, especially with some of the issues these drivers are having out on track. Yeah, absolutely. Now, out of interest, there was a bit of information floating around earlier. I did see OBR have done a Facebook post, so for everyone out there, in case you hadn't seen it, OBR did a belt on the way down to Fink, so they actually had to stop and get that going and fix it again. Okay. So they did do a belt. They used the word drive belt in the OBR post, but I have heard it was a power steering belt, which I suppose is a drive belt of the power steering pump. And unfortunately, that has cost them. So they were stopped on the track, changed that belt. Essentially, no other issues as far as I understand other than that. They were honking when they came in. So unfortunately, that's where that time was chewed up. And again, it's going to be interesting to see him on the way home. He is going to have to deal with dust coming out of that. Is he 9th position or 9th position on the run home? So it's going to be a difficult run, but he's got fast guys in front of him, so none of them are going to slow him up. He's going to be pretty quick, but he's going to be on a charge, but it's still hard. He's a long way to our reigning, our defending, our double time, trying to make it Triple Crown King of the Desert, Toby Price. See that great footage of the Cadco Brentford, the 473 Cade Crawford. Those beautiful Method race wheels on it. And again, we are at the third round of the Polaris Motorsports Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. The crowds are great down there this year, aren't they? And it is great. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate it so much. Although, not that probably any of those guys can hear us, but for everyone out there listening, if you're going to come to Fink, again, we've got these new rules in place. Everyone's abiding by them. Everyone's doing the right thing. So that's a great thing, and we really do appreciate it. We want this race to be done for many, many, many years. Yep. We're about to celebrate the 50th anniversary, Josh. How exciting is that? Oh, it really is, and like we've been speaking about this weekend, there's so many different stories, and that 50 years will definitely be one of the biggest storytelling moments we're going to have in this detailed, storied history of this event. You know, we've been so lucky to have, again, some big names over the years come out to this great event, and we've had some awesome brand ambassadors and stuff like that as well, you know, so we've been really lucky with this event in every respect. And again, a big shout out to all our spectators who have done the right thing this weekend. It was great to hear Jason and Toby speak about how well everyone was behaved down the way. So that's good to hear. And a big shout out to all you guys for listening, because as we were talking about earlier in the weekend, you know, some of these locals have been camping in certain spots for 30 years with this event, and yeah, it was a bit of a tough one, but we all got there in the end, and we're going racing, so it is great to see, and we're all having a good time as well. So some more vehicles continuing to make their way into Fink and through the final 2 checkpoints. We'll give you an update on our DNFs as soon as we possibly can.
There's quite a few this year, some big names out as well. So it'll be interesting to see how they go, or whether they've just stopped on the side of the road to try and get that issue fixed, and then they get back on, and we'll see how they seed into tomorrow's running of it all. But it will be interesting, ladies and gentlemen, as we hit 11 o'clock here in the Alice. So that means we're only around about an hour and a half away from setting off these bikes, and boy, oh boy, am I excited about that. I do believe it's a 12:30 start for the... Oh, no, sorry, I apologise, I'm off. 11:45 is the start for our bikes. So not too long now, 45 minutes to go. We're getting ready, we're amping up. The last of our competitors will start making their way into Fink, and then we'll start sending off our bike competitors. They're currently in their riders brief as we speak. So still a heap of action coming to you from 11:45 here, ladies and gents. We're still going to have a heap more cars continue to make their way through into Fink. I'm just going to take a quick breather, and I'll leave you with these awesome shots again down from the Fink end.
So good. The 1036, the little single seat A-arm car. Now we'll have some debate here, ladies and gentlemen, but I got told I was slightly wrong. Apparently this isn't the first Jimco in the country, it's the first A-arm Jimco in the country. I'm sure Lee Wells will get onto me, but Mick Taylor and everyone, they can all have that chat. But that Simpson is the ex-Simpson car. But it's awesome that the 1036 of James Tyrrell, no passenger in with him, single-seater Jimco. And they've had a great run there coming through. Just having a look at the time, 2:19.54, puts them in 45th. Great run there. Andrew Post also come through in the 6:1.89. Got Matt in the passenger seat with him, ran a 2:21 and an 06. So a nice run there from that side-by-side turbo.
So if he's sort of before this,
Definitely
here,
was.
I'll pick him up, and if he's past it, I'll just leave him.
And again, classic to see that original A-arm Jimco here. The 1036 single seat. And again, I believe it was the first, it has won Fink before as well, which is pretty cool at the hands of Paul Simpson. Again, I'm really looking at those. It's been a couple of years since I've been down to Apatula, and I'd just love to get back down there. Such a good little spot. That red dirt, it really gets ingrained in you out here. Again, all my mates that have ever come out here, we've had a couple of Americans. We've had Harley and Jarrett. It'd be so good. Tour de Sally's, we like to call him.
Yep.
Took us to Mexico. I tell you what, there's no Mexico. Oh my goodness, the 698 got very, very wild on screen there. That is Claus McGee and Jason Muckenberg. Now, the problem there is, has he done some damage to that car? He's in the right place to fix it, but wow, what a ride. Who else? Colgan is now coming in with the 637.
Oh, no.
No drama there. Nice, neat one there for the 637. That's Paul Colgan and Jason Colgan out of Acacia Hills from Tasmania, come all the way across on the boat.
Yeah, good to see Adam Gee in that 76 Series Land Cruiser in that production class. He's through Bunduma, so it'll be interesting to see how much longer he is away from the Fink finish line as Klaus McGee and Paul Kogan make their way across the line at Fink. 2 hours 21 and 2 hours 22 respectively for each of those drivers. As we continue to hear awesome engine noises off in the distance. I'm waiting to see the first of our side-by-side naturally aspirateds to come through. Had a lot of our turbo competitors. I don't think we've had any of our naturally aspirated ones in yet. The 617 in now.
And then the other ones that we're keeping a good eye on is you did talk about that Land Cruiser coming through. I think it was Bonduma. We talked about the checkpoint in the 776. We also want to keep an eye out for the Ranger Raptor. Brad Lovell all the way over from America. I'll get this wrong, but he either started four-wheel parts or four-wheel hardware. I think it was four-wheel drive hardware. Raced for a lot of years under AmSoil and everything. Did a lot of racing. Was one of the original Ultra 4 races. Brad Lovell has raced Baja, has raced short course trucks over in America, has had all sorts of things. So Brad Lovell, very experienced. It's going to be great to see him again, part of a two-part challenge. They raced the Baja, won the class. Now they got to race the Fink and win the class. You heard him say how important it is that the Fink, because he's saying that it's the biggest desert race, you know, one of the biggest desert races in the world, which we love. We've actually been talking about it. I saw a ranking in a magazine. Now, you can only take media with a grain of salt, but I'll back it because it suits my cause. And they said the three biggest races, off-road races in the world, was the Dakar, the Baja 1000, and then the Fink Desert Race. So for us to be right up there, a little old Australian race here, but it is a big one in Australia. It's the race to win. You heard Mark Burrows say, multi-time Australian Championship, he'd give them all back for a Fink win. And he's got Fink wins as well. He was the first man to beat the bikes. So the 432. And I tell you what, I think Toby's made it pretty hard. The 138. I don't think the bikes are going to run a 138 today.
No.
Although prime conditions, you know, David Walsh coming out of that, you know, fourth position or whatever he qualified yesterday, that's going to be interesting.
He's going to be a man on a mission, I can tell you that today.
And he won't have to struggle with that dust. I know they were trying to, you know, I'm sure some of his competitors were trying to move him down the grid a little bit, get him a couple back.
That was the interesting play yesterday that we sort of took into that, was that there was a lot of talk about trying to push Walshy down and get him eating dust, but I think a lot of those big boys tend to forget that that man has been riding this desert for a very, very long time, and he's sometimes has not been in that top spot.
Yep,
so
absolutely.
He knows how to drive through the dust.
Absolutely, yeah, he's ridden in the dust before. That's an excellent point there, Josh. Been riding a Pee-wee 50 down the track.
Oh, yeah.
Or whatever KDM has now, because he's a KDM boy. Couple of side-by-side. You can see just once you get checked up in that dust, how much you guys get caught up behind there.
Yep. Like having to run a light bar to be able to see through it. Like, that's insane. It's crazy to think.
Yeah, absolutely. HBR coming through there. The Alex Hanley. Those guys, I think, actually had a DNF in prologue, so it's great to see them down the far end and still running. I'm sure that's the car that came in on the end of a strap yesterday. So those guys got that fixed and they're running again, which is always a great thing.
This sounds quick. Another one of our side-by-side competitors. The 676, which would be Nathan Shivers and Eddie Shivers from Clowlands in the New South Wales.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they didn't have the qualifying run they wanted yesterday. I saw them go off the grid in 2x2s, like when after that little restart. There's Cooper Weston too in the 61 in the Rush buggy. That seems to be a little bit down too. I wonder if he's had some sort of issue from where he was. But again, a very nicely turned out Rush buggy Nathan Shivers. So a 2:32. Still a good run. We're going to see where the 61 ends up, the Western entry. Again, I'm pretty sure it was Dad Chris Weston. And again, a little bit off the gas coming in there to the Fink. I wonder whether they've got some sort of mechanical or motor or CV drama that they're just trying to make sure that they make it to the end. They can service it and then go again.
3 hours, 1 minute.
There you go. That would indicate that he has had some sort of drama on track. And definitely that he was nursing at home Cooper Weston there. And again, I'm sure someone will correct me, but I do believe it is Cooper at the wheel here today.
The 6:05 making their way into Fink
They
now.
already had that one, eh?
Unfortunately, not in the program, so we'll wait for them to cross the line so we can give you name and time. You had Margin Kiffer and Kate Chandler come in before that.
Yeah, Tor got it. I just saw his back end just tip over.
And Warwick Mitchell in the 6:05, and I do now believe that's the first of our sport competitors in for the side-by, so naturally aspirated. So 2:23.43, not bad at all for a naturally aspirated side-by-side.
Check 1, 2.
Whatsoever. That's really good. So the 6-7 ball. Graham Colban and Aaron Colban. They're making their way into Fink as we speak. On song and across the line down at Fink, Apachula. Graham Colban gets there in 2:44. The next Super 1650 machine is making its way into Fink now. That would be the second of the Chambers / Thinkwater vehicles making their way in. So I think this is Patrick Garrity, if I'm not mistaken. Or is this the Chambers car? No, I apologise. This one's the Chambers car, the 269. So Rick, yes, I apologise about that one, Rick. Rick and Patrick Garrity there in the Super 1650 machine, 269. Another tiny built machine gets down there in 226.
Tell you what's cool, Josh, is I'm actually seeing some updates as I just have a bit of look at Instagram and Facebook. These teams, so there's obviously reception and Starlinks going on now. We do know that Kezia said that there was actually some 4G. It's a bit spotty, but there's 4G down there, which has never happened before. Normally you're just down there in utter pitch black. Like we saw the Method Boys actually gave us a satellite last year so we could get some very grainy footage. Now we're looking at these beautiful multi-camera action and all the stuff going on, which is just simply brilliant. And what's so good about that is we're getting updates from the team. There's information. The OBR's been putting up some stuff and videos, and I just had a look at Peter Carr. They've got a photo of their setup down there. So yet again, it's amazing how this race and the information has developed as the 153 makes its way over the line there, over the finish line jump, which is not actually the finish line, but that's a bit confusing. But Alan Dixon and Zachary O'Brien, they're on their way home to the line. Pretty much if you make it safely, which we've seen doesn't always happen. And here's a little one for all you motorbike guys out there. The finish line jump. I know it's cool, but you've got to finish. We've seen so many years dudes falling off on the finish line jump. You got to make it to that finish line. Stay safe out there. Although the flip side of that is probably you've had that many moments out there in that race that the finish line jumps just another dune at that point, isn't it?
Yep. Yeah, well, they say if you haven't had 5 moments out here in the desert, or you haven't had a moment where you think you've thought you weren't going to see tomorrow, then you weren't riding up there in the Fink. So it's always the thing, you got to ride on the edge to be quick here at this event, and that's the thing. We've seen some big names in the bikes pull out just because they haven't had enough time on the bike and enough mental prep into the weekend. So, you know, that does happen, and it's actually, yeah, it's great to see those competitors not pushing their body and you know, hurting themselves and throwing away some big deals, because, you know, like you look at Jack Simpson currently over in the States, he's doing really well, and he's racing, you know, Honda Factory over there. So
yeah, it's very cool. Hey, Chris Sollett coming across the line now, or headed towards the line in that Sollett built single seat buggy. I believe it's still Subaru EJ powered, but again, cool that it's that single seat. The 1063.
Hope he's got a spare head gasket down at Fink.
Oh, that's a bit rough, mate. Far out.
So
again,
the
Chris Sollett,
yep.
And running in that Sollett Co 10 car.
No, great little time there, a 2:34.44 from that machine. And that's a sport light, and it's a single-seater, so, you know, driving as you see it. Always good to see.
And the 6141 of Thomas Hicks and Lachlan Rockfort have also made their way in at a 2:32.59, so they've actually picked up those positions on the way down. I reckon Chris Sollett was actually limping a little bit there. He came in quite gentle. He wasn't on the gas, as we like to say out here. Or on the bopper, we like to say.
On the bopper, yep.
Sandy, make sure you have another drink, my man.
Oh, don't worry. They'll hear plenty of it once we hit around about 11:45 here in the Alice. But again, yeah, these side-by-sides, thick and thin coming through now. The 685. That there is Jason Neat and Chris Johnson from Ross in the NT. So we'll see how they go, where they slot themselves into the order. Nice and quick down to the line.
Hey, we're back. Can you hear me, Shane? Perfect.
So not too many more vehicles to make their way into Fink.
Here we go.
Try and give you an update as soon as I can. The next of our side-by-sides making their way through, that's the 6108.
Yeah, Matt Bray and Jackson Bray out of Logan Village, Queensland, in their Can-Am. Nice clean jump there, no dramas as they head towards the finish for day one. Nice night. Oh, they have got it wicked up, that one. No dramas there. Have a look at their time, the 6108. Looks like a 2:36.29. That's a nice clean run there. Again, it sounds like another one of our side-by-sides coming through. You can see that dust on the upper right of the picture. Oh yeah, 2 cars right together. So this is a good little battle. So the 606 is Thomas Stephen and Mitchell Stevens. I didn't quite catch that first car coming through, but we will when we update our times. But again, real little door-to-door action there. It's going to be a drag race to the finish, Josh, as these guys... Do they try to get out of the dust and get wide? Have a look at this. What a great shot, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely every bit of throttle.
Who doesn't love a little bit of side-by-side racing down into Fink?
Great run. I'll try to tell you quickly who that first car was, because they had a great run there. So the 606 of Thomas Stevens and Mitchell Stevens, and the 689 of Zach Gunstone and Geordie Little. I believe that the 689 obviously was in front, but it was Thomas Stevens, had him 2 minutes on corrected time, about 1.5 minutes on corrected time, so was in the dust for a reason. He'd been chasing him down all day. So the 629 coming through now, that's Rihanna Carlson and Mia Carlson. We had a chat to them out of Bakewell, Northern Territory. Rihanna, 20 years old. Mia, 17 in the passenger seat. A couple of sisters out here just having a red hot crack.
Yeah, 2 young guns out here showing the desert who's boss. And it is great to see these 2 young competitors getting out there and enjoying themselves. So the 2 Carlson sisters make their way down into Fink in a time of 2 hours, 37 minutes and 16 seconds. So very impressive from the girls for their first time down here at Fink.
Yeah, and out of interest, if you're following along, that puts them in 71st position overall at this point. Nice place to be. I think we've had about 75 cars finish so far. So we'll see how that plays out, which is really a pretty good finish rate here for Fink. We've seen it as low, haven't we, Josh, as like 45 cars.
Yep.
So we've got pretty much double that at this point, so that's a good run. Everyone seemed to keep their head together. A few cars still moving. Now, I'm interested. That's the 431 still moving, which is Brett Taylor, which we had him as a DNF. But on our tracker, 431 is still moving, unless it's on a trailer on the service road, or you know, there might be a few things there that's tricking us a little bit. But that truck at the moment looks like it's limping in. And again, what a year to finish. It's his 30th year competing at the Fink Desert Race.
Oh, wow. Now that has had an excursion or 2.
Yeah, there's not many panels left on that thing at all.
The 477, that one was... I apologise. That's Jamie Henderson and Charlotte Nordell from the Gold Coast in that Pro 2 truck. Yeah, they've had a couple of rollovers from what I can see in that Pro 2 truck. Unfortunate for them. And yeah, that truck's definitely seen better days. So I truly do think that some of these competitors have gone full bore over some of the bigger sections there, and yeah, lost it. So it's going to be interesting if we're looking at cars coming in like that. I cannot imagine how you'd hit some of these sections on a motorbike on 2 wheels. So that there will be an interesting factor to see. As I just have a quick look at me bikes. Again, just a reminder, we'll have Jacob Smith and Callum Norton off the front row. Then you'll have David Walsh and Corey McMahon, and then Brodie Waters and Ivan Long. That's your top 6 off the line. And then you have Connor Adams and Liam Walsh, and then Ben Grabham, Sam Hadley, and Luke Hayes and Jackson McGrath. So,
It's about just after 11.
That Rush truck not the Pro 2 truck, I apologise. That Chevy Pro 2 truck not doing too bad with Jamie Henderson behind the wheel. 2 hours, 38 minutes and 39 seconds. So even with the couple of rollovers, probably not too bad at all there for them. And I hear a very distinct noise of motorbikes starting up and getting revved. So we're getting closer and closer to that little important time here in the Alice of our top 20 bikes leaving the start-finish area and making their way down to Fink.
We're going to leave these cameras on, or we're going to turn them off, Shane? I'm on a Jenny, yeah, but I'll obviously shut the Jenny off, but just leave it in place with the camera.
Righto, so still plenty of racing to be done here. Although we are starting to get towards the end of our cars. Again, on our live track, we've got the 431 coming across the river right now, which will be interesting to see whether they come in. That'll be Brett Taylor. The 659. Also, the 996 is in there, which is that single-seater pro buggy of Paul Tuckley out of Mudgee, New South Wales. The 659 looks like it's pretty much about to drop into the Fink River. That's Warren Ward and Jamie Craft. Also got the 658 still making good time. John Nitch and Stuart Miles Lang. And the 619, Christian Rich and Nathan Mortimer. Not too far. They're on the very fast open road section that comes in before we get to the river section. You can see on our live tracker. Again, it does look like the 431 Brett Taylor is about to come through the river. Probably not going to be too long until we see him. Peter Treese in the passenger seat of that car. But as said before, about 11:27 local time here, and it's not going to be too long, not too long at all until we have the motorbikes. Jacob Smith, our winner of our method prologue yesterday. He took home the trophy, took home the check. That's the second time he's done it. It's a fantastic effort. In 2013, he stood on the step just below his brother. Last year, he stood on the step right below David Walsh. Can he go one higher this year? What a year. 2023 it'd be 10 years later to stand on the top step. But he has 452 odd kilometres. They're grueling, they're tough. It's going to be rough. So it's going to be very interesting to see how everyone goes here today. A safe race to all our motorbike competitors. We'll be cheering everyone home. But again, we got one of our side-by-sides in, as well as Lewis, which is 60. Actually, don't know if that doesn't say Lewis. I think it says Beavis. Brett Lewis. No, it is Brett Lewis. And John Rowlandson, Mansfield, Victoria, in the Super Boot. So they've had a good run. Are they going to try to get wide around this side-by-side in the dust? Those Can-Ams have plenty of horsepower. As I believe it was the 659, Warren Ward and Jamie Craft sneaked through there with a 240. And then he's going to be Lewis in the number 60. John Rowlandson in the passenger seat with a 249.28. Again, we're keeping our eyes split for the 431, which appeared to still be moving on the tracker, despite our initial information telling us that it wasn't moving, that they'd DNF'd. We're hoping that Brett Taylor is still continuing. Again, the 683 is now in the river, the 619, the 658, the 6190 is also making its way towards the river now. It's a very fast section out there. Simon Brown and Sam Ferguson. This is the 996 of Paul Tuck-Lee. Single seat. PMR buggy, this one. From New South Wales. The 683 is now about to make its way over the finish line jump. Tim Wadlow and Scott Alvish from Crafters, South Australia. Tuck-Lee will be very happy over the finish line. 2:44 with a 55. Then we will have that side by side over as well, down at Fink. It's a beautiful day here in Alice Springs. The crowds are starting to gather for the start of the motorbikes. Again, 15 minutes until we're underway. The VIPs sitting under the Chicane Club. Big shout out to all of you. I hope you're enjoying a cold beverage, maybe a warm beverage if you need one. Again, looking down towards the times at the far end, the 683 of Tim Wadlow is now in. So again, that's the 683 with a 241. That's actually quite a good time. They've moved up the order a little bit from where they came in, so they've obviously had a nice run down. And again, the vision is of the iconic Tatts start finish line. We race away, and then on day 2 tomorrow, we race home. And then on Monday night, we race at the casino. That's what we're doing. We're gonna have a big night. We're gonna crown some champions. So make sure you join us at Lassiter's tomorrow night. We're gonna have a good time there. If you're not in Alice Springs, well then, unfortunately, I can't help you. You're gonna be able to see it, but you won't experience what is Lassiter's Casino. Stories awry of partying and enjoying a great time and celebrating with some champions. There'll be plenty of tall tales told. A few guys getting around on crutches and bits and pieces, but they'll never let the truth get in the way of a good story. But we've got 452 kilometres before that can happen. These motorbike riders, they're full of hope. They're full of passion. I think it's going to be very interesting. They're going to have a great run all the way there and back. It is the Fink Desert Dream, and in 2023 we're running it for the 47th year. Ladies and gentlemen, now please a quick message from our sponsors.
The Fink Desert Race Committee and club members congratulate and thank all our sponsors for getting on board Australia's ultimate off-road race. Not only is it the premier off-road event in the country, it's pulled together by a voluntary committee with enormous community support. It is the generosity of sponsors that keeps costs down and assists us to promote it far and wide.
The Fink Desert Race Committee acknowledges our amazing 24 years unbroken naming rights sponsor, The Lot by Tatts. Tatts have invested well over $1 million in sponsorship since 2000, and together we have forged a strong sporting partnership. Their generosity has allowed Fink to grow to what you see today.
The one thing that the Tatts Fink Desert Race has maintained since it started in 1976 is that it allows anyone to enter. Whether you are the best in the country or just in it for the fun, all competitors strive to achieve a finish. It is with the help of our platinum sponsors that anyone can have a go. We acknowledge the following: Northern Territory Government, TAB, Lassiter's Hotel Casino, Alice Springs Town Council, Imparja Television, Lion, Central Comms, Method Race Wheels,
The Fink Desert Race Committee would like to show great appreciation for our gold sponsors who provide key services and expertise to support the running of the event. Exact Contracting, Ram Hire, Chubb Fire and Safety, Morton Brothers Contracting.
With a race of epic proportions, it is the smallest sponsors hoping to ease their entry burden. A proportion of these also support the event, and we are grateful for their contribution. The club now asks that you support those who support the event. Think of that the next time you're ready to make a purchase. We'd like to thank the following sponsors and supporters: Alice Equipment Hire, Alice Plaza Shopping Centre, Desert Technologies Proprietary Limited, Red Centre Technology Partners, Asprint, APJ Concrete, National Radio, High Tech Industries, Thrifty Car Rental, Centre Pest Management, Northern Territory Correctional Services, Alice Springs Airport.
The Fink Desert Race Ambassadors are unlike many other promotional modelling positions around the country, selecting real women who have both a passion and interest in motorsport, but also have an interest in volunteering their time to a community event. They become part of the Fink family and are widely recognised. These women all bring a wealth of knowledge, experience and passion to the event and broadcast the race to a wider audience. We thank each girl for their contributions as volunteers.
Always stand 30 metres back from the track, even in the absence of signage. Obey spectator exclusion and no-go zones. Stay behind and obey all bunting and signage. Motorsport is dangerous. The race may be stopped if spectators don't comply.
There's a new place to get it all on tap. See every earth-shattering race live. The Downtowns. The beautiful game. Australia's biggest games. This too. Oh, come on, ref. And inevitably, this. All you need to make it happen is this. For racing and sport on tap, download the Tap app.
Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Don't camp, park or spectate within 30 metres of the racetrack. No campsites, vehicles or temporary structures within 30 metres of the track or in any spectator exclusion zones. Race vehicles can be unpredictable. The race may be stopped if spectators don't comply.
Tear it up and win. Here's your chance to win a Honda and Jetcore package valued at $15,000 or a cash prize. Which would you choose? Play with your Lassiter's rewards card. Win one of 10 entries daily during designated times or earn one entry for every 50 points accrued. Then swipe to claim. Easy. Earn entries now with the major prize drawn Tuesday the 13th of June. Not a rewards member? It's free to join. Tear it up and win at Lassiter's.
I've been a fan of Fink for many years. I'm here racing it with my son with Ford Performance in Ranger Raptor, and the course is excellent for the vehicle. It's where the vehicle was developed. So we have the whole community out here. We have race cars down here, people signing autographs, a lot of liveliness going on here in Alice tonight.
It's the first time down here for me and definitely loving being a part of it. We've definitely got a lot of attention here at our tent, bit of awareness out there for young veterans.
What number Fink is this for you?
This is my first.
Oh, wow, that's quite exciting.
First time at Fink, just here to have some fun.
This race is nothing like any other race.
Who's your favourite driver out there this weekend?
Toby Price.
So you're going to show us how many you got?
I don't know.
We've left our machine pretty much the same as last 2 years. It's been faithful to us.
3 weeks ago, I ran into Brent Smoothie down the track and he said, what are you doing? Do you want a navvy? I said, yeah, why not?
He's in the navigator's seat, so I still got the chance to try and go one-on-one driving and riding.
These are our 2023 Tatts Finke Desert Race ambassadors.
I was just immediately hooked. I love the buzz of the town. It's amazing.
What advice have you got for a first-timer riding Fink?
Hold on and have some fun.
Hold on and have some fun. Wise words from Dave Walsh, and he's going to be holding on and having some fun here today on race day 1 of the 47th Tatts Finke Desert Race.
Yeah, he definitely will be, and he's starting off that second grid today, so it's going to be very, very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. And as you can see, the wind has died off here at the Alice Springs side of things. So we have had a few spots of rain throughout the morning as well. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see the run down to Fink, and as well just into the first checkpoint. Really, that deep well checkpoint is going to be really, really interesting to see where these boys go in. And again, you've got Jacob Smith and Caleb Norton off that first grid, so two really good riders.
Yeah, now listen, for some Fink updates down that far end, I was watching the tracker, the 431, not really sure. I'm saying the tracker was probably off on the side road. He didn't make it over, or not that I saw on the times, but we did have some more side-by-sides roll on still. So still plenty of race cars rolling down into that bottom side. Now listen, we're going to jump down to Kate, down on the start-finish line for the start of the motorbikes.
Yeah, great to see the cars get down to Apachula. Toby Price in first position with a 1:38.35. Now, let's chat about conditions up here. It's gotten a bit warmer, 21 degrees right now. There's a lot of cloud coverage, bit of rain as well, a few little speckles and a very slight wind coming in from the west. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's almost 12 o'clock. The bikes are almost upon us. As a fellow off-road rider, I can truly appreciate the courage that it takes to line up at the start-finish line of the Tatts Finke Desert. Absolute insanity, such incredible courage. Over 500 bikes will line up this year. Some because it's a bucket list thing to do with their mates, others because they could potentially run at the front and pick up a factory seat. Very important stuff. Okay, we're going to have a chat to our top 10 and many along the line of our riders, but first we're going to take a listen to the national anthem with Shauna Hartig.
Australians, oh, let us rejoice, for we are young and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Well, you can tell by that iconic start line banner and the singing of the national anthem means we are very, very close, ladies and gentlemen, to starting this off. The first bikes will kick off at 12 o'clock. That's when they do leave, and we'll try and get as many stories as we can from the start line. But it is on for young and old out here at this race.
Yeah, race fuel in the tank, race fuels in the nostrils, those big 500 cc's on the line, and it is going to be war out here today at the 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Oh, I'm excited. Alice has absolutely turned it on. Kate talked about the weather and how good it is. It is really prime for racing. Jacob Smith is going to be first off the line. He's been here before. He knows how to ride. He knows how to ride it, and his mental position and how this is going to go. He's such a talent, Jacob Smith. He's done rally riding. He's done motocross. He's done all sorts of stuff. And he's the fastest man around our method prologue yesterday. 10 years ago, he stood on the second step. Can he make it one higher? The Smith boys.
Yeah, definitely going to be very, very interesting. As we were talking about up here in commentary just before, I believe it's going to be in those first 80 Ks, really. That's what the talk has been to everyone, as in to see how quick they do get down there. But we're going to throw it back down to the start line to talk to our man on pole.
Yes, in pole position, Jacob Smith, your 14th Fink, third pole, and you've come P2 3 times. What is possible here this weekend?
Anything's possible. That's what that's what Fink's all about. So, just concentrate on my own run, execute how I know how to, dig deep, and see how we end up.
Yeah, exactly. And you're happy with the bike, happy with the setup. This is definitely not your first rodeo. Have you brought anything different in this year?
Just experience, I guess, is the biggest part. We've made a few changes with our engine package this year, which has been really good. And but other than that, everything's spot on with the bike. It's as per we've raced in previous years. But the biggest thing is just being in this position before and leaning on that experience.
Yeah, totally. Okay, keep that David Walsh behind you.
Yeah, that's a hard thing to do. So I know he'll be coming, and Cal's on it. So. But yeah, just concentrate on my own ride and see how we go.
Good luck out there.
Thanks very much.
All right, we're moving into P2 here. Callum Norton with that hard charge in prologue yesterday. Wow, that was so cool to see you come through and collect this front row position.
Thank you. It was good run late there in the day, and I enjoyed it. Just wanted to get through clean and safe, and it turns out that we're on the front low with Jacob, and I can't wait to get out there.
Yeah, so how has your preparation been coming into this event?
Yeah, it's been really good. I'm from down in Mildura, but I've travelled up here 4 or 5 times for a week at a time pre-running, and really learnt the track well. And yeah, we just got to put all that into play today and see how we go.
Excellent. All right, and what do you see as the biggest challenge that will be out there for you?
I think just the buggies, as every year they chew the track up and change it quite a lot to when we last rode it. So it'll be just hitting your marks and trying to pick what they do and predict where to go. And I think we'll be right, and can't wait.
So excited for you, Callum. Good luck out there. Thanks, boys.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kate, for getting that insight there as we look to the big screen. Our reigning king of the desert. He starts 1 minute behind the 2 bikes in front of him of Jacob Smith and Callum Norton. What do you think is playing on his head, Dan? There's probably a lot going through it, and yeah, David, don't worry, mate. You've got the whole of Alice behind you.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Listen, he knows what he's got to do. A lot of these boys, they've done the track time, they've got the knowledge, they've got the right gear under them, they've done everything that they can do right now. Probably really, you just got to clear the head, make sure that you're ready to go, and crank through. Listen, even better, let's have a chat to them. Kate's down there with the second line, so let's find out exactly what they think.
Yeah, I've got Corey McMahon here. Corey, a pretty good prologue, really good results from last year, a P4. How
time to go to work and try to learn as much as we can off the number one sitting next to me. I know he's the man out here, so it's not very often you get to start on a row with him, so it's time to go to school and do some learning.
It's got to fill you with a bit of confidence. Did you make any changes to the bike last night?
No, a little bit of changes from prologue. I changed the gearing for prologue for the 450. It just doesn't have the grunt as a 500, so definitely that was the only change, but the bike's been perfect so far, so good. So still a big race ahead, and we'll try our best and get down there and back as fast as we can.
Oh, beautiful, Corey. Well, good luck on that, gas.
Thank you.
All right, now we'll move over to David Walsh, the local hometown hero. David, you've already had a pretty busy morning this morning. How was the run in the truck with Smoothie down to Apachula?
Yeah, look, it was really good. We had a pretty good run. Just one little mishap, but it wasn't too bad. And yeah, I think we're sitting in 6th, I believe. I haven't seen the times too well yet, but yeah, I mean, he drove really well, and the truck handled everything that the track could throw at it, so it was good.
Yeah. So, and how are you feeling about this whole weekend? Because I mean, you've got a lot on your plate. You obviously had to fly back here to make it in for the bikes. Does it add an extra level of pressure and anxiety?
No, not really. It kind of fills in all the dead time waiting around to get on the bike, so it's quite nice.
Okay, so we might see you doing the double on a regular basis.
Who knows? We'll see what happens after this year.
Okay, but we are going for our 4th consecutive win. How has your prep been coming in? Are you feeling really comfortable on this start line? And how was your prologue?
Yeah, my prologue was pretty sketchy. I had a few big moments, and I'm pretty happy just to be on the front 2 grids. And yeah, look, my prep this year has been really good. Yeah, it's time to, get out on the track and see what we can do.
Okay, put your money where your mouth is. All right, David, great to chat. Good luck out there.
Thank you very much.
All right, boys, back to you.
Yeah, you can tell by the little bit of a clap and a cheer there. He really is the local favourite here this weekend, and every Alice local will be behind him. He's our best shot, as is this year. But, there's still Liam Walsh, there's Ben Grabham, there's Luke Hayes, there's a heap more names that continue to go up and down this grid. And, you got Brodie Waters tucked in there behind him as well. So there's a heap going on. Yeah, really is. And it's going to be interesting. The boards are getting ready to be put out. They're doing their last little bits of preparation. And we're going to go down to Kate with Ivan Long.
4th, 5th, 6th.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Ivan Long. That was a little surprise jump onto me, but not a problem. Ivan, tell us what number Fink this is for you. I know you've been here racing since you were quite a small boy.
Yeah, definitely. This will be my 10th year this year, so we'll just see how it goes. So Jacob Smith's actually set the benchmark, so we've got a little bit of work to do. There's a pretty heavy field behind him, so after today we'll see where we sit and come up with a game plan for tomorrow.
Yeah, great. And what do you think about how stacked is this field? I know that you've been doing this for a very long time. You've raced with Grabbo, you've raced with Toby Price. How do the rest of these boys compare?
There's a lot of young guys like the next generation that are coming through. They've got a lot of speed. They don't have their track experience. We were calculating last night. I've done probably about 65,000 Ks on this track since I started. So we'll just put the experience together and no mistakes. I made a little mistake yesterday. It cost us a few positions, but today no mistakes and get down there safe.
Excellent. All right, Ivan. Well, we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, and same to the rest of the competitors.
Yes, good. A very nice message. Okay, we'll move on over to Brodie Waters. Hey, Brodie, how you doing, my friend? How are the nerves? How are the butterflies? How are you feeling?
No, it's not too bad. I'm just focused on getting down there in a smooth run today and then see where we are for tomorrow and then try to charge on home strong.
Totally. And are you happy with the bike? Are you happy with the setup? Are you happy with the suspension? Because we know you're an Olin suspension specialist and you've got Byron Draper, who's also a suspension specialist on your team helping you out this weekend. Is everything good with the bike?
Yeah, the bike feels really good. I'd have to be happy with everything. And the engine's quite strong, the bike feels good, so now it's just all up to me to put my head down and get down there in a smooth run.
Yeah, and your team down the other end, you've actually got your motorsport championship leading brother Josh Waters down the other end waiting for you, don't you?
Yeah, he's down there. He actually cooks all the meals for us. I wouldn't let him touch my bike because he's not real good on the tools.
That's Josh Waters, who's leading the Australian Superbike Championship. All right, Brodie, good luck down there. Apparently you've got a 3-course meal planned for you by Josh Waters, so enjoy that when you get down there.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
All right, boys, back to you.
3-course meal and an ice bath, I think, is what the order of the day is for most of these guys. So it's so good, and it's interesting to hear, them talking about the time they've spent in Alice, how much this town has, really, you become part of the lives of these races, haven't it? They've almost become locals. I know they're not locals, but they're starting to really fit into the scene. They're riding a lot. There's a lot of time spent up here now, and that's what it's going to take to be one of these top competitors in the future, Josh.
Yeah, no, you really do have to put weeks and weeks and weeks on this track to be competitive, and it shows if you haven't put the time into the track that you won't ride down there anywhere near as quick as some of these top riders. But that's the play of the game nowadays, is that you really do have to be fit and you do have to be running. And it's going to be very interesting. Well, we're 3 minutes away from getting started. We're going to go back down to Kate.
Connor Adams from STE Racing. Mildura, tell us a little bit about the other racing that you're involved in throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, from Mildura, so we home of Hatta, so we compete in that a bit. Second year at Fink, so just trying to didn't get the finish last year, so want to get to the finish line this year, hopefully.
Definitely. And so, there are a lot of people who do race Hatta but don't come and race Fink. What are the fundamental differences?
We got a fairly big hike up here, so it's that's a bit of a challenge. But there's a fair crew from Mildura, so we all get up here and have a bit of a crack and give it a red hot go.
Excellent. Okay, and what would you be happy with position-wise this weekend?
Try and get her in the top 10 would be awesome, but we'll see how we go.
Excellent. All right, good luck out there, Connor.
Thanks, mate. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to move on over to Liam Walsh, David Walsh's cousin. Now, you are recovering or have recovered from a broken back last year, which kind of puts you on your behind for most of the time, but your pre-running and prep has been intense coming into this weekend.
I've been fortunate enough to move down here at the end of February. My boss gave me work down here, which makes things easier, and have the cousin to go pre-running with is actually awesome as well.
Yeah, what is it like to have David Walsh to go out there and train with? He is the perfect training partner for this kind of event.
It's really good to go see what he does out there. I don't think he's shown me too much yet, but
He keeps his secrets pretty close to his heart. And you've just recently signed with the KTM factory. Congratulations. How's that all going?
I can't thank these guys enough, just their help and for our pockets as well. Yeah, I can't thank them enough.
Totally. Well done on a P6 in prologue and good luck out there.
Thank you very much.
All right, boys, back to you.
Yeah, Liam Walsh was actually the winner of last year's Don River Dash, so he has got plenty of experience in these rough, sandy, fast conditions, and Fink's going to be no joke here this year. These guys are going to have a good crack at it. And again, all these top 10 guys, very focused, very fast, and it won't be long here until we are literally amongst the action, Josh.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're less than a minute down to the start of this all-important 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race here in the bike category. Starting you off, Jacob Smith, Callum Norton on that front row. Then it's going to be David Walsh and Corey McMahon. Let's see what these two can do out back through the gate. Who will take it? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The 2023 Tatts Finke Desert Race is a go, and it looks like Smith does have the lead into the first corner.
Yeah, nice and wide there for Smith. Although, look at Callum Norton looking for the inside line, right in the dust there as they run high up on these berms. Both these guys know that they want to be hitting those first set of rolling whoops first. It's going to be a big advantage if you're pushing the dust, not fighting the dust.
Yeah, no, exactly, and it's going to be interesting to see whether these two riders try to play to their strengths and ride together to try and put a bit of a smoke screen out to the Alice local. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two ride and whether they're going to fight for everything or they're going to play together in this game. Next up, you've got David Walsh, the Alice local, up against Corey McMahon. The 2 grid. Here we go. Let's see who gets out the back first. Good start from David Walsh and Corey McMahon, and it does look like David has the slight advantage, but gets that back wheel into... Oh, who's that off? Callum Norton's off, ladies and gentlemen, in the stadium section.
Yeah, not good at all for Callum Norton. They're going to want to get that going very fast and gather it all back up. Again, as you said, it is David Walsh, but Corey McMahon is doing everything that he can to keep up with the big 500, the 450 gas, screaming. Wow, he's actually knocked a visor off as well there.
Yeah,
that is not a great start for him. Callum Norton really needs to gather this back up and get back on it, but it does give Jacob Smith some clear air. You see the tap of the helmet, getting the mind right. Callum Norton's got it back together, and that's actually probably a really good thing, Josh, that he's taken a couple of seconds to clear his head before just getting wild. So no doubt he's still in that second position. He's got that clean air. Now it's time to do work. Ivan Long off the line now, right beside Brody Waters. Ivan Long.
Oh, they're pushing!
Oh my goodness, Brody Waters, the little look back. Ivan Long did check up, and that's not an Ivan Long move normally, so that's very good. But look at that, Ivan right on the back of Brody Waters again.
Wow, it is excitement plus here in the stadium section, ladies and gentlemen. They are racing for the stations out here this afternoon. It's great to see these riders pushing. And look at Ivan Long coming through that section. He's really trying to push, trying to get up on the back of Brody Waters. He does not want to. Yep, there you go. He gets past. They're really trying to fight out of this stadium section to get some clear air.
Ivan Long, the Hellman, the number 6, he just doubled the berms on the whoops. This guy is an absolute freak of nature. Have a look at him go. He's already checked up a bit of room on Brody Waters. That is nuts.
That's insane. He is definitely putting the bike down hard. Liam Walsh gets the advantage off the line. He's up against Connor Adams. Let's see how this one goes. Can Liam get down there and in a good position?
Yeah, absolutely. See Connor Adams talking about Hatter and the differences there. Hatter being a bike-only race, and obviously the pits are in the same location every time. This is the difference with Fink. They will have 2 fuel stops down the track. They're going to do dry brakes. It's going to be very fast, about 11 seconds, Josh, for a fuel stop. Only just enough to change your goggles, get a quick breather, and then you are back and racing as Liam Walsh, again, the king of the Don River, the desert up there. And he is actually leading that race, or he won that race last year, so he's got plenty of time in the desert, moved down to Alice to have a good crack. I tell you what, that's a great boss that lets you come down to Alice and do some work.
Oh yeah, definitely is. And next on the line, another group to watch. Ben Grabham up against Sam Hadley. The 9 versus the 12. Ben Grabham, ex-King of the Desert, ex-4-time King of the Desert, ladies and gentlemen. He'll be one to watch this weekend, I can tell you that. He's going to be absolutely flying on that KTM. He's very happy with the bike.
Yeah, he's been putting in a lot of work here, and from what I hear, the times have been very competitive. So that's going to be interesting to see how the 9 runs this weekend, and Sam Handley, number 12. I mean, Ben Grabham is an absolute freak of nature. The year that he raced Toby, he broke his hand. Literally, his thumb was hanging off it. It was dislocated that bad. He still ran home in near record time to come second to Toby Price. Shows just how tough Ben Grabham is. He was the original, one of the original Kings of the Deserts in the 2000 era. And I tell you what, it was unstoppable until Toby Price come along.
Here we go. Luke Hayes, Jackson McGrath on the start line now. Another one of our Alice locals going up against one of those boys who are trying to put it up on one of those good top steps. Heaps of experience on the motorbike. Luke Hayes definitely will have the track knowledge. Let's see where he puts himself this year. These boys looking a little bit more composed out there.
Yeah, beautiful run off the line there. The 13 getting the start that he wanted. Jackson McGrath looking clean through there. Again, you can just see how big those whoops are. They are literally doubling through the whoops halfway up a berm. It's a rough ride out there, but they're getting it done. Again, the number 7 of Luke Hayes. Notoriously, I don't like that word, but again, he's a guy that he runs that pace the entire length of the track.
Yeah, Jay Simster, Jack Murtha on the start line now in start grid number 7. The 229 and the 299.
Yeah, right up on the limiter for those 500s. They're checking the valve lash and making sure that they are tweaked up as the 599 gets the first run into that corner. Some of the guys on the outside are actually having a really nice run through that long left-hand sweeper, aren't they?
Yeah, you don't really want to be on the inside there. It looks like you might get caught off on the inside of that corner. So it's very interesting to see how these games are being played, even in the stadium section. It's very early on, very early days. There's still a whole heap of track to go.
Yeah, a couple of big 500s really working it out there, looking good. Jay Simster having a clean ride there. Jack Menther as well, looking very nice on those couple of KTMs. Next up's going to be the 17 of Ryan Cossins.
He's up against Ray Cole.
The 556, have a listen to the revs.
Yeah, done very well to get that 556 up in the position it is currently in, and let's see how these two go out of the stadium section. That looks like Ray Cole has the advantage there and wants to get out of the stadium section as quickly as possible.
Yeah, Cossins with a good ride too there. Nice and clean again. It is a long race. A lot of these guys know just how far 226 Ks down this track is. Again, look at that. No dust or anything. Although once we start getting 8 off the line, I reckon that might be a big change. But that breeze is blowing nicely and those few little showers down the track. Although, look, even as we look down through those whoops, you could already see the dust starting to settle there. And we're talking motorbikes, not cars. So it's going to be very interesting to see once we get 8 off the line. The 236 now on the line, as well as the 258. That is Corey Hammond and Jesse Moore. Nice, clean run. Both of those guys on the big 500s.
Yeah, neck and neck into this first long left-hand sweeper.
The 500s have really dominated, I think, now for quite a while. Now, another favourite on the line here in the 19 of Bradley Greenfield, lined up beside the 688 of Brad Wilkinson.
Yeah, Bradley Greenfield have been quick on the bike. He's had his dad tune up the suspension on that bike, and he'll be looking quick out there. He's another one of those local boys to watch.
Well, Stephen Greenfield, an absolute legend of the sport, multi-time Fink winner, one of the true kings out here and now doing all the suspension work. It's great when a guy knows everything that you need. And Bradley out here, look at that, the 19 with a beautiful start there. Gone out nice and wide to make sure that he gets that position.
Yeah, lovely start there from Bradley Greenfield. He'll be happy with that. Nice little run in there. He'll focus on his own race, though. He's not going to go and try and fight for sheep stations out there when he doesn't need to. He'll tuck his head in and get ready to go. And ladies and gentlemen, this is where the fun starts to begin. We apologise if we can't get all the names out. The 8 grid start.
Yeah, 5 on the grid now. Again, I think 8 might have been an old thing. I'm starting to fall back into my 2010 years back in those days. But as you said, they're starting to really crank out now. So it is going to be Jed Gould in the X92, Cody Stevens in the 11, James Heenan in the 270, and Kent Collins in the 281, and Zachariah Wright in the 498 in that little 254 stroke. And again, 30-second leaves now. It's all going to be happening here very, very quickly as we start getting underway. Will Ashby on the 218, Mitchell Bowen on the 540, Jack Colbert on the X77, Samuel Stockman on the 16, Simon Gower on the X64. 30-second gaps, 5 bikes at a time. It is going to be absolutely crazy here. The first of some about 2 strokes. Oh no, he jumped the line. You get a 5-minute penalty for that. Ask me how I know. I got one of them suckers. It is not good. So we now have Mitchell outram, Blair outram, Jake Cobbin, Taylor Adams and Dusty Clem all out on the track having a run.
Yeah, coming through thick and thin now, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we're all about. This is where the fun starts to come out here in the Alice.
Back up on the limiter. Our next 5 off. The first about yellow bikes too. That is Ben Miller, the 591, the X65 of Jackson Hudson, the 245 of Tyler Radford, the 245 of Tyler Radford, the 259 of Gerald Crowe, and the 575 of Brenton Keep, having a real good run there, the 575.
Yeah, he's looking good out on that yellow bike. As our next grid leaves off the line, we'll give that to you as soon as we get those through off the line.
Yeah, absolutely. The big KDM going out there wide. The 343 of Blake Spreadborough, the X55 of Tate Prime, the 115 of Josh Harris, the 582 of Brent Story, and the 293 of Isaac Glidden, all out on track and making their way to Apatula now.
There's a big XR 600 up on this next grid, so that is awesome to see the 199 bike up there and going.
Yeah, absolutely nuts that they can push that air-cooled 600 all the way up the list. The 499 of Lachlan Spilsbury, the 199 of Dylan River, the 678 of Chad Duncan, the 482 of Reese James, and the 522 of Jack Larder. Oh, sorry, you meant the Honda, the 199, the 500. You're dead right. I was thinking we were talking about an XR, but that's okay. CR 500 up there, indeed, a big handful to ride.
Yeah, a lot of class 5s in this one here. Let's see how these ones go. You have Rory Hill on the 547, the X25 of Nathan Elliott, Jack Ashby on the X23, Tyson Spears Jackson and Toby Fraser all in that grid there.
Yeah, plenty of 450s. The motocross boys really know how to do this. They're very, very much specialists in the prologues and have a great run up there. Oh, Fink hanging off. 3 almost came together there. Oh, mate's looking over the back. He's pumping the monos. We love it. So next up is the 212 of Jesse Bannister, the 297 of Dylan Allison, the 583 of Thomas Kruger, the 612 of Jonathan Collitz, and the 286 of Jordan Stewart are all off the line now. As we've got another grid lining up, these 5s at 30 are pumping out. The 278 is obviously there, the 437. Let's call them out. The X90. So the 267 is Brock Dean. The 681 is Scott Huggins. The 278 is Billy Half. The 437 is Oliver Pitchford. And that X90 is Jackson Smart.
Yeah, that's another name to watch. That X90 is Jacko Smart. He's another Alice local that knows this track like the back of his hand as the next grid gets off. And boy, oh boy, is it slippery there.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a few guys almost coming together. Oh. Holy moly, all the way around the outside. That is how it's done, ladies and gentlemen.
So that was Tom Randall, Luke Thompson, Paul Grosvenor, Jackson Gould and Thomas Livesey on those bikes, the 292, X84, 734, the 215 and the 261.
Yeah, Jackson Gould going for that clean air out there.
So the next row of our competitors back out there and running. These are coming through thick and thin as we go through. Grant Brockchip on the 784, 736 was Mark Blake. Alan Nicole on the 792, Alan Graham on the 616, Devon Brown on the 642, and Tom Randall on the 261. So more of our competitors continuing to get off this start line, and they're coming through thick and thin as we continue to speak about these competitors. I'm looking to see the first of our looking for the first of our Class 9s. Haven't seen them yet, though. So we'll let you know once they're off the line and raring to go.
Yeah, once you hit these first couple of berms, the nerves are gone, aren't they? It's time to just work. You're going to get the heart rate through the roof very quickly. The sweat's going to start pumping as another crew are off the line. Oh, I think he was doing it for the crowd there, that mono.
Yeah, who doesn't love a good mono? That was Dale Yordle, Trent Yu, Jacob Craig, Joseph Dukes, Alex Hendrich Wright and Austin Gardner there on that row.
Another couple of our two-strokes out there. Great to see our 304s and our Class 3 still very strong. You're a powerful man if you're holding a 250 two-stroke or even a smaller, a 200 two-stroke wide down this track. I can tell you that. Very, very exciting. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we got Kate down on the grid doing a little bit of a track walk.
Oh, this is so much fun. There's just bikes as far as the eye can see, but I've got Matty Mack here from the Desert Dads on this 90s XR600. Wow, tell us a little bit about this bike and the Desert Dads. If you need to walk, we'll just walk.
Yeah, so the Desert Dads is pretty much a bunch of slow boys who couldn't ride fast, so we just made our own team.
And how do you think this bike's going to go out there? What year is it?
This is a 1998 XR600, and yeah, I think they used to win back in the day, so there's no reason why I can't do it.
There's no reason why you can't win.
Just be the rider.
The rider. And how's your prep been coming in? Have you been, the whole Desert Dad crew been working pretty hard?
Yeah, it's been sick. We got a few days away from the kids. It's amazing what you have to do to get away from them.
So good, Matty, mate. You enjoy it out there, and congratulations to you. You're the fastest of the Desert Dads.
Thank you. Go see the rest of the team.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, I'm going to pop over here to Taylor Morris. Taylor's qualified P2 for the women's class. Taylor, give us your story. How did you come to be here?
How did you come to be here? Like, what's your story? Oh, well, I started racing motocross when I was about 6 years old, and then actually here in Alice Springs. Yeah. Moved up to Darwin, went across to Queensland for uni, met my partner who's from here, ended up back here and thought, well, if I'm here, I might as well race it.
Keep moving.
Thanks.
And so have you raced it before? Is this your first time?
No, it's my first time.
Oh, are you a little bit nervous?
Yeah, very nervous.
There's a lot of testosterone out here. There's a lot of big bikes. I would be very nervous. You're a braver woman than me. Congratulations for even getting to the start-finish line and getting through prologue, and enjoy it out there.
Thank you so much.
All right, boys, back to you.
Thank you so much, Kate. You are in the thick and thin of it. That's Taylor Morse. She is one of the female riders to watch this weekend, and I'm joined up in the box by the Burrito Man himself. I'm glad he's back here to help me with the bikes. We are... It's there's just so much action going on. We're waiting for that first Jeep Well checkpoint to see where our top runners are.
Yeah,
but let's see how we go with all these competitors making their way through. There's so much to talk about.
Look, it's been exciting so far. There's been a lot of racing going on and a lot of corners being blown, so you can see the boys are really excited getting out there. It's a little sad to see Callum on his lid, but it looks like he's still picked it up and pushing Jacob as well.
Yeah, no, very unfortunate and very uncharacteristic there from Callum Norton, but that's the way of the racing. You never know what can go on out here at the Tatts Finke Desert Race. As we continue to get these bikes off the line, that was Dan Baker, Drewman Blackburn and Lewis Moghan all out on the line. And yeah,
it's good to see Lewis Monaghan on a 250 out there, really pushing it as well. We're still quite deep in the pack, but it's so cool to see so many different bikes up there. So hopefully they can get it all the way down the track and keep it held on.
Yeah, it's Bopper City here at the start-finish line at the moment as we set the next crew off on their run down to Fink. And boy, oh boy, is it getting dusty in the start-finish line section. The wind has really died off, and I think it will be a bit of an issue for the first 80-odd Ks down.
Especially between the trees, the dust really lingers, and so it is really important to get that first 80 under your belt and try and, if you are going for a race, get out in front.
Yeah, really got to be focused on the bike, otherwise you will end up like Callum in this stadium section. You know, it only takes the smallest of little mistakes for it all to go wrong. Ben Pickett out now with Sean Chetham, Josh Murphy and Kyle Johnson also out on the line now, and this is the one thing that always catches out some of our riders down the back, unfortunately, is those massive rats on the start line, because you do have 100 odd bikes, 500 odd bikes going through there. Boy, oh boy, does it get hard to get through there.
It's really roughing up at that first corner. You can see that it's really starting to pop around a little bit when they're coming into those lines, and those holes are starting to open up. But it's great to see them really choosing so many different lines, inside, outside. It's kind of wherever you can fit in while lining up.
Yeah, wherever you're safest really at this point now. A lot of these bike riders, I can tell you, they'll be trying to get down there in one piece as we continue to watch these madmen get off the line. Next out there on this next set of the grids, that one was William Ross, Graham King, I apologise, Sam Patterson, Anthony Tyson, Stephen Morfitt, Adam Roswell and Thomas Winter there in that grid.
It's always great to hear that two-stroke on the starting line, mixing it up with the big four bangers.
Yeah, it just shows how many different bikes, different bike manufacturers get out here and who rides the different strengths and weights and all that fun stuff.
They can hold the line a lot better as well sometimes, and as we just saw, all those two-strokes pulling away can still keep up, but unfortunately the four-strokes have the leg just at the top to pull them away.
Yeah, no, that is the one thing that we do tend to forget about is, you know, that big top-end speed that those bikes do have, and that's why they consistently are so good in those flat straights.
Those ruts are getting a lot deeper, I tell you what. You can really start to see them pull to the left and the right. It's not always the best line to start in the right as well, because that front tyre will pop up and you can start getting cross-threaded, but they're deep, so sometimes it is just the safest option to take them.
Yeah, interesting to see how each competitor is making their way through this rut situation at the moment.
We also can see in the first couple of corners in the stadium, if you check them out, the ruts are really starting to pop up, and we're getting some even mini whoops in there from the braking bumps, so it is starting to chop up just here.
Yeah, this stadium section always does cop an absolute beating through. And that next set of riders was Lee McDonald, Ian Downey, Jelma Bangma, Daniel Piggott and Shane Garth there. And ladies and gentlemen, the first of our women competitors on the line, the 955. Great to see the girls out there. Let's see where she goes.
Absolute cross-running here. It's going to get exciting for the back of the pack for sure.
Yeah, I'd say that would have been Taylor Morse there, but I'll just wait for a double confirm on the timing screens.
No, it's Tamara.
No, Tamara, sorry. She's first out there
on
for the women.
On the 450 Sherco, that's right.
She'll be one to watch this weekend. ladies and gentlemen, to the Alice Springs section of the Tatts Finke Desert Race. We're here at the start-finish line, sending off all our bike competitors as we speak. Jason Mitchell, Robin Kennedy, Casey Rumble, David Turner, and Leon Compagoni, I apologise there about that butchering of that last name, all off the line recently. And don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen, we will also give you updates on checkpoints as soon as we do get them. Just waiting on our first bikes to go through there, so that won't be too much longer. So the revs build, and they're on the bopper.
That dust is really starting to settle in here at the stadium, which is it's good to see, but it's not what the competitors want, and it's just really going to show the track out there. Between the trees, that dust just settles and sits there, so hopefully they can get a bit of fresh air, but we'll just have to wait and see what happens at the first checkpoint.
Warren Zerner, Gavin Dobson, Lachlan McLeish, James Brockhurst and Billy Barlow all off the line as our next group of riders get off. And yeah, no, I would hate to be on the start line at the moment and look out to the back gate there, because it is proper dusty. No wind whatsoever here in the Alice at the moment. The flag is stiff.
No, that's it. And the reports we got down the track this morning from other people are saying that it was a little wet, but by now it surely would have dried out. I know a lot of the riders have changed a little bit of their bike setup, but not as much as they kind of hoping now with that dry conditions.
These bikes are getting off the line thick and thin, and we're just having a quick talk and commentary up here about how some of these riders we're doing a little bit of last minute stuff this morning, a little bit worried about the rain, a little bit worried about how the track conditions were. And ladies and gentlemen, there we go. Our first update is through. Jacob Smith is currently in first position.
That's what he wanted. He really wanted to push out, get that first. Oh, look at that. David Walsh just behind him too.
So that's what, 11 seconds behind. 11 second split.
That's where Jacob said he was really worried about. He caught him in the first 50 last year, so it's great to see he's still keeping legs.
Wow. So ladies and gentlemen, your local that started in fourth position off the second grid is knocking on the door of Jacob Smith. 11 seconds through Deep Well.
We know the track gets really technical from Deep Well onwards. Yep. That's where really Jacob comes into his own. He's a big boy. He knows how to pull that bike around. David does have the technical skills of knowing where the track is, but Jacob just has that big, broad strength to pull him through.
Corey McMahon now through Deep Well.
Not Callum Norton.
Oh, yep, sorry. So, yep.
Beautiful. He's picked himself up and he's pushing.
He is pushing, so that is at 12:30.26.
And so 13 seconds behind, we have Corey McMahon on that 450. He was worried about that first 80. It is very fast, and he really was hoping to carry that corner speed through it. Obviously hasn't pulled up to him, but he's able to keep that position, which is great.
Yep, so your top four through Deep Well at the moment.
For Callum to have that gum off as well and still be pushing is absolutely amazing. A testament to how much pre-running he's done, how they got that bike set up. They've really worked hard. But for Corey to still be in the mix as well, he must be absolutely flogging that 450.
Mindset as well, mate, to come off in the stadium section.
He hasn't got that peak on as well, so he'd be really glad that there's no sun. It's not making much glare. I know he said yesterday, running later in the prologue, he got a lot of sun, a lot of glare in the dust, so he would be happy that it's a bit overcast like they all are.
Yeah, definitely would be, and we continue to let off these competitors here at Alice. That was Samuel Mooney, Rob Kosh, William Whitaker, Aaron Edwards, Adam Monroe, Stephen Dalton, Philip Streeter, Chris Stratford, Ron Crow, and Matthew Powell.
even that much of a gap as well now between 1 and 2 and 3, 4. So it is exciting.
Yep, Ivan Long coming
now
through, and that's 12:32.
About a 2-minute break.
So a 2-minute break there between those two. Wow.
Yeah, he's really starting to push. Corey must be absolutely holding onto that thing. But we know Ivan, we know his history out here in the track. He knows how to pick it apart, and we're also now getting into the whoop section of the part. So it's really going to take away that kind of experience and hopefully push them up ahead. Another one of the XR 650s heading off. It's awesome to see them just flying around.
It is so cool to see these old school bikes out here. And that last grid there was Mitch Yates, Dylan Marriott, Carl Blotchard, Craig Sanders and Corey Bannister. But we're going to go down to the start line and have a chat with Tony Lockett.
Righto, we're back. Unfortunately, I think we might have had a little bit of a mic issue there, but we were just talking in the commentary box about Brodie Waters is through. Liam Walsh is also through Deepwell as well. Good run there from Liam Walsh, so they'd be very happy with that. Our top 6 through, 6 or 7 through now. We've got some very fast times headed down to Deepwell. Off the line is the 5:47. We've got, Ronan Adams, Jason Martin, Caden Rogers, Henry Buckler and Mark Maidman all off the line.
We had Chloe Barton as well lead before, one of the really fast girls out here, so it's going to be great to see her back down the track. But you're right, Liam Walsh and Brodie Waters heading down the track now and getting through Deepwell. This is kind of now into their territory. These guys have all the experience from here on. It's going to be great to see them through the whoops. If you're down there watching them go through the whoops, they're going to absolutely be floating.
Yeah, absolutely. Alan Saunders in the 819 off the line, the X06 of Justin Simpson, the 195 of William Thorlback, the 275 of Connor Adams.
He's
and
just
the
got to
291.
Deepwell.
Oh, yeah, Connor Adams through Deepwell,
yep.
that's right. And the 291 of Mitchell Patton off the line, as well as Kevin Butzman. 611, this is fast, isn't it? Because there's another lot off the line. Ben Grabham through Deepwell as well.
He's on the tail of poor Connor. Jacob Smith's teammate, so he's going to have him breathing down his neck, and to have Ben Grabham sitting right behind you, especially hearing that bike at the takeoff this morning, it was loud, and it's got some amazing gearing and exhaust on that thing. So
yeah, they know the desert, don't they?
He's going to be breathing.
Andrew Grace, Paul Kleinberg, Nick Oakley, Adrian Copland and Peter Tenbrick off the line as well. And we've got another 5 leaving as well on our live feed. We are cranking through. That's Aaron Davies, Brodie Hodges, Darcy Jones, Harley Turner, Cameron Monaghan.
We've actually now got the CR500 lined up as well.
Yeah, how good is that? The big bagger.
This thing is going to sing.
Yeah, it's so good. Also running in Class 8 too, so he's one of our... what class is that? Because I always get these wrong, the years here. So Class 8. That's crazy, isn't it? Over 55 on a 500 CR.
Absolutely.
What a weapon. Again, another laid off. So we're down on the start line, though, with one of our fantastic female riders with Kate.
Susan Coop, congratulations on being here on the start-finish line. It's a pretty courageous move. Tell us about your noble steed, the Yamaha that you've got under you.
Yeah, it's 2015. It's an old girl, but yeah, gets me everywhere.
Very good. if you need to move forward, just move forward. How did you end up coming to Fink? Is this your first one?
No, it's my second one. Wow. But yeah, I come back because I didn't finish the last one after it got cancelled in 21, so I'm here just to finish.
Oh, you're a sucker for punishment. Okay, what do you see as the challenges that are going to be out there for you, the main one?
Square edges, and yeah, it's going to be big whoop down, and yeah, it's going to be challenging.
Yeah, okay, I know it will be challenging. I wish you the best of luck. Go show the boys how it's done.
Yeah, we will. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, boys. Back to you.
Awesome. Great to see those smiles and all that fun on the line. They're having a great time, aren't they? Although we've got Sam Hanley and Luke Hayes side by side, literally side by side.
1 second apart.
Coming through Deepwell.
As I keep saying, it's great to see these guys with so much experience coming through. Sam is a young fella and has raced here a fair few times, so he does know the track and he is one to watch.
Absolutely. Now, run through some names. Jake Slattery's been off the line, as has Walter Giddens, Sam Bevan, Daniel Hanley, John Gobble. We've also had Scott McKenzie, Lachlan Carter, Aaron Berthelot, Daniel Schowler, Tom Smith's been off the line, Josh McDonald, Michael Parham, Craig Harvey, Bailey Cox and Jay Simpster all running off the line now.
Jay just made it to Deepwell, actually.
Sorry,
yep.
You're right.
And Jack is just behind him again. Another, 8 seconds behind. We've got Jack Mentha. I mean, Sam running with Lukey Hayes is exciting. The Lord of the Grogtown, he's really pushing it, and I'm really hopeful that he's going to get that podium spot. He's got a long way to push, but it's great to see them. They're really close. This racing is side by side. To be there to see it coming in would be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Zachary Aria, Cameron Crusoes, Simon Brumel, Jason Griffith and Ryan Kemp off the line in that last line. And we've got another line off. Man, these 30 seconds of 5. It is fast up here in the commentary box, I'm telling you, Jeremy.
Mate, it's loud. It's rumbling. And it's awesome to see, especially them all lining up. They're all hitting bars and they're all trying to find a right line as well. It doesn't look like there's a line down there to choose from.
Yeah, especially as we get down to some of these guys that let's just call them amateur racers.
Weekend warriors,
Weekend warriors, absolutely. This is probably some of their first times being on a gate like this.
Absolutely. A lot of them that we talk to and they're just excited to be here. They may not have pre-run and they really got their eyes open after yesterday. It was cool to see so many people out there for the first time running. It really shows it. Just come up, turn up and have a good time.
Absolutely. Corey Hammond through Deepwell as well there on the 236, having a great crack. Damien Jones, Clinton Letton, Andrew Young, Miles Beaton were off the line, as well as Gareth Tyler, Christian Frank, Darren Sheriff, Cody Smith and Kevin Dwyer all off the line now. Again, one of our fantastic 8s there as well. That's our Masters class, I believe, although that's the Veterans class that they call it. So Samuel Nelson, Tom Farrell, Jake Hoey, Joel Paxton and Dylan DeSabo? Yeah, that's what I'm running with.
Yeah, we'll go with that one, DeSabo. Yep, on a Sherco 500.
He's got a good bike there.
Absolutely. We've got another quacker heading off the line.
Jackson McGrath on the 13 is through Deepwell as well on his gas 450. I tell you what, he'd be checking every tolerance on that 450 right about now, wouldn't he?
Look, it is going to be one of those things. I think the boys at the front who are pushing on the 450s will be. It is quite nice a little bit back with the 450 because it does have the power to get you up and booging. It doesn't get you in as much trouble as 500. A lot of the riders do say that the 450 is the black they'd choose. It just doesn't have the longevity of the speed. So, you know, you look at these guys in the 450s and you give it to them, but then you look even further down and there's the 350s and 250 4-strokes. It really can just be anyone's race out here as long as they hold it out and know where they're going to go. It's the way to set the bike up.
Riley Horan, Simon Bulk, Mason Venables, Samson Steinhardt, Calvin Hornbuckle, Tim Kempster, Russell Gibson, Pierre Delaray, Shane McGrath and Samuel Burt are all off the line as well in those groups of 5. Well, there's a famous saying, Roger DeCosta, do you know this one? Roger DeCosta actually got their engine data back when Toby Price and Brad Williscroft and Ben Grabham, and they were actually running it, and he goes, there is no way you're blowing up these 450s and 500s. He said, it just doesn't happen. We've never seen it before. They sent him the engine data. He took one look at it. He goes, we might need to build a new program for you boys. How crazy is that?
Look, a lot of the bikes here, you'd think that maybe they bring a bike from Dakar engine or even from the European stand racing, but it's not. The engines here are completely designed for Fink. they go into so many different lows compared to, say, a Dakar motor, which may be a 450. They are designed mainly for this. It's the whoops that take the most of the kind of the wear on the motor, and so that's what they're designed for here.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Hey, Tony Lockett got off the line as well.
Yep.
Phil Lindenmayer, Matthew Dwyer. We've got Dwayne Affleck and Will Mahoney as well. But we've also got Bradley Greenfield and Ryan Cossins battling it out through Deepwell.
Yeah, it looks like they're only, 2-3 seconds behind Jacko, because he came through as well at 12:39.51. He's on the 450. He'll be making that thing sing. He knows where he's going. There we go. Cody Stevens coming through as well. Oh, what is 20 seconds, 20, 30 seconds behind.
Nothing in it, is there?
Absolutely.
Philip Keys, Peter Johnson, Gordon Mallard. We've also got Angus Barnden and Benjamin Johnson off the line now. Again, a gaggle of KTMs in there.
Yeah, Ryan.
Honda's Sherco.
That's it. Ryan Cousins is on the Sherco 500. It's good to see the Sherco finally getting up there as well. We've had so many gases and KTMs, so it's amazing to see the Sherco come through.
Very cool. Absolutely. Husqvarna's, all sorts of things in there, isn't there? Oh, even a Husserberg.
That's it, the 570.
There you go, 70 degree. Jeff Gordon, Michael Harvey, Antonio Barricole, Susan Coop and Wayne Harding. Yep. All having a great run there.
Susan on the YZ250 as well.
Good choice.
It's a good low bike for her, but it'll be a lot of fun. I tell you what, these two strokes are going to look amazing at the end. Their pipes are going to be absolutely blue and purple and all different kind of colours.
Got that titanium glow happening, so beautiful. So, yeah, absolutely right, mate. No, it's going to be cool to see. We've also got Ray Cole and Jesse Moore through Deepwell.
Oh, there we go, yep. Yeah,
As
Ray's on the 450 as well, the YZ 450, so throwing that motocross bike through the best of it.
Paul Calcott, Sam Hunt, Lyndon Wells, Rhiannon Klein, all off the line as well in Alice. Letitia Foster must have been off the line as well in that group, just the Deepwell time split it. So Letitia and Rhiannon, good little battle happening there.
Absolutely. Here we go, Brad Wilkins and Kent Collins as well through.
Heidi Gersh, Brad Wilkinson, Kent Collins and Stanley Crow, Bradley Broad also off the line as we throw down towards Kate with one of our fantastic local riders.
Shane, I hear this is your first Fink and your mate dragged you into it.
Yeah, I've got a couple of mates that are racing, some took off already. This is my first time and I've got a mate right here in front of me that I've got to try and catch, and yeah, it should be interesting.
Yeah, so what made you want to come here and do this?
Well, sort of being from Alice, I've gone and camped a lot, so, and I've got a lot of mates that ride motorbikes as well, so I thought, yeah, may as well give it a crack.
Yeah, once in a lifetime kind of stuff. All right, good luck out there.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to head over to 901 here. She's actually on my Australian Women's Committee. And we make sure we promote women within the sport. Her name is Kate Raymond. She's also a dentist. Kate, tell us about your ride and your preparation to come to Fink this year.
Look, it's been many months in preparation. I'm just really pleased to be here representing women, being part of this first women's class. It's history in the making, and I'm so grateful for the opportunity.
Totally. And tell us about your bike, how long you've had it for, what you've done to it for this particular race.
Yeah, so this bike is courtesy of my sponsor, Smoke and Stainless. It's a motocross bike, which I'm actually not used to riding, so it's keeping things really interesting, but it was fantastic out at Prologue, so really enjoying myself.
Yeah, and who's waiting for you at the other end?
We've got a couple of fuel points at the way, and we've got a camp set up. I'm told it's already been set up, so I'm really looking forward to getting into my swag tonight.
Oh, I'm so excited for you, Kate. Good luck out there. Go get them.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, boys.
Well, there you go. While we're having that intro, the number one, David Walsh, has gone through Redinga. So he is right there. Well, he's not just right there, he's leading. That's what he's doing. He's out in front.
He's put a gap there now, and there's been a few bikes come through Deepwell, so...
Yep, absolutely.
Now we're just waiting for that time.
Deepwell. Yeah, we're really keeping our eyes peeled up here to see when the next bike comes through Redinga and who it actually is. Off the line, Kyle Miller, Mitchell Dower, Keith Borg.
But we also have to remember that we're getting into fuel stop territory. So, yeah, there it is, Jacob Smith.
And they're all together. Callum Norton's right there as well.
Right on his tail.
Only 10 seconds back there.
It's kind of similar to the battle that Jacob had last year with Jack Simpson. So it's cool to see. But this is where we're going to see the fuel stops and kind of that strategy really start taking place for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, when you think about it, Callum Norton's done an awesome job to pick up, back off, and I mean, he's on time now, isn't he? Like, back with Jacob Smith, which is going to be a good one. But again, we're early days right now. We're only 60 k's down the track, a little bit further, or 90 k's down the track.
And Corey McMahon is only 10 seconds behind as well, which is really exciting to see. As I said, these fuel stops, they are kind of stagnated for different teams because it is that kind of game mentality. Jacob Smith did it last year. He put a fuel stop a little bit earlier than Jack Simpson, which then gave him the pass. So we're just going to hope that that's playing for this particular time, because it's just going to be a guessing game from there. But to see Corey as well on that 450 keeping up with him and only having a couple of seconds apart, awesome.
So awesome, mate. That is a great race. And yeah, like you said, those mind games and everything else going on. Liam Johnston, Paul Murphy, Ryan Crombie, Scott Baker, Christopher Felden, Peter Arnell, Shane O'Shaughnessy, Sophie Kraft, all off the line in Alice, and we're still pumping them out here. Lots of 5 just cranking off this line here under this infamous Tatts Finke Desert Race. I mean, it's famous, but if you've ever ridden it, it's infamous. That's the reality of it, because I tell you what, sometimes you question what on earth you are thinking when you come down here.
Absolutely, and to see the track kind of decay the way it does is another thing entirely. You may be able to go down the track on a Monday, but then on a Wednesday it can be completely unrecognisable, and you throw this dust in, a few cars and a little bit of rain, it's going to be a whole different track.
Yeah, absolutely. Jaden Lewis, David Millington, Matthew Scarlett, Secret, Simon Gow, I apologise, John Mackay and Neil Venables all off the line. Now, we got a whole update there where Jake Cobbin, Tyler Radford and Tyler Adams have all come through pretty close within 15 seconds.
Simon Gower and Mitchell Bowen as well, kind of on each other's tails coming through. Hopefully that's a sign that the dust may be a little bit down out there with these bikes so close together. It'll be interesting when we get to the back of the pack to see them coming through deep well, what the time splits are, because it'll really start pulling away from each other, and hopefully the little groups will start forming, and the little riding community that you're going to be stuck in will be the ones that you kind of finish with as well.
Absolutely. Jason Dybel, Brad Perryman, Rodney Irwin, Cale Forrester.
There we go. Ivan Long's through Odinga as well.
That's a good position for him coming off the third of the grid.
Yeah. As I said, Ivan Long, a veteran out here, he knows that track, but he also knows where to push and hold back. So he would definitely be starting to push now. This is the pointy end, right at the very end, where they want to get ahead. Tomorrow is another long day, as he said, but it's also different track conditions.
Absolutely. Kate Raymond, Andrew Nicholson, Jed Gould. Sorry, that's our Deepwell tyre. I knew that. Yep. Kate Raymond, Andrew Nicholson, Edward Hartley, David Singleton, all off the line, as well as Naomi Finlay, Shane McAuliffe, Trent Wilson, all out there running on the track now. Again, we've still got bikes going off the line. It's crazy that they can get this many nuts to line up for this race. I love it. Anton Reedy, Alex McGorman, Kate.
We have the big DR lining up as well. Look at that.
Oh, yes. 27 litres of fuel. He said he could get all the way down and halfway back.
Mate, yesterday, the rumour is I heard he rode here, did prologue, and then rode all the way home. What an absolute legend.
He still had his mirrors on. How good is that?
Mate, he's an absolute weapon. He's got his little tool bag strapped on the back. Watch him take off. He's going to have the most comfortable takeoff ever. Look at him go.
I think the real shame of this is that what he wants to know if we can do the racetrack 3 times in a single day, because I think that's where he'd really shine.
Mate, he's going to get up to the top, round a few sheep up, have a sleep.
Did you see his interview? It was fantastic. They interviewed him on the line, and he did mention, he goes, I've done a few Ks on it around the paddock. So, yep, I'd say she's done a few kilometres. I know dudes that have just done oil changes only and got 80,000 Ks out of those DRs. They are a legendary bike.
And look at that. We've got Liam Walsh coming in as well now. He's got through Odinga, followed closely by Brodie Waters.
Yeah, that's a good little battle there, isn't it?
It's
Liam Walsh is having a good
apart,
run.
And then, yeah, as I said, we're going to hit some big dunes soon and definitely hit the Wood section, which is really going to separate them out. That last run into Fink is a bit more technical as well. You're kind of going in and out of some big in some big river sections. It's really start dusting up. You're going to get a nice little holes pop up everywhere. It's really going to form differently this year.
Absolutely. Rachel Johnson, Stephen Ralph, Grant Matthews, Clint Miller and Anita Boston off the line. And we've actually had another group go as well. So I'll call them out. It is Jared Taylor, Mika Freibel, also off the line. They've had a good run. Scott Blanchard, Rob Thurlback. Plenty of updates here. Connor Adams, the 275 through Redingra as well.
good young kid coming through. To see him hit the Redinga, that's good news.
Jared Taylor, Tony Harvey and Terrace Conway, all out at Alice Springs. All right, and we're going to throw down to Kate because we are at the final, well, we've finished our final vehicle off and we've got a sweep going through.
Yes, we do indeed. There goes the sweep vehicle right beside me. That was so exciting. Over 500 bikes heading down to Apachula. See you later, sweep vehicle. Good luck on that track out there. I reckon it'll be pretty rough. Who will make it down to Apachula first? Could it be Callum? Could it be Callum Norton? I mean, could it be the Corey McMahon? Is it going to be Walshy? So many questions still to be answered. Can't wait to see who gets there first.
Yeah, absolutely, Kate. We've got so many questions ourselves in the commentary box as Ben Grabber makes his way through Redinga as well. The veteran, the number 9. I tell you what, it's going to be good to see how this plays out. He's moving along very nicely from his position. We talked about Ivan Long having a cracking run. Liam Walsh. Obviously, we got David Walsh. There's a reason that he is the king of the desert.
Mate, you do 8,000 Ks on this track in just this year alone. You're going to know it really well, but it also shows that Callum Norton spent so much time up here. He knows what the track's going to form up like, and he knows where he's going to have to push. And to see him so close to Jacob Smithy must have a few moments looking over his shoulder to see where he is.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Hey, our last ones off the line there were Kyle Hart, Leo Barrett, Kyle Bailey-Carey, Adam Earlbite and Amy Butler. So everyone is off the line as we saw before. So if you're following it along at home on the live stream, welcome to the Fink, or thanks for following along at the Fink. Hopefully you saw your rider get off the line and you were cheering super loud. We tried to call everyone out, but I tell you what, man, there's some updates. Deepwell is starting to really crank through now. And again, we've got a few teams through Redinga, which is a fair way down. They're having a good crack there.
That's the kind of the best part of the track for some of these older veteran riders who know how it's going to flow, how it's going to form up. I really hope that these boys can carry that speed all the way through. But Deepwell, to get to Deepwell as well, it's a massive achievement for most of these riders. It's going to be a bit dusty out there. Hopefully it's going to hold up. It doesn't look like the wind's that good out there. We can really see a bit of an orange glow out in the distance.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, it's hard when you've got 5 bikes at 30 seconds apart, and it's a lot of them. 500 bikes, a lot of motorbikes out on that track. But 98 kilometres down the Redinga checkpoint, and we're going to keep a good eye out because then we're looking for the Bonduma checkpoint.
That's
140.
We're now in, as I said, we're in the fuel range part, so this is where a lot of the guys will be swapping. Oh yeah, look at that. Lukey Hayes through Redinga, Sam Haddock. Oh, they're just so close.
Yeah, 20 seconds, less than 20 seconds between those two guys. So Redinga, they're starting to see some real pace through there. And like you said, that's starting to get towards that rocky outcrop action. There's plenty going on there. Sorry guys, we just cut off there for a second. We were just talking about some of the fuel stop bits and pieces that are going on out here and talking about that track down there, Josh. Like, it's going to be very interesting. We're in that really fast, I don't know if everything's rough, but it's got those rocky outcrops, a lot of off-camber sections. There's some real big rocks hidden under the bull dust down there in that Redinga section. The Ruins is a very tough section. It's funny because it's one when it doesn't have those big sand whoops. You actually think it's going to be an easy section. There's no such thing as an easy section here at Fink.
No, yeah, never is an easy section at this track. And when you're going for 226 odd K, every other little bump in the road would definitely feel not the best, but there you go. You got Jay Simster through Redinga now, and closely followed behind him is the Jack Murtha, the 299 bike. So again, there's nothing in it between these first couple of bikes through here. and they're holding on to each other, and they're on the bopper, all right. So we're really excited.
Sorry,
about...
Josh, what did you say? They're holding on to each other. What, just holding hands as they're riding down the track, or?
Hey, some of them might. You never know.
You're telling the story, my friend. You are telling the story. But we are keeping a good eye out here for Bundooma checkpoints, because I tell you what, Davey Walsh, the local, is having a good track here. Yep. But again, we're looking up and down the list. There's some really good riders here. We talked about Jacob Smith. He knows his pace. He is no stranger to this track. He's done plenty of kilometres on it. And again, all it takes is one change, isn't it? Like, there's so much stuff that can change. We've seen bikes blow up. We've seen tyres fall off. We've seen chains break before. You know, this sort of stuff happens when you're racing here at the Fink Desert Race.
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's the thing, you know, we looked at Callum Norton earlier today, and he was going real well in the stadium section there, and then had an off. So like that was very uncharacteristic from him, and but you know, got on, level-headed himself, and that was the thing that you mentioned, Dan. That was really good to see from him, was actually him getting back into his own head, saying, "No, mate, you need to put your head down now and get out there," and that's what he's done exactly. So he jumped back on it and put his head down, and he's still riding through. So
and right on the back of Jacob Smith now. Be good to see Jack Simpson back for a crack. I think he would have had a good run here this year, but I understand there's a lot of commitments. Again, it'd be great to see Toby back on a bike, but has lots of commitments, as we all understand. So, yeah, it is very cool to see these guys. And again, it's going to be very interesting to see how everything runs down here. It's going to be a fast year, I think.
Yeah, definitely will be. Well, actually, we'll have a look at last year's time for David Walsh to see where he was into each checkpoint and his average speed. So David did it in a 1:46.10 last year with a elapsed kph, so you know, your average of 127.7 k an hour. So
man, that's moving, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
absolutely flying.
Jackson McGrath on the number 13 bike now through Rodinga.
And again, just to clarify, Josh, not max speed.
No.
Average speed. So that's uphills,
average.
downhills, around berms, over the whoops, over the jumps. 127 kilometres is the average speed.
Yeah, and then Cody Stevens has just popped through Rodinga there as well. And nothing in between Cody and then, yeah, you've got Bradley Greenfield through there as well. Wow, they're bloody close on those bikes.
Yeah, Jackson McGrath is right there.
It's like 10 seconds between them.
Very close. Yeah, we're starting to have a really good battle there. That 5 to 10 position is going to be one that is extremely hard fought.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And
it's interesting too, because we see that in both the car category and the moto category, Josh, is that obviously there is the race, like the guys that are there. They're, you know, the top 3 or 4 or 5 are very fast, and it will always be fast. No doubt everyone wants to step up, but then it's at 5 to 20, those plates, man, they get battled for, don't they? There's just so many fast guys coming through the ranks. You heard Ivan Long talk about all these new young guys. They're hungry, they're fast. It's going to be interesting to see the future of this sport. It's very exciting. Ryan Cossins on the 17 through now.
So he's doing well on that Sherco 500.
Again, we're talking about Rodinga checkpoint times here, so that's 98 kilometres down the track, just right near the ruins. They've already done one fuel stop by now.
Yeah.
They're feeling very comfortable with the bike, or uncomfortable, whichever way you want to look at it. Either way, they're where they need to be.
And that's another thing, another little strategy sort of game that they do play in the bikes that they don't play in the cars in this event, is that fuel stop. Those 2 fuel stops, where do you want to underfuel the bike and only go to a certain section, or do you want to overfuel the bike and go for a little bit longer? There's a whole heap of differing factors in there as well with the fuel stops. So
absolutely, even who's doing your fuel stops, are you using dry brakes? You know, there's so many things. All these top teams would have all the equipment to make sure that they can dump it in. about 11 seconds for a fuel stop with a dry brake on these bikes, taking on about, I believe it's 14 or 15 litres of fuel. So it's a pretty wild ride. There is not too much downtime. I can tell you when I rode it, our fuel stops were about 2.5 minutes or so. We weren't in too much of a rush to get back on those bikes that quick.
Yeah, no, I could just imagine that.
I was slowing my pit crew down. I was dropping the water on the ground and everything. No, it was gold. But again, Ryan Cossins through Redinga, as we said before, Jackson McGrath. We do have Bradley Greenfield as well. So a good little battle happening there.
Yep.
Also cool to see Cass Mundy on the 250, the MC 250 going through Deepwell as well. Having a good little crack there on the 250.
Yep, and then you had Jesse Moore and James Heenan through Rodinga, pretty much on top of each other again. So like there's 20 seconds between some of these riders. It's just insane how close they are. And it is really looking good. There you go. You got Samuel Stockman through there now as well. Probably another 20 seconds behind Jesse Moore.
Yeah, again, we're just really waiting to see when do we get to these checkpoints down here, down towards, they're down through Alice Creek now. Bonduma checkpoint should be coming live in the not too distant future. We're expecting to see the number one bike of David Walsh come through, then all the way down to Mount Squires. So the Bonduma checkpoint is the 140 kilometre checkpoint. Mount Squires is 172. And then the Fink end, the finish line, is 226 kilometres. It's funny when we don't have eyes on it, isn't it? It's a little bit nerve-wracking up here, Josh. You can feel the tension and feel it all happening here as we just wait to see the updates. Because anything can happen out there on the track. It is a wild ride, this Fink Desert race.
Yeah, it really is. And you never know what the track will throw at these riders as well. And as we were speaking to our car competitors as they made their way down to Fink this morning, it was a lot rougher on them and their machinery. So can you imagine how rough it's going to be on some of these bike competitors?
What do you think, Josh? I want to know, do you think the heart rates of the riders or the riders' partners are higher right about now? What do you think?
I'd probably say partners, actually. That's normally the way to go if you do see it that way. They like to stress a lot when they don't need to, is the way I've always been told to put it, but that's terrible. I don't want to be mean to any of the partners out there. I know how hard it would be to see your partner go out there and absolutely send it through the desert that quickly. So I understand. Eagerly waiting for this next checkpoint update.
Well, there's a fair few coming now through Deepwell, but we've got a few through Redinga as well. Jack Menther's come through, Cody Stevens, Jackson McGrath on the 450s. Good to see him come through. Good WA boy from the 627 crew. Ryan Cossins as well. Look at the times; they're just so close.
Yeah, it really is. Like they're coming through in packs through all these checkpoints at the moment. You had Simon Growler on the X64 make his way through Rodinga on his Gas MC450. So great to see another one of those manufacturers up there and playing around. So good to see that. And yeah, we continue to welcome a whole heap of riders through the Deep Well checkpoint. So they'll continue to stream through, and you can continue to follow the updates up on the screen as we speak.
That's right, because the Deep Well checkpoint is 68 k's down the track, so it is the kind of the faster section of the track. Is a bit kind of nice and flow. There's a bit of trees around, which, as I said, you can kind of see the dust hanging around. When they get down to Rodinga, you're at the 98k, which is kind of, some people they're thinking about fuel, starting thinking about getting ready to pull in, and then when obviously they get through to Baduba, you got the 140. So hopefully you're filled up by then, depending on the size of the tanks and how they're going. I mean, obviously that DR is probably not going to fill up for the entire race, but it's definitely going to slow down a little bit now.
Well, as we were just speaking with that, there you go, Bunduma at 1:05.56. David Walsh is through Bunduma, so we'll just currently wait for the other two bikes to go through there and see how close it is between them. So David Walsh on an absolute push. Like an absolute push, ladies and gentlemen.
He looks like he's got a bit of a gap now.
Yep.
But as I said, this is where everybody was worried about. Trying to catch him in this section is going to be hard.
Yeah, the man knows. The man could probably ride the track blindfolded at some points. You know, he really is that good. And there you go, Callum. Wow. Oh no, sorry, I almost got really excited there. Jacob Smith through, and then
Smith
Callum Norton.
There.
It's 2 seconds.
Mate,
2 seconds, mate.
If you were lining up this morning and you were in front of David Walsh, you would have felt his eyes on the back of your head. He had a target on you. Yeah, 2 seconds. 2 seconds is a gap for David Walsh, Jacob Smith, and Callum Norton all in the mix. But 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
And it's probably just over 2 minutes from David back to Jacob Smith there.
And Corey McMahon 30 seconds behind on that 450. That bike would absolutely be ringing.
Wow. Top four. There's nothing, ladies and gentlemen. I just can't believe how quick David's got on that bike and just said catch up.
It is a good gap, you're right, and it is exciting to see because he did start, obviously, second row, but we always knew he was going to be able to catch him at some point. It was just where they were going to get caught.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see some of that chopper footage to see where they did have the battles out on track and how quickly he did get up to them because... Yeah, I knew he was quick in that first section of the track. I didn't realise he was that quick.
No, he's one of those people that you really got to pay attention to. And as he said last year, he caught most of these guys in the first 50. So, we got Matty McFarlane on the XR600. He's coming through deep well now. He'll be absolutely loving it out there.
Oh yeah, he'd be having a good time. Lachlan Spilsbury and. Dusty Clem through Rodinga as well as Josh Harris as well through there. So a heap of competitors making their way through Rodinga checkpoint now as well. Jed Gould through there as well now, as well as Josh Harris.
It'd be interesting to see at the end of the race and kind of have a talk to the guys and see exactly where David Walsh overtook Jacob Smith and Callum Norton because they would have been absolutely pushing and trying to find every inch of track to get that grip. So to know exactly where Walshy passed them would be interesting, especially now with the race kind of in really set down the track. It would be fun to see exactly how. And we've now got Ivan Long come through as well.
Yep. So Ivan Long through there now. At 1:09.28. So
he is definitely a man to watch when Longy gets you in his sights as well. You don't want him chasing down. So much knowledge behind the big man, and to see him on a 500 it's going to be scary. And tomorrow it will be a very exciting day.
Yeah, it's setting up a really good day tomorrow because you see how close it is today when we're going down to Fink and again we do go down on corrected time. So we get down there and we see David has started back in that fourth position, but because of his time, we'll see where he does end up. And you never know with some of the names in the background that could just come through and actually put a stellar time in, so that's always the factors to watch as well. You never know.
Absolutely, it's always going to be that race, and there's been many years where bikes have failed as well in the front row, so you never know what's going to happen. They're not always going to have a smooth run, and the bike may fail. He may have a tyre come out, or he may just clip a square edge that's hidden in that bull dust.
Yeah, Liam Walsh now through Bunduma as well, so that is another update. He's not too far behind, probably 40 40-odd seconds behind Ivan Long.
And this is where it's going to get real fast. These guys at the front really know the terrain. It's going to hopefully get them a bit more of a lead. They'll really pull through. But at the same time, Jacob Smith and Corey McMahon really know this track, and they are great on these big whoops and sandy sections. Jake being a bigger guy, Corey also having so much experience in the off-road scene. He knows how to swing off it. He knows how to be technical, and hopefully that will pull through for him now.
So the first of our female competitors through to the first checkpoint, that is Tamara Gray on the 955. She's very closely followed behind Taylor Morse on the 939. There's absolutely nothing in it between those two girls, so they're having a good old battle out on track, and it's great to see those two women fighting it out in that new women's class to try and take the top spot there in class, so that's great to see. And we continue to welcome these riders through Deepwell and Rodinga, as well as Bundooma, as the quicker boys go through.
Absolutely. Taylor's a local and really knows how to work it out here in the sand, so it's cool to see him make that 250 really sing. But as we're saying right now, Brodie Waters has come through on the 500. He's really going to be pushing and setting himself up for a good pace tomorrow. As we said, time correction will put them in different positions, and we've really got to take that into a factor for tomorrow. But hopefully that will also mean when they line up tomorrow, they know exactly what they have to do and where they're going to push. It's not always going to be one in the first day, and a lot of them will just kind of take it easy, set themselves up. Also, there may be a few changes to the bike because we don't know how the track has settled down at the end. With all these buggies and cars. A few of those holes would have really opened up, created some massive dust bowls. So it's exciting to see them now. We don't know what's going to happen tonight. It'll be interesting to see them. It's like they're spinning spanners, changing tyres, changing compounds as well, like they did yesterday. The tyres they ran yesterday on Prologue aren't the same tyres for some of them they ran today. There was a bit more of a motocross here or a softer tyre, so to put another tyre on today, some sprockets were changed too. They've gone up a tooth on certain bikes, so it's going to be interesting to see what they're going to do down there and get that technical kind of information back to the mechanics.
Yeah, that's really interesting feedback there, and interesting to know that they did actually swap up tyres and stuff like that. So I wasn't expecting that to happen, and that is an interesting little bit there, and to see that they are going for tyre changes throughout and the sprocket changes as well.
The Michelin's came out with a Starcross 6 this year, which has been very exciting, and a lot of guys are trying different ways to make them work, and they're always going to kind of be the tyre of the desert out here. There's Motos and many other great brands, but definitely yesterday they went out with a bit of a different tyre. The front runners had a wetter track, so there was a little bit more grease and slip out there. Talking to Brodie, it was a little bit sketchier to cross over from berm to berm in the corners, but the tyre changes for most of them was only fractional, but a lot of the guys down just the back just were happy to get through.
Yeah, of course, and Connor Adams now through Bundooma, and right behind him, and I mean right behind him, is Ben Grabham through Bundooma now as well. So looks like
12 seconds.
It looks like he's actually got up there, and he's right on the back of him now, because that was a lot bigger the last time round. And we'll just give a little bit of an update on some DNFs. These are confirmed by Control. So the 218 of Will Ashby, unfortunately, he was going really well off the line, and he was right up there in the running of things. So unfortunately, he has been confirmed as an DNF. The 582 of Brent Story, also a DNF, and as well as the X46 of Tyrone Marcus.
We've had another girl come through as well, Catherine Scoble on the CRF 250. A great runner. It's going to be exciting to see what she can pull out of the bag for this one.
Yeah, those girls, they're sticking in packs. She's got Alex Long right behind her as well. So that's another little pack to watch. They'll be fighting it all out, and they're also sort of mixed between the other class riders as well. So very, very interesting to see how they're going to try and run their races as well, whether they'll try and sit on the back of one of those boys and just see how they go, or whether they want to run their own race. So
it's always going to be hard too, because the girls are going to choose different lines because of their bike setups. Catherine was saying before that she feels like she's on the quickest Honda that she could have got at the time, and it really showed up at the the gas dash. She really flapped off the back of it to come out here. But sometimes the girls do choose a different line to the boys, because just of the strength, nothing else apart from that, and it can be quicker for them. So not always sitting in the dust of the boys. They can sometimes ride a little higher on the line, or they can hit some of the bigger stuff because they can float through it.
Yeah, no, definitely. I'm definitely not knocking any of these women back. They are some really, really good riders, and you see there, Luke Hayes makes his way through Bundooma, so that's a good little pickup there from Lukey again. His family are pastoralists around this country, so you know this bloke knows this country. He knows how to ride in it. He's done very well over the past years. You know,
absolutely. You know, he's raced for some amazing teams, and he was really confident with the team he's backed, and they look absolutely awesome out there. So for Lukey to be out here swinging off the back, one of the lords of the grog town out here, he's an absolute weapon, and now he's really going to come into his own and hopefully start putting a bit of a gap on it, because he definitely deserves it.
Yeah, no, definitely does.
There we go, Corey Hammond just behind him as well.
Yeah, it is really, really close between these competitors.
Race control, official access only. No one is allowed in here, but we have VIP access. So I thought I'd take you on a little tour as to what goes on in here. Okay, my first victim, Michael. How are you? So you're from St John Ambulance. Tell us about your role here this weekend, a very important.
Manager operations, Matt. We are involved in... I'll get to you in a second, Matt. We are involved in basically providing a medical response to make sure that the competitors and in some cases areas. And so far I think it's going really well. I've learnt a great deal, especially from young Matt. It was enough to be in this office last year, so he's been passing on his wealth of information. We've seen some things that maybe we can try and improve in next year. A lot of things that we're actually doing very, very well. So, yeah, it's been being here. It's, I suppose, an atmosphere where everything we've appropriate. So good, I must admit. Yeah.
It's very exciting out there, and it's excellent to have you guys and girls here supporting the riders, the viewers, everybody.
Together, we've actually got officers from all over the country helping and assisting us. We've even got our own community set up here, and I've got to admit the team themselves, the Fink committee. I assume they're a committee. Been doing a great job.
Yes,
having the
move on to Anthony Joffa, who is the event director. You are a very busy man this weekend. Tell us a little bit about everything that you do, all the that you need to tick.
It's great having you in here. We don't often get to, which is the nerve centre of the event here. So we have UHF comms with all the checkpoints. We have sat phones. We have voice over IP phones at each checkpoint. We have satellite systems in each of the sweep cars and the recovery cars. And we have
let's take a look at all this so the audience can see the the data, the details.
So it's pretty untidy in here at the moment, but the radio that you can see in the background, the old green one, is an old RFDS radio that's actually been updated, and there's very little of the inside of it working, but it's been enhanced. It's got a recording, so we can record what goes on over the microphone. We can record what happens in the room if we need to in a serious event. And then we've got someone recording all the various communication, which goes up on the screens that we are looking at.
I mean, with 12,000 campers, 300 officials and 1,000 competitors, there must be so much that goes into the logistics and the control of an event like this. It's just massive, and so many volunteers as well.
Look, they're the backbone of the event. It's the volunteers, and we couldn't do it without them, and we have them dotted down all along the track at various checkpoints. The track at the rear of the car and bike field. The real challenge for us is we have two events going concurrently. So it was only a short while ago that the car section actually finished. Yeah. But we have the lead bike on the course, while the tail end of the car field is running into Fink. So yeah, it's a challenging time in here.
You seem pretty relaxed, and that's a good way to be up. Thank you so much for letting us in here. It's been a real treat and an honour. Good luck with the rest of the event.
Good on you, Kate. Thanks for coming in.
Excellent. Thanks, boys. Back to you.
Yeah, awesome to see a little bit of the inner workings there of the headquarters. It's where it all goes down. And I tell you what, it is very important to have all that stuff going on. We can't thank our officials enough. I tell you what, they had a rough year this year getting just to the race, and they really put in the effort and made it happen. And I tell you what, I'm pumped because it's just such a great race. Every year we get back into the desert, we get the high octane race fuel in our noses. I tell you what, it is a fantastic day out here. The weather has come on beautiful. We're wearing T-shirts. It's very chilled out here in Alice this year.
Mate, it was so off and on this year as well. We never knew if the race was going to go ahead, so a lot of people were kind of in and out of what's going to happen. And to be able to actually have a go ahead is just amazing. It would really be sad to see a great race, not just for the riders, but also for the town. It really means a lot for Alice.
Absolutely. Now, listen, we meant to introduce you. Obviously, it's Josh and Dan up here in the commentary with the official commentary, but we've got Jeremy from Dirt Bike Burrito up in the commentary box. You just jumped in there, didn't you?
Mate, yep.
I like it. We just started calling motorbikes because that was the most important thing at that time. But again, big shout out to you, mate. Thanks for giving us a hand up here.
Absolutely.
Now, Jeremy, we were just talking because I just said we got to have this conversation on air because we were talking about all of the setup and some of the things that are going on with these bikes. And, I know that there's some information that you can't leak out, but let's have a bit of a chat about the desert racing stuff because it's so unique, isn't it? Like, as in, we're talking about the steering dampeners and, the steg pegs and all these things, under and over, what's right for you, what's not right. Let's run through some of the technicalities of setting up a desert bike compared to, say, just your homegrown motocross you go doing the weekend racing on.
Look, it is going to be a bit difficult to set up a bike exactly for the desert. There are so many different terrains. As we said before, there's a nice flowy whoop sections, technical ruts, rocks, off-camber stuff. It's really going to be hard. You want to obviously have a bike that you feel comfortable with, whether it be a two-stroke or 350 all the way up to a 500. It really doesn't matter what that you bring out here, as long as you feel comfortable. And then, we can really start picking little things that most of these desert riders actually have and run to make it a lot more enjoyable down the track.
Yeah, is it still a thing? It used to be a bit of a thing that you ran a higher set of handlebars because you're standing up a lot, or, you've got your high seat as well, don't you, with all that big padding, even down to the cut seat so that, because these guys are doing that speed for that period of time. Like these bikes aren't just, you buy your 500 off the shelf from KTM or Gas or whoever your preferred brand is. There's a lot has gone into these bikes, even chassis tweaks and bits and pieces.
Well, look, there's a lot of those kind of stuff. I think the high seat is probably where we can start with. A lot of guys do run the high seat, but you talk to guys like Lukey Hayes, a lot of people who have a lot of time in the desert, the higher seat actually gives them a bit of a higher centre of balance as well, a bit of higher centre of gravity, and they don't like it as much. They do like that sleeker seat with just a small cutout to hold them in, but those steg pegs really have come a long way as well. And then a lot of people now are making their own because the steg pegs are great. You can get an enduro set or you can get a desert set. There are two different types, and it really shows what kind of a rider that person is compared where those steg pegs are set up. But the seat, I guess we can start with because it's probably the most visual thing you see. Yeah, a higher seat definitely helps. A bit more padding there to cushion your butt. But a lot of these guys will be on the pegs as well, as you saw yesterday in the prologue, taking those corners, hitting those whoops in the corners. They will be on their feet because if you do sit down, you'll kind of get that slap, moon boot you to the sky, and it's going to be a hard time in the desert. The seat is always going to be one of those things where it's really up to you and how you feel on the bike.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Now, the other thing that's very visual, or it's not necessarily very visual, but easy to see if you actually have a look at the bike, is the steering dampener, because that's probably something that differs a little bit. Not a lot of the motocross guys or the local trail riders, even though, in my opinion, they should be running a steering dampener. Once they ride one with one, they'll probably never go back just quietly. But, there's those options with your steering dampener. There's plenty of brands out there. There's obviously the Scott's, which is an Olin's branded.
That's right, yeah.
Scott's performance one. They've also
MSC.
got MSC, I was going to say, there's a lot of really good brands out there now. You were pretty limited back a few years ago with what steering dampener, but again, there's a lot of good ones now.
Look, it is, and it's really a kind of a different game now. You can have over the bar and under the bar steering dampeners. They really help take that slop away from the bike when it's trying to walk left and right on you, give you that shake. There are actually new ones out there. They ran them on the Hondas a few years ago where you'd have another steering dampener right at the very front, right on the head stem of the bike. That's a bit of a trade secret. I think we can slowly get out there, but there are different kinds of steering dampeners if you want on the bars. Above and below, it's really up to you how high you want the bars. If you want low bars, you're obviously going to put that steering dampener nice and high and try and keep those bars low as you can. That will also determine, where your bar position is going to be. There's 3 holes on your triple clamps how far forward those bars are. If you're a taller guy, you may want them a bit more set forward, but that also can give you a bit more of a hunchback and a bit more of a tacky position. Where out here, you want to be a bit more relaxed, really feel into it. You can kind of see that in some of the motocross guys who come out here. They hit the sections, they're really attacky, kind of forward, which then leads onto your steg pegs. Now, a lot of the guys will run the desert ones, which are really far back, and you can see some of the guys who've come out here with some amazing little steg pegs that are hanging back even past the exhaust. So it really depends on how you feel on the bike. I do think that it just takes time over and over again. You probably look at some of the bikes as well, you'll see really short steg pegs with the puck, the little black circles. Only a very short one compared to the other guys that may have a whole door stop on there to really lock their legs in.
I was going to say, that's something that's a bit new that I've noticed in the last couple of years is the really big ones.
Desert Extension make these great ones that look good. And
yeah.
you even see some skateboard wheels out there from the old school guys. Yep. It's really exciting. But those steg pegs really help to lock in those legs when they're going through the whoops mainly.
Yep, absolutely. And then the other thing that's a bit different is a lot of guys are running a desert-specific style tyre and obviously some sort of ultra heavy-duty tube, moose, those sort of things. So there's a lot around that wheel tyre package as well, isn't there? Because, sometimes if you're just going that fast and hitting all those sharp edges, just a standard tube will not survive.
No, not at all. And there are a lot of little technical tricks that we can't talk about, obviously, because everyone's a bit different. Don't want to give away too many secrets, but when it comes to these tyres, you've always got the Starcross 6s, that bit of a legend out here. There are so many great brands out there. The Motos are doing really well out here as well. I think it all depends on you and how you feel, but also the bike you're riding as well. Sometimes a bigger, harsher tyre out here is not going to suit, say, like a little 300, 350. It'll still work, but it's a bit too aggressive for it, and you don't want to get bogged down in the fluffy stuff that's going to happen out the back. Ultra heavy duties is where it's at. I know a lot of guys now are running mooses in the front, which is a bit of a nice solid tyre. Helps stops the flats. You can't run a moose in the rear because 9 times out of 10 that heat is just going to melt that pool thing. You imagine you're putting a pool noodle in a tyre that's going to 160, 170 k's down the track. Yep. It's really going to get hot and melt away. Not saying that people don't, and it's great to see the mooses out there, but a lot of the top guys will use just an ultra heavy duty with a couple of secrets in there as well.
Tweaks, yep, definitely. And now what about bike setup? Are we running them as long as we can, running the forks right out, trying to get the bike long, running the tyre as far back in the swing arm as we can? We want that straight line stability.
Absolutely. If you have a look at, say, front forks, they've got some lines on them. It's taken a few years for me to learn this as well through some amazing people, but those lines kind of represent how twitchy the bike is going to be at the front. You want those forks pushed all the way through, all the way down to give you a nicer, longer steering. It kind of helps the bike settle a little bit, not as twitchy. I mean, if you're going to go into the enduro bash between trees, you're going to pull those forks.
I was going to say, not prime for single line between the trees, but absolutely in the desert, there's not too many sharp corners out there.
No, that's it. You want to get those forks down as low as you can. It is going to be a softer setting on the suspension as well, just to kind of take in all of those square edges. I think people don't quite understand how big those square edges can be. To kind of give a comparison, even here on the prologue, out the back, there was a couple of sections that opened up. Apparently the length of a car, a nice big talcum batter hole that had just dug in, which was about knee deep. Now, if you hit that at full noise, there were people getting blown off left, right and centre. I think Cody Stevens hit it, Brodie Waters hit it as well. I think Jakey Smith even said he had a really close moment, and that's where a few seconds were left. So it is really about time out here in the desert if you want to go quick, to know your bike, set it up. And, there's so many other tricks out there as well with even just bolting in your engine that obviously you have to just go check out bikes. I think people may just brush over looking at these bikes, but you really need to go and check out the front runner bikes, because there is a lot of little trick things that
there you go,
that you can see.
I like that. You give them the fishing bait. They're just getting it out there. Go
check them out.
Go and have a look.
There's some amazing guys out there.
I think what you're saying is these bikes aren't exactly stock off the shelf bikes.
Look, the motors are the motors are pretty stock, and you can go to, say, Rex from Fuel Talk and get your ECU tuned, but there's just going to be little things that the riders want that will change the bike. Plus, you've got guys like Michael Carusi, Jake Young, these amazing engine builders in the KTM Husky team that are just pushing it. Danny Apro and all these guys are just making these bikes scream, And then you've got guys like Ben Grabham who are just constantly changing. If you have time, go check out Grabo Track and Trail. He has a bike that is absolutely crazy, a tiny rear sprocket, tiny. I mean, most of these guys are running 48 to 52 tooth on the back, which really helps you get that high speed. Grabbo's in the 30s, you know, and he has an exhaust that is from America, but is actually for a flat track bike. So it shows that because he has so much experience out there riding it in so many different terrains, it is exciting to see the bikes and how he develops them as well.
That's amazing, absolutely. Now, what about suspension development? You mentioned about clickers and setting them up. You know, spring rates, working with a high-quality suspension gun, being deadly honest with what your actual weight is and when you're race ready, that sort of thing. Because that makes a big difference, you know what I mean? Like, you got to be honest about those things. You got to put your boots and all your gear and everything that you're wearing, your Camelback on, and actually get on those scales and make sure, because the difference between, say, a 95 kilo, like for a 95 kilo rider and a 102 kilo rider is actually quite a bit, isn't it? Like, you know, you've got to really be onto those numbers and onto your facts.
Absolutely. The bike will come out. Most of the bikes now come out for an 85 kilo rider, which is not always who you are as a rider.
Not many Australians, mate. Not many, I know.
And not many desert races too. You know,
true.
you got to come out here really being honest with the suspension tuner and also be upfront with them what they want. They will change things like spring rates, and you know there are amazing cone forks and cone valves in the front, or open cartridges, closed cartridges, a whole bunch of stuff in the front end. It really depends on you and your budget, but you also can make stock suspension work for you really well. It's all about the tuner and who you go with. You know, there's some amazing brands out there who can really come on board and help. I saw WP down here before. You got Choice and On Point Moto, all these amazing brands. Obviously GDR out here, Greenie knows this track better than everyone, and he really can help set up a bike.
Oh, I love that. That's actually a really good point, because it's talking about being honest with yourself. The other thing is that you do have to be honest with yourself. You're riding a Billy, because the flip side of that is if you bought a stock bike, put some steg pegs and a steering dampener on it, and put some decent tyres on it, and just did some tuning work, and you know, as long as you're not too big, you know, you might need some springs, or if not. But the reality is that you can come and have a pretty good ride at the Fink, can't you? On something with some minor adjustment as well, if you're not wanting to be in that top 10 sort of mark.
Oh, look, we've interviewed so many people, like even just today, who come out here for the first time, and they're riding their enduro bikes that they've been bashing around the bush with, you know, and doing 4 days with as well. So it really doesn't mean you have to go spend 50 grand to build an absolute rocket ship. It can just happen, you know, with what you've got. I think it just does help, and it gives you a more enjoyable Fink.
Absolutely, there's no question about that. I tell you what, Jeremy, some of the stuff I love watching is that we've collected over the years all this Fink footage. Have you had a chance to watch it? Because I tell you what, there's some classic racing back in the day, you know, with the IT 465s and bits and pieces. There's guys on early, you know, whatever they were, because they were weird numbers back then, like 535 KDMs and all these sort of weird numbers.
I mean, CR500s, XR.
Husqvarnas with Kickstarters on the wrong side.
Absolutely.
And, there were some wild bikes back in the day, but I tell you what, it was so much fun to have a look through that event brochure, or, you know, the event log, and just check out some of the old names in there too. Craig Dack riding a KDM. You know, he's now the man with Yamaha, Craig Dack Racing. And, you know, he came second. I think he won it out here one year as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did.
Bell rode out here one year. So it's just crazy to think of those old Supercross names that have, you know, put their name in ink out here on the trophy of the Fink Desert Race.
I think it was also cool back then. They had those mass starts as well. They all lined
the Le
up.
Mans start,
yeah,
absolutely.
All the way into the first corner.
I'll tell you what, you'd be filthy if your bike didn't start, wouldn't you? Especially with some of those KX500s.
Yeah, back then the legs were a lot larger than they are now. I mean, they had to kick some of those bikes over.
Absolutely.
But it also really helped develop such a great race, and people probably don't understand as well, like a lot of the guys who test out here have helped develop a beautiful bike that is now. If it wasn't for these guys back then pushing the bikes and helping develop, say, suspension and things like that, we wouldn't have what we have now.
That's right, exactly right. It's crazy to think how far we've come in a couple of years. You know, the 70s with twin shocks on your XL, it would have been a rough race doing that now.
Mate, just looking at it, we give the guys on the XR600 a hard time for coming out here, or even the DR, but I tell you what, that's how they did it back in the day.
Absolutely. These guys dream of it.
Oh, mate.
Look at these 500s just cranked up that 80s, 90s era. It was just those guys.
The gear. I love the gear, mate. The colours and the helmets is really going to... Hopefully they come back. Yeah, absolutely.
I love the cut
slots in them as well. Helping that airflow. And then obviously with the two-strokes as well, that power band was a lot more unpredictable than it is now.
Absolutely. It was great times back then racing. Again, probably a little bit of a different track. I'm just going to state it.
Like it was different.
Definitely a lot faster, and it had all those big road sections in it.
A bit more relaxed too. I think the rules back then, I think there's photos of guys drinking beers at the fuel stops. So it's a bit more relaxed.
Absolutely. Well, they do talk about it was actually a race for beers when it first started in the 70s.
That's
it was a good time. And again, that iconic Fink River. And they actually raced in the river for a period of time there. where you ran about, I think it was about 5 Ks down the river. So.
But I mean, the crashes are the same too, though.
Nothing changes there, absolutely.
No, the crashes are exactly the same. The sand looks the same, and it is amazing how far we've come, and to see the development, not only of the bike, but the race as well, because it just means so much for Alice and I guess the bike community. Like, everybody loves it, everybody knows it, and it's really helped kickstart so many other races here in Australia.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Yeah, definitely. And I think one of the big things that has been awesome is the advent of, all this social media and stuff. The guys have been able to do live feed. We talk about it, having live feed down the far end is reasonably new in the last couple of years. A lot of years it's just been total darkness when we get down there. But I tell you what, it's awesome to have that now.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of riders come through as well, which is getting exciting. Really making it all the way through to Bunduma, which is good to see.
Yeah, and really we're keeping our eyes peeled, aren't we? We've had a bit of a chat there, probably getting somewhere down near Mount Squires now for some of our top riders. Yeah, so we're just looking at our live feed here. We've actually noticing the helicopter like pushing a few birds out of the way there. So we're keeping a good eye out for one of our first motorbikes that we believe will be coming in here very shortly.
We missed that one on the timing, so it's cool to see him coming. Who we got?
Wow, and it is Walshy. Wow, that is a stonking time from Walshy.
He is looking good too. Straight over the jump, couple of throttles in the air.
Absolutely no issues there. There's no jersey ripped or anything flapping off, so I'd say he has had a clean run.
He's had a good run.
Really good run.
We still got the peak on his helmet, so that's a good sign.
That's a good
and he's
start.
coming in.
And it's not very, it's pretty unusual to have a peak still on your helmet sometimes.
Oh, he's coming in strong as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that bike sounds strong. He's
knows
done it well.
exactly where he needs to be. That is a very good time there from Walshy. We're having a look at our updated times.
This is he's put a good time on it. He's put a good split. Hopefully we can see either Jacob or Callum come through.
Absolutely. The other guy that might be really fast is the 6 bike of Ivan Long. He was
Longy
going
coming
along
through.
really well. 146.
146. What a time.
That's nuts.
What a time.
Holy moly. What a great run down there. A 127 kilometre
46.
average speed. That is absolutely nuts.
Yeah, there we go.
146.25 with an 8 on there. Not that I think that's going to be a big deal. He's come out of that second grid and had a great run there down there to put him in position.
Well, that's it. He's bet last year's time.
Yeah, so with the
140. He last year was 146.10. This year he set a 146.25.
Yep.
They were just so close.
Absolutely.
Oh, Callum.
Yeah, great.
Callum Norton coming through.
Getting a little loose over the Fink jump. Almost doing a little bit of a Bubba scrub over there.
Absolutely. That bike's lovely and settled across those little braking whoops.
Yeah, what a great run there. Callum Norton having a good crack there.
Oh, what a great run Callum's had. To come out of that crash and still just keep fighting, it's a testament to the guy. He would be absolutely stoked with that.
Yeah, he lost that 30, 35 seconds at the start there, plus the mental loss that you've got there, Jeremy. You know, it's going to be one of those things. A 148.58.
Good.
Yeah, that's good. So he lost that minute, obviously, but he does have a good place for the run home. But again, we're looking for lots of bikes, to be dead honest with you.
Look, it's about the same gap he had last year as well. David's put on them, so even though he set back a little further, he managed to get the same gap that he had on everyone last year, taking off for day 2.
Yep, and we want to keep a good eye on the 2 bike as well, Jacob Smith.
You can hear it on the live feed.
I was going to say, here plenty of bikes coming in. Helicopter flying off nice and low as well.
Oh, there he is. Big Smithy coming in.
He looks nice and clean too, Jeremy. No dramas there. Bike's looking healthy.
That bike's looking really good, really settled. You can see it hit those big braking whoops and really sitting in there nicely. That's what we're talking about before with that, getting that suspension set up. You know, a lot of those times, that's where you see the guys coming out of those corners and the bike will get a bit unsettled, try and swap you left to right. His development in these bikes is absolutely amazing.
I'll tell you what, crazy story I got about the Smith boys in 2011. I'm sure it's 2011. We were waiting for him to come in, and both of them, Todd and Jacob, were both pushing their bikes across the top. They'd run out of fuel. They made a miscalculation, dumped some fuel in and still finished. And they still had a good year, but not as good as the year that they had after in the next couple of years, because that year where they stood side by side on the top and second step of the podium, that would have been great. 10 years ago.
10 years ago. It's a big year then. So, look, Jacob would be happy with that. It's also a good time from him. He would have been pushing hard, but yeah, look, it's about a 3 to 4 minute spacing between Walshy and Jacob. He'll be definitely not too happy about that one.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, but again, maybe a position that he's very comfortable in. He's been there before, hasn't he?
Times,
you know, get his head in the game, get in the ice bath, make sure he's ready to go.
This is Fink. You never know what's going to happen tomorrow.
That's right. Even mechanical issues and bits and pieces, pushing that bike too hard. Another bike we can hear. The bike.
There we go. Corey McMahon. that 450 just absolutely singing.
How good is that? The first of our 450 class.
I tell you what, I'm worried when that kid steps on a 500, he is going to be one to watch for sure. If he can now get a 450 into the 4th spot, when that 500 comes out.
Do we have a second bike in there at the same time, or just sort of? Yeah, we sure do. Is that Ivan Long?
I don't know. Has he got a bit crossed up in the end?
It looked
didn't
a bit
he?
like Longy, because I'm pretty sure Longy was wearing blue at the start line.
I didn't see the number. I just saw a big step out on the bike. Oh.
We'll have a look at our times over here.
Yep, Ivan Long.
And Corey is in with a 150.36. That's a great run. And it'll be the bike number 6 of Ivan Long.
Oh.
Now we're going down to the Fink end to talk to Keziah.
Well, current reigning king of the desert in the bikes, David Walsh, you made it to Fink for another year.
Yeah, pretty stoked with my ride, really. I knew these two boys next to me here were going to be really fast off the start, and I was trying to, just catch them before our first fuel. And me and Jacob just had a little bit of a little battle there before the fuels, and then I had a bit of clean air and just sort of settled in and just tried to hit the lines that I knew and just not do anything too stupid.
And it's pretty tough. You had the buggies this morning. How did it go doing that whole changeover and getting back in time?
No, it was honestly ran really smooth. It was good. It honestly filled in the morning. Otherwise, you stand around waiting to get on your bike all day, and the nerves kick in too much. So it actually helped me, I think. Yeah.
And are you looking forward to tomorrow? Like, obviously, you had quite a good ride here this afternoon, but are you feeling quite good about tomorrow being able to do the buggies and turn it around again?
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to get back in that car. That's an insane ride. There goes my cousin over the line. That's good to see him here safe. But yeah, that truck is insane, and Brent Smithy drove it really well. And my KTM Australia 500 it really did the job well today. And thank God for Stephen Greenfield and GDR suspension, because man, there were some big nasty holes out there from them trucks, and I'm one of them truck guys now, I guess, which sucks.
Yeah, no, good drive though this morning. Are you happy with how you finished in the trucks, ready to go tomorrow?
I honestly don't really know what time we did, or I got told we're in 6th, but I'm not sure if that's correct. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, I think you are.
Yeah, well, then really happy with that. I mean, there's some really fast cars in front of us, and we had to pull up there for a little bit. We thought we damaged the car, and then we got going again, and Brent drove awesomely, and that car is just a beast.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you settle in here at Fink, get some rest in before you take on, obviously, tomorrow. Good luck. I'll have a chat to these guys. We'll have a wander over. Chat to Jacob. How are you? Last year's 2nd place. How do you feel coming in here today?
Not too bad. It wasn't the best run down. I sort of struggled my hands and arms and got a bit tight. I just wanted to get deep well in front of David and just try and keep setting goals along the way. But it was a clean run. Nothing, nothing out of this world. So I'm fairly happy. I'm down here okay, safe. So we're ready to go tomorrow.
I love seeing the little banter and it's friendly rivalry that you guys have once you get in. It's sort of, you're stoked to see each other here at the other end, but there is that competition. How do you feel like you went against Walshy?
Obviously he put some time on me. I knew that was going to happen, but I just tried to stay as close as I could. And Cal and I actually accidentally came together right at the start, and Cal went down, so I was waiting for him to come by, and then when he came past, I just tried to stick on the back the best I could. And, still ride my own race, but we're here, we'll regroup and go again tomorrow.
Perfect. Well, good luck. Get some rest up. You've got to make some time up tomorrow. How'd you go out there?
Yeah, all good. Just had a crash at the start. Unfortunately, I just misjudged the line with Jacob and unfortunately come together. But my fault, not his at all. He was on his line and I just misjudged it and went down. So that was a bit of a bummer start considering we're off the first grid. And then I just had to pick myself up and charge on. Walshy got me around the buggy club there, about 40k in, and then just put my head down. And that's good. Got around Jake around the 150 sort of thing. And then just ticked away to here and come in second bike, but not sure on time yet, so we'll see.
We'll have a check of the times, but are you pretty happy with that for a ride?
Yeah, I'm happy with the ride. The first 40, after the crash, just took me a while to get my rhythm back, but really good from 60k to 190, and then my steg pegs that lock us in. I dropped the left side off, so I didn't have that coming into Fink, and you really rely on them out here, so that was a bit of a bummer, but other than that, it was a good run.
And there was a little bit of banter when you came in here with Walshy. Can you give us a bit of insight into that?
Oh yeah, He's one of my great mates. I rode teammates with him a few years ago, and he's looked after me like a brother out here, as well as Jacob. So, it's always good fun. It's obviously serious racing, but it's a good time as well. So, loving it.
Awesome, brilliant. Well, shall we have a chat? Ivan, how'd you go?
Yeah, not too bad. So, started off not too bad. I think I got around Brody, and then just put my head down, and then probably, 40, maybe 50 Ks in. Actually, yeah, around about 50K mark, just laid it down. Made a little mistake there, and then so I regrouped and just a massive amount of arm pump in that first 80 Ks. So, just once I got past the first fuel stop, just cruised along. Seen a little bit of dust, so I thought, I'll keep my head down, keep going. And then crashed into my second fuel stop. Sort of just arm pump again, and then just pretty much bring it home here. And we seem to be pretty safe and sound. So don't know where we are on time, but had a pretty good day. So
I'll have a quick check for you when I get a chance when we're not doing the interviews. But you're no stranger to Fink. You've done this so many times. How do you feel like today, maybe compared to other races?
The track is actually really fun. The buggies have actually, the last couple of, especially in the last week, they've had a bit of rain, and it's definitely made it worthwhile. So the buggies are sort of packed down on the track and made the whoops really, really smooth, really fun. It was quite good. A lot less square edges this year. So I've been under the weather this week, and you definitely don't want to come into this race under the weather. But what it is what it is. But happy to be here.
You power on and you get it done. Well, good luck. Hopefully I see you out here this morning and you get back tomorrow morning, and you get back to Alice tomorrow afternoon. We can keep having a chat to some of these guys if you like. How are you all feeling? How did you come in?
Shocking. And that was probably the worst run I've had, to think. But we're here, so I'll fix the bike overnight and try to fix myself and have another go tomorrow.
You've got a little bit of skin off on your nose. Did you have a bit of a stack?
Yeah, I come off about 120, 119. Just went over the bars on a set of rollers there, so it was a tough ride all the way here, but we'll take it. We're here. That's the main thing. We're still in the race, so the bike's a bit beat up. I'm a bit beat up, but we'll fight again tomorrow.
Well, good luck. Get some rest. I'll keep having a chat. There's so many riders that have just come in one big hit, but there's a little bit of a gap now. When a few more riders come in, I'll continue having a chat. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, awesome. How good is that we get those people down there at the far end, the competitors. We got to talk to Walshy and Longy and all the crew down there, Callum Norton. I tell you what, for him falling off in in our plain side, only a kilometre into the race, he's had a cracking run down there, Norton.
Absolutely. We always said that in that first 50 to 80 is always going to be the fastest section. Ivan Long really came out and said that same thing. He got back to the 60, really put the hammer down, and it's really sad to see, obviously, Jacob Smith not where he wanted to be. He spent so much time here running, but it's a good position for him to be in. They are going to have corrected time, and hopefully he's going to be able to pick that up. But we've got Ben Grabham, Brody Waters come through.
Liam Walsh too. Great to see Liam all the way up there.
Liam got really up. Now he's in the fourth. As he said, the prologue really doesn't mean much. They settle themselves down on the racetrack itself. So, Connor Adams coming in on a great time as well. We're still sitting at the 1:53. It's an amazing time. The prologue was so close, but now we're really starting to see the time separate. 1:46, 1:48, 1:49, and 1:50. It's starting to really spread them out a little bit.
It's going to be very hard to catch up. 7 minutes on David Walsh.
Absolutely, and Corey McMahon coming out saying he didn't have a great run, but he still set a 1:50 on a 450cc motorbike. That's amazing. That poor impressive bike has probably got a piston almost coming out the side, I reckon.
Yeah, absolutely. That is simply amazing.
And then obviously big Lukey Hayes coming across the line too. That's an awesome place for him to be sitting now. Hopefully he can get down tomorrow and get into business, because the track does change, and this will now hopefully get them to focus on how they're going to set their bike up for tomorrow, if any.
It was interesting hearing him talk there about the track. Now, I bet you it's a mongrel track. It's always a mongrel track, I think, but he said it didn't have as many big, hard, square edges as it has previously. So that's interesting to hear that report there. I think it was from Ivan Long that said that. And I know, well, he probably doesn't know, he just doesn't know what he's riding, really. He's just holding onto the throttle.
Yeah.
You see him, there was the jersey flapping on the back there as he came in, right on the back of that other bike. So, yeah, Long, he doesn't mind holding it wide.
And look, he's an amazing rider. He's a bit of a loose unit, and I think that's what gets him through the track a lot.
Absolutely, it is awesome. Yeah, again, you did mention about Jacob Smith. It's so hard because you hear them, they're talking down there, and like you said, they're very hard on themselves. It's hard to do an interview after you've just done that track. Isn't it? You've just done some of the hardest riding for an hour and 50 in your life, and all of a sudden you're down there and they're saying, hey, how do you feel? Not real good. I'm not real sure what I'm doing, to be honest with you.
They've just been sucking dust for over an hour, and it's probably not the first thing that think about is talking about how good they went. They're probably thinking about where all the things have gone wrong, and it's really good to see a good idea of how these guys are feeling at the end. Some of them look fresh as the daisies, and others are really stretching themselves out because they've blown out a little bit.
Now, what's interesting, Jeremy, is these boys are in at 2 hours, right? Which is a fantastic run. So they're here at 2 o'clock. We've got some of our guys that started off the back of the grid, and if they run a full 4 hours, they're somewhere down near 4:30, 4 o'clock. They're getting in down to Fink. It's amazing because these guys will have their bike washed, the filters changed and fuel back up. They'll have had an ice bath. They'll have had something to eat. These poor buggers, they're still running this track, aren't they?
Look, you ask any of the pros, any of these top guys, they really feel, and so do I think they have mad more respect for the people in the back. Those weekend warriors we talked about should be sitting on a bike for 3.5, 4 hours, even 2.5, 3 hours. It's a huge testament for them. These guys can go through, and also they hit every single whoop. They're up and down,
they feel every bit of those kilometres.
Every rock, every bump, and they may not even get to the 110 before they start rethinking their lives. I think it's one of those things.
They don't get to the gate on the way out before they start wondering what they were thinking about.
Their first fuel stop, they're breathing deep, and they're looking at help.
We were laughing. I was talking about the fuel stop before, and I remember they were talking about some of these top teams. You were actually talking about the breathers on those bikes and the way they fuel up, and they can do fuel in about 11 seconds. Well, I just said to Josh, when I did it, I said, hey, boys, slow down. I was happy for him to drop the water. I was happy for him to do it with a jerry can, I reckon, because, hey, boys, there's no rush here. A minute fuel stop is just fine with me. I'll get off this thing.
It's great to see, especially like in the desert racing scene. They create these big ruts for the bikes to sit in, and you can kind of feel how the bike rider is, because he'll either step up and have one step back, or he's going to step up and find the closest chair, have a bit of a breather, suck in some water, maybe even a couple of energy drinks just to get ready for it.
A couple of energy drinks, I like that.
I've seen it. I mean, the Kalgoorlie Desert Race, if people haven't heard it, they should check it out. It's an amazing race.
That is an amazing race.
It's a really cool way to see riders, and these boys have really pushed hard both here and there, so it's great to see the results come through.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, there is some really classic desert races, and like Gas Dash is one of them. Obviously, Hattah has a huge name for a really good reason. The Don River Dash, Liam Walsh is the reigning champ up there.
We've also got the 24 Enduros down here in South Australia, which is a great kind of technical ride. You're right. I mean, Hattah is definitely one of the races up there in the desert scene of Australia. It is completely different. You can't take a Fink bike there, which is quite interesting to know, and there's a lot more motocrossy, but it definitely is one to tell people to go check out.
And it doesn't have the cars that are chewing it out too, which is a difference.
However, if you go and watch a Hattah race, you can see some of the braking bumps come in, and they're about a whole wheel deep. That sand is deep.
It changes in the full, because it's a 4-lap race, am I right?
Oh, no, 4-hour race.
4 hour, right. I know, but they definitely, some of it, you see the change from first lap to when they get down into that 4th lap, and it's just a different race course.
Oh, mate, even coming out of the pits, there's an iconic corner that comes out through a gate, and those berms can literally be peg deep. So you're coming in, dragging peg, keep knocking the top off, and if you don't have that corner speed, it's really going to slow you down.
How crazy is that? Hey, while we're talking, Sam Hanley did come in on the 12 bike with a 158 with a 10. We also had Jay Simster came in with a 157 with a 45. That's a good run for him.
Mate, those times are crazy. As you said before, to be setting a time like that 5-6 years ago, absolutely amazing.
Yep. I'm sure I'm not wrong in saying that it used to be a battle to get it below a 2 hour. I think Toby's won it previously with just essentially a 2 hour, maybe just a touch under a 2 hour. So, to now have it, you didn't even get in the top 10.
No, absolutely. And to also be battling for that long, it's kind of funny to think that this is where we are now. The bikes have developed so far, but also the riders have really kind of pushed it as far as they can go. And it's going to be exciting next year with a new bike and new development, and see if the times are still going to be the same. It's really going to pay to be out here pre-running as much as you can.
Absolutely. And that's where those locals are really going to have a bit of a step up, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's always going to be a bit more of a home ground advantage out here at the race. You can have the knowledge from previous years of running, but if you look even back 2 years back when the new bikes came through, they weren't there in some of the manufacturers, and they've only just caught up. So to start next year a completely fresh bike, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, very cool. Right, some of the next bikes through, we had Cody Stevens there come through on the KDM, 155.52 with a 5. So that actually pushes up into 12th. So a little bit of a shuffle of our order here, just in those, just after 10s.
Cody Stevens came through.
Yep.
Corey Hammond as well, really pushing it. Great times, absolutely great times.
Yeah, it's interesting to see those numbers, isn't it? Obviously, the top's the top. Once you get down to that 140, we've probably seen the best of our 140s, 150s. But it's going to be interesting to see. There will always be a few sneakies that haven't qualified super high. I remember back in the day, it wasn't unusual that a guy that had, come out of 50th and, had to run through the dust for whatever reason. They might have had a fall off in prologue or whatever that situation may be. And, it's a tough day in the office, but we've seen some really fast times, haven't we?
Absolutely. And the footage from down Fink way, it looks a bit windier down there, so hopefully the dust has been nice and settled. Bikes are coming in thick and fast down there, but we also were saying before, David Walsh said a 156, then we've just had, the top 10 come in at 154, so it's a good 8-minute split there, which is interesting compared to our prologue, which was split by a couple of hundredths of a second.
Crazy, hey, a 146. That's, again, it wasn't so long ago, the buggy, that was the fastest time T-Rob ever did in a pro buggy, 1,000 horsepower turbocharged. These things are now running it down on a 500 kdm. It is nuts.
Hey, wait till we start turbocharging these bikes.
Now you're going. Now you're going.
We'll be able to talk the same language.
Absolutely. Bit of boost. Never hurt anyone.
To the moon, mate. Absolutely on these bikes.
It'd be wild. Imagine holding on to that. Not many of these riders need more horsepower, do they?
Well, you talk to some of the guys on the 450 and they'll want it. And I know if there was a way to do it, Grabbo would definitely have a try with it.
Yes, there you go.
I just cut down all those trees. That's all right. Plenty more where they come from.
So sure, Jack Menther and also Bradley Greenfield. How good is that? The 19 Greenfield will be very happy with that.
That's a
Put
good
him
run
in 15th.
for him.
It's
Yeah,
good.
absolutely.
Sets him up for a great ride home. Obviously 19th last year. Got the top 20 plate, but he's now sitting in a much better position here for his attack home.
Absolutely, and Jack Menther coming in just behind that as well. So these times are going to change. Obviously, we're going to have some of the faster boys down the back who really do thrive in the desert, thrive in the big whoops, come through and set different times. But for now, that's a pretty stacked field.
Yeah, amazing.
But as you can really see as well, it is 500 country. I mean, Corey McMahon swinging off a 450 is amazing, but really it is 500 country out here. And I'd really hope that we can see more manufacturers when those 500s come along. Sherco's got a great 500 package at the moment, so hopefully we can then bring them back into it. And you never know, maybe Honda or Suzuki can bring a 400, 450, 500 out.
Yeah, it'd be amazing to see, wouldn't it? There was a little period of time there where Yamaha were running those 500 big ball kits, weren't they?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Josh Green was out here running as hard as he possibly could.
I mean, Stokey, obviously, the legend that was Stokey, and he's absolute killer on that 450 as well. I'm pretty sure that was the last 450 to win it out here, and that was a Yamaha.
So
amazing. It can be done.
And it did love the rev limiter in Lassiter's Casino. That was amazing. So I mentioned that the other day. It's just so fun when someone like Stokey, has that big win. The local, it was great.
He absolutely deserved it. It was a special year. I mean, it wasn't the year for Walshy, which was unfortunate. I know they put a lot of time in, but for Stokey to come out and win that year, something very special.
It was special indeed. And now Walshy has had his limelight, well deserved.
Absolutely.
It was years in the making, wasn't it? Where you could just see Walshy creeping up. We all knew that he was going to be a champion at some point, and now a three-peat. How good?
Look, unfortunately it's one of those things where I said that local knowledge really helps, and Walshy does deserve it. He's put the time and he's put the effort in, as we keep saying. He put 8,000 kilometres on this track just this year, and that's a lot. That's a lot to know and a lot how to form up, and the years and years of being here really does show. And it also shows for Liam as well, getting up there in that fourth spot down the track. It shows at that time down here, but it's always gonna sneak around. We never know what's gonna happen, and David also has to watch out. Longy's on his tail, and Callum Norton has set a great time as well.
That's right, exactly right. Yeah, both of those guys in second and third were actually on the ground for a little bit, and even how that affects your mental state. So if they get their clear head, get a good run, and they've been Walshy, they know exactly where they've got to be on the way home. All you've got to be is first under this flag here. Doesn't matter if it happens on the last corner, does it?
No, not at all. And as we keep saying, the whoops do form up differently on the way home, so it can be a little bit faster for some. Some feel a lot more comfortable with those whoops. So that's the other thing. We're going to come the reverse way. Once we hit that 80, it's just real straight, long, fast along here. So, those big bikes can really open it up. And hopefully guys who are on the 450s and even Grabbo, he can come out and surprise you. You never know with him.
Absolutely. Yep. Always a sneaky, safe bet.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Brodie Waters is another one that's really someone to watch in this section. He knows that track really well, and he'll know how to pull it.
Yeah, flying finish there. Nice run. Ken Collins coming through.
It's also good to see so many guys and girls coming through the other checkpoints as well. They're really going thick and fast now. There's just names and results everywhere.
Absolutely. You can follow along at home if you're chasing that information. There is a lot of live feed information on the Tatts Finke Desert Race website. Awesome again that we've got access to all this live timing, live data. Almost got a little bit too much data here,
It's
Jeremy.
too much to read.
There's a lot going on in
coming
here.
up left, right, centre. It's hard to. I don't know how you do it, mate. This is
sometimes I don't, mate. That's what I'm telling you. But you got to understand, ladies and gentlemen, in the commentary box, you got a couple of razzabouts that really, we just love this race. It's as simple as that, and it's so cool that we get to be up here. So lots of times we're actually talking the race ourselves. We're just so excited and about the setups and what people are doing different and what's happening next year. And I tell you what, it's just so exciting to see this Fink Desert Race.
Absolutely. I have no idea what I'm doing half the time, and it's just we always seem to be in the right place at the right time, and it's great to talk to so many riders and get out there in the paddock and see what everyone's doing, and it really shows with the results out there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, was that Ryan Cossins on the 17 that just came through there?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, on the
Sherco?
Big Sherco. I think now we're going to see the top 10 kind of set in their ways. I'm not too sure it's going to move too far, but it's great to see it. We're still going to kind of have a bit of room to wiggle as well.
And again, we just keep harping on about this, but I can't stress enough how impressive it is that top 20, they run in those 2-hour time frames. Not so long ago, that was a winning race. So Ryan Cossins, big shout out. And again, Ken Collins, Jack Mentha, Bradley Greenfield, all in safe and sound now, having a great crack. As you did say, a lot of 500s in that group, isn't there?
There is, everyone will say that it's KTM country, but, slowly or surely we're going to have the upper manufacturers sneak in there.
Yeah, 2:05.01 with a 9 for 18th for Ryan Cossins, so great ride there.
Definitely looks windier down the Fink end of the track, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the cloud coverage that we had early on, that little bit of rain, those few spits has definitely cleared out. That's nothing but blue sky now.
Which is, it's good and bad for the riders. I mean, they're going to be running tinted lenses because of the sun, but that can hide a lot of the shadows in the trees. It can cover up some of the holes and the whoops that you don't see, especially in the corners or even in the straights. They can get covered up and you won't be able to see it because of that glare or because of the tint and the shadow. So it can be a bit riskier. It is kind of one of those things, it's up to preference what you're going to run.
Absolutely. Now the 13 coming in there a little bit gingerly, I think. I wonder if there's been a little bit of an issue on the track somewhere. Not so for the big Yammy here, the 450. He's sending it to the moon.
You can really see the bike how it's settled. This is back to that suspension setup, how they hit those braking bumps, because when the bikes come in, you hit those brakes, it does judder a little bit, it can offsettle the bike and really push you left to the right, so it really does pay to do your suspension.
Well, we talked about how good Ben Grabham's bike looked, didn't we? And you can see those bikes, while she's exactly right, any of those top bikes, how they sat so nice. As we've got, again, Jackson McGrath come through there on the 13 with a 2:09.01 with a 1 to put him in 19th. And we'll just have a quick update because that Yammy also came through.
Jackson McGrath, another great guy from the 627 crew, he'd be happy with that result on that 450 too. Another one of those 450s that are absolutely screaming, and then to have a WR 450F behind you, that would be quite cool from Brad Wilkinson.
Yeah, Brad Wilkinson running through there with a 2:05 with a 20. So he's actually had a good run there because, again, I do think the 13 came in a little bit gingerly. I wonder if he had a little off not so long ago.
Well, he came in at a 2:09, so Jacko, he knows how to get through it. He's done it, before, and he'll know how to put his head down tomorrow and get
and
to it.
And he's still essentially out of that close to top 20.
Yeah,
that's a good position to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. For now, it's still coming in. We're getting, what was that? We got Samuel Stockman on the 500. He's coming in at a 2:04. So times will vary, but the top 10, we're kind of putting it in there. That's what they're set at.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, isn't it? We've still got some of our races coming through Redinga there, Jeremy. That's going to be a long day.
Long day for them.
Plenty of bikes now through Bonduma.
they are taking a little bit more gingerly now. The guys coming through at the Fink end a little bit slower, which is not completely slow, not like the backpack, but it's definitely not the same as the Walshies coming in.
Absolutely, and they probably are well aware that now is a very bad time to throw away a long race.
I think it happened last year, didn't it?
It's happened plenty of times.
Yep, on that finishing jump.
I don't know. I told you a story the other day that I saw a guy on an RMZ jump up that finish line, jump the fence and land on the left-hand side of that track and then have to search to get back onto the race course. I have no idea how he made it through.
Mate, I think I've heard a story as well of someone finishing on the finishing jump because they thought that was the end. So
that was me. I'm an idiot.
That was you.
I didn't know where I was. Yeah, so that's a true story
does happen.
too.
Yeah, it does happen.
I was about to celebrate. I was wondering where the beers were.
And then getting overtaken by the rest of them, for sure.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that's exactly what happened. A dude come riding past me and he was throttled down. I'm like, I'm clearly in the wrong spot. But it is awesome, actually, just while we're talking about down there at the finish line, it's awesome what the officials do down there. You go and wave the flag, they check on you, give you a bottle of water, make sure that everything's okay. You know, because a lot of guys do get down there and you don't really realise how beat up you are until you get there. All of a sudden, you're not feeling so good once you get a little bit cold of 5 minutes off the bike, and there is ambulance and everything else down there to look after all the teams down there, make sure that they're all right, and then you can make your way down into the amazing Apatula end and enjoy the party and nightlife. Well, you're probably getting your hands, if you're a privateer like I was getting my hands greasy and doing filters and making sure everything was right. So
absolutely, and the cramps have either well and truly kicked in by then, and you're starting to look a bit like a T-Rex, or you're going to jump off the bike and it's going to hit hard. You'll see a lot of kind of dead squirrels on the ground, on their back with their legs and arms in the air.
Absolutely.
It's just going to happen.
Trying to take it in. Great jump there.
Big jump. Pulling it on for the crowd.
Absolutely perfect. And again, we see that big tank, big seat. No doubt got the steering down, bit of performance in the pipe.
Yeah, and those steering dampeners aren't always wound up all the way as well because there are so many corners, but it is funny to see guys change them halfway through a race just to try and stiffen them up, especially on this high speed straight.
Absolutely. Yeah, there are some big fast roads, ladies and gentlemen, coming in down before you get to the Fink River end. The bike is absolutely just bashing the limiter in top, particularly in some of these 250s and 450s.
Now, that was a YZ 450 that came across as well, so not the first bike you think about in the desert.
Yep, he's giving it to it. It's probably what he's got.
As he said, that's what he's got, that's what he's run with. So, yeah, it's exciting to see what kind of bikes he can bring out here.
And honestly, a great run there to slot himself into 25th at the moment with a 210, 52 with a 6.
It really is. We say 25th and you say 50, 100, 200, like wherever you slot, it's a massive achievement just to get to the end. You can't take that away from anybody who runs it.
Absolutely. Yeah, you see the guys limping up to get their spikes at the presentation on Monday night.
Sucking on pickle juice. That's the key at the moment, getting that pickle juice in you. It's good. It sounds gross, but it definitely helps with cramps.
It does the job, and that's what it's all about.
So it's great to see all these competitors making their way through all these checkpoints, and boy oh boy, I stepped away for a little bit and all the competitors made their way into Fink, and wow, what a run from our top 3. Well, really, you look at your top 10, top 20 there, they're all really, really close and really good times as well there.
Absolutely. They're not as close as they were for Prologue, which is always going to happen, but here they really started. It's just because it's such a long race, it's really kind of stepped up, and oh man, they've swung off the back for the whole way down.
Yeah, no, they definitely have, and it looks like there's some pretty good times up and down the board. We're still focusing down on the Fink end, and well, we're still here in the Allison. Everyone's still around the traps. I hope you're having a good time watching, waiting for your rider or family member to get through, so we're going to try and continue to welcome these competitors into Fink. Our last rider into Fink was Ray Cole on the 556. That was not too bad of a time for him as well, a 2 hour and 10 minute run, so pretty good there, and we'll continue to see these boys and girls across the line, and it looks like they're still holding on, still on the gas the whole way through, running it all the way out into Fink. So that was Zachariah Wright. on the 498. The 290 now making their way in. A little bit more subdued on the finish line jump that time around. You had Billy Barlow and Adam Munro come through at Bundooma there. As he tucks his head down and gets it going.
Just on the limit.
Yeah.
Just getting every pony he can out of that bike.
Yes, no, the bike's done him well there for Taylor Adams on the 290. The 2 hour, 10 minute 45. So not bad at all there for the 780, the 290, I apologise, the 782 of Jason Dybals through Rodinga and his 450. And if you are still around the Alice Springs side and you're watching from the start-finish line, make sure to go and help out all the food vendors that are around here this weekend as well. Without them, we wouldn't be able to, eat and drink all that good stuff, and they've been looking after us. So, yeah, make sure to go out and support all the food vendors here at the start-finish line as well. I can tell you I've had some pretty good food from them over the weekend. I can tell you that. But yeah, we continue to welcome these bikes back in, and they're really close now. They're starting to come in the groups a little bit closer together.
That's it. This is where we'll start seeing those little packs that form through the race. It is kind of a good way to ride if you're going to be, for your first time, try and tack onto the back. You just want to be in that kind of that space where you're in the dust, but you're not eating too much of it. It's going to be hard because you want to be on their back wheel or trying to pass them, but there's not always going to be great places for that to happen. So we will start seeing them, 5, 6, even 10 in a row come across. So it is run your own race, but sometimes it helps to tack on to other people your skill level and ride along with them.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, and I think that's the whole point of our prologue and all that, is that we try to get out of here and put all these competitors as close as possible to their skill range, and so they're not riding in a group of really fast riders or really slow riders, so they don't have to pick their way through, because in the first 80 Ks, you try to pick your way through, your top 10, top 20, and you're on a real slow bike. It's not going to be fun.
Absolutely, you really want to be setting yourself up for the whoops, and then obviously the last part of the track is really techy. The first 80, first 50 is always going to be a good one. Prologue is always going to be hard because you may not prologue. I'm not a prologuer myself,
that's true.
You then have to pick your way through the field, and a lot of people can't sprint. It takes them a while to warm up. Prologue can set you in a good position, but also you really want to be able to set yourself up for a good race, and it's not always going to happen. So that's really when it comes down to you and your own riding style.
Yeah, no, exactly.
But saying that, it's an amazing race.
It is.
And hopefully we can't tell from here, but we hope that the dust has settled down. We can see a bit of wind out there, and the dust has moved away from the track. So hopefully they've had a clean run, and let's hope there hasn't been too many accidents as well. It's been so far there haven't been many DNFs that come through. Hopefully we can keep that up.
Yeah, we'll try and keep you updated on that as well as we continue on the way through. And just a reminder to all our competitors as well, if you do come off the bike or you do have an issue in the car or
look at that,
anything like that,
2-300s come across the line.
There you go. Wow, that is very good from those two. So there, I would say they might be the first of them in their classes.
Yeah, I think so. The other ones are the other 250s are at the 4-stroke. So yeah, I think it's the first 2 strokes through.
That's awesome to see. So they'll be happy with their little run down there. And again, not bad timing at all. That's a 2 hour 12 minute and a 2 hour 13 minutes. So yeah, not bad at all.
No, it really does show that those 2 strokes can get down there as well, especially at 300. Those things would be absolutely ringing all the way down. If you were sitting on the side of the track, you would have thought there was a very angry mosquito coming down towards you.
Oh, yeah.
We've also had a Kawasaki cross the line as well, which is exciting to see.
Yes. Yeah, that was Dusty Clem on the 541. He finished in 2 hours and 12 minutes 34. So that's good enough currently for a provisional 30th.
that 30 time is fast too. Like
Yeah.
we're looking at to be in the top 30 is a 2:12. That's crazy times for now.
And like to, what was it, 15th there, Bradley Greenfield, all under 2 hours. Right, that's insane.
Oh, mate,
that
to
that
be in
is
the top
pushing
15.
it.
Yeah, to be in the 15, you have to be under 2 hours.
Yep.
As we said before, to be in the 2 hours a couple of years ago was an absolute feat. Now they're cracking the 146.
Yep.
It's going to be a great time to be around the bikes and see what they can do for the next couple of years, especially with the bikes getting better and faster and new chassis and suspension settings coming out. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it definitely will be. There's a heap of development in the bike scene happening, and that's also good to see as well. Like I've heard some little rumours that there might be some bigger bikes coming from some manufacturers, so I'm looking forward to that as well.
That's a good rumour.
Yeah.
That's something that's going to be exciting for next year.
That would definitely put a bit of a spanner in the works for some of our competitors, and it'd definitely be interesting to see a couple of those competitors on those bikes as well. So we'll wait to see how that goes next year. And again, with these new bikes coming out and the disciplines that continue to get out there and make bike racing so famous and desert racing so much fun here.
Well, that's it. Like, Australia does develop some of the best riders in the world. We've shown that with, say, Toby Price and Chucky and things like that. You know, there's been some real OG classics that have gone overseas, you know, Rod and things like that. So to have the bikes be here and be developed is really exciting. And every couple of years the bike does change. We get new chassis, new motors, everything like that, which can be a bit of a head nightmare for these guys. But I think hopefully we'll see another 2-3 years, another really fast package being developed, and hopefully some faster times.
Yeah, no, they'll keep tumbling, and that's the thing. It's where are we going to stop in the end? Like, how quick is Fink going to actually get in a couple of years' time? Like, it's progressed so much over the years, and it just continues to get quicker and quicker. And these 500 bike competitors coming through.
Look, I think there's going to be a big shift soon, and look, if we went through another couple of years of this kind of racing and then another break, I mean, COVID really reset the track for a lot of people. There was a lot of grading, a lot of time, but the sands just got to move and flatten it out, and we saw that, you know, the next year back, it was really fast, and it set some amazing times. So, you know, we don't know where the bike's going to go. It gets faster and faster, and if we had a year off, it may even get faster than that. So hopefully the boys have a few more years in them, and we can get Walshy and Smithy out there racing and really setting the pace. But I mean, you look at the back, like in the top 10, 15, it's just so fast. And to see some amazing guys come back, like, you know, as we said, Longy and Grabo, it is exciting to see what happens in the future.
Yeah, it really is. And there's always that question mark over David Walsh's head when it comes to whether he's going to finish up at the end of the year, if he's done what he wants to do. But, you know, he says it every year, you know, I should finish it up. He never does, though. He continues to get back on the bike, and with the backing he's got from KTM and the teamwork he's got, and, you know, having Liam there in the team as well, like, it's got to be something that you don't want to throw away.
Look, it's kind of always one of those things with races, as you probably know, is that you don't know when to give up, and do you quit at your peak, or do you just try and keep pushing? David's in a great position. He's looking fit. You know, he's really good on the bike, really smooth, and his results are still there. So, you know, talking to him a lot and trying to figure out where his head is, it's hard. He's not going to give much away, but I really do hope there's a couple more years. Same as, you know, Ivan Long and Jacob Smith up the top. They're great guys, but at the same time, they're always going to be looking over their shoulder. And, you know, Corey Hammond, Corey McMahon, you know,
those young people,
Brody, things like that. You know, Connor Adams, who's on Jacob Smith's team. You know, he's a quick young kid coming through, and I do believe that, you know, David and those boys have the knowledge to keep up with the top, but once these young kids have a few more Finks on their belt, it's really going to start pushing the times.
Yeah, and there's plenty of local young blokes out here that do jump on the bike and they get a heap of the track and a heap of track knowledge. So it's not something that can't be done. As Jed Gould made his way into Fink just before on the X92. And we continue to have these bike riders come through thick and thin now. As you can see, that dust is a little bit of an issue down on the Fink end, but again, we do see that wind down there, so it's not too bad. Whereas here in Alice, there's absolutely nothing blowing over, So you wouldn't want to be coming in here today.
You can see, the dust trail is definitely there. You've got maybe a 20-metre gap where you can just kind of sit out of the tail of the dust with that breeze. It's nice, but you also can see how unsettled some of these bikes are. They're coming in, skipping backwards and forwards. The back tire is really kicking up. It is a kind of both a bike setup, but also a fatigue kind of way that, these guys aren't going in. Some of the bikes are really smooth, like this guy on the Sherco coming in now looks really nice, really smooth, but it can also be a big fatigue factor as well.
Well, definitely, and these poor riders have just ridden 2 hours of nothing but grueling track, and from the reports we heard, it wasn't easy out there.
No, it's never going to be easy. I think it's always going to be one of those races where you can go in mentally prepared that it's going to be tough, and then actually get there and realise how tough it is. But everybody who's coming through, Bunduma, it's looking strong, the time's looking good, and it's just a hats off to them. All the bikes are coming through slowly and surely. But these bikes coming through Fink are sounding great and strong too.
Yeah, no, they are, and there's quite a few up there, still floating around, and these higher number classes, we get into the 6, 7, and 8s, they're our masters and our veterans and stuff like that. How good is it to see them getting through and doing good times out here? And there we go. I think it's the first of our females through Rodinga there. And then Tate Prime on the X55. He makes his way into Fink with a time of 2:20. As well as Dylan Allison.
Just some limited bashing.
Yeah, some limited bashing.
Line. Why not? You don't have to get it all the way back, mate. Just keep smashing that thing.
There might be a piston or two waiting in the pits there.
On the pegs, across the line. I tell you what, if they did a wheelie on the way out, they're probably not doing a wheelie on the way in.
Oh, no.
The excitement for taking off is definitely dissipated. Now they're excited just to get to the end.
Oh, yeah, I can tell you a lot of these people will be looking for that finish line official with the bottle of water, and they'll try and get that in them as soon as possible and get off that bike.
There's always those iconic photos of the guys jumping into wheelie bins full of ice as well. I can admit those things work really well, so if you ever have the chance, jump into an ice bath. They're a great thing.
Oh, yeah, yep. When you've been abused in the desert for 2 hours, hanging off the back of one of these things and rattled around, it's always good to recoup the body. And a lot of these top competitors, they jump in the ice bath and get the body rehydrated and all fixed up.
But then it's also the bike. These guys have been sitting in the dust for, what are we looking at now? 2.5 hours. That's a long time to be sitting in the dust for the bike. A lot of them will have skins on their air filters, like a little chucks cloth they put on, and they'll pull off at fuel stop because that's what they are. They're just sitting in dust, but it will be bike maintenance, and it's really critical to get that air filter on there real nice. They'll spend a lot of time getting all that kind of the filter fluid around it, try and seal it up, because you don't want to be dusting an engine out here, and it can happen so easily.
Oh yeah, it definitely can, and I can tell you the K&N boys and all those filter legends out there will be working on that, and that's definitely going to be interesting to see how that all goes. And that is the thing, with a lot of these bikes, they're running them foam filters and stuff like that.
Great funnel web filters and things like Unifilter have these really good ones here. And it's also interesting, if you ever go check out some of the front runner bikes, they put slots in their air filter box just to allow it to breathe more.
Wow.
But you get further down the pack, and they're trying not to suck that dust in. When you're at the front, you've only got maybe 6 or 7 bikes ahead of you, which is not going to create that much dust. No. These guys back here will definitely put a chucks cloth over the top of their filter and try and save them for as long as they can.
Yeah, no, it's always the worst thing. You get so close down to that end, and then you go to rip it or click up a gear or something, and then all of a sudden it goes quiet on you, and it's the worst thing in the world.
It happens, even if you over oil your air filter, sometimes that dust can clog it up, and then it's just going to suck air from wherever it can, and it can be from the side, and you can dust the motor if you over oil your air filter. So it is a fine game, and it takes a lot. I think there's a lot of guys out there that kind of just don't pay attention to putting that air filter in. And as I said, this week we've had 2 dusted KTMs in the caravan park getting heads done, so it can happen.
Oh yeah, it definitely can, and it's something that when you're out here, Well, when you're on a normal bike, you don't think about too often. You know, your service intervals come up, and you know it's no worries. But when you've just sat in 226 k's worth of dust, and you've been on song pretty much all of it, trying to get as much out of the bike as you can. Yeah, well, that is a big contributing factor to it.
And it's that special dust out here. You guys have that beautiful special bull dust that gets into your clothes and doesn't come out. And these guys will be washing it out of their head stems and the chassis for a very long time.
Oh yeah, they'll be finding it for a very, very long time. Gear bags, all that fun stuff.
I mean, that's also another reason why these bikes, the front runner bikes will go through chain sliders, things like that, through a single lap down there. They change so much of the bike because it does wear out. That grit gets into the chain. It really wears out your front and rear sprockets. They may have to change them by the end of today. Your chain slider, which hangs off the bottom of your swing arm, they'll change that as well because that'll be completely worn all the way through and they won't make it all the way home. So there are a lot of these little things that can definitely get changed. They'll change their rally grips. They'll change, a whole bunch of different things just because of that sand and grit that gets onto the bike.
Yeah, and so through to Fink now, we had Jacko Smart there on the X90, and Nathan Norris also in there. So one of the Lords of Grogtown is in to Fink. They'll be very happy about that.
There'll be a big party in that tent
tonight.
Oh
yeah, there'll be a massive party in that. And then we had we'll just wait for that timing to.
We also had Oliver Pitchford come across on that 250 as well on the SXF, which was a supercross motocross bike. So it's good to see one of them come across. There's been a couple of them, but it's great to see the little bike come in.
Yeah, it definitely is. Billy Half on that 278 was just into Fink, 223.29.7. So.
It really makes you think if you get your butt whooped by a 250 and you're on a 500, it makes you really consider how fast you're actually riding that 500 and if you even hit the limit of it.
Yep. And that's the thing. Some of these bikes don't get hit the limit of, like some of the bigger bikes. When you are out racing here and you are trying to be careful on the bike and you don't really want to over-exude yourself, then
I don't think any bike really hits the limit unless you're one of the top riders. And 500 may sound great for everyone else, but it may not suit who you are. And as I said before, I'm a massive fan of the 350. I think it's a great all-round bike, and it can show because we've got a whole bunch of bikes and 250s getting to the finish line in the top 50.
Yeah, yep, definitely. And we've still got two 450s up there as well, so there's still a heap to go. As the 267 now makes his way in. Nice and smooth through the Fink River section there. One of the oldest running rivers back in the day.
We're getting a lot of people coming through Bundooma as well, which is great to see. We've got the big XR600 making his way through from Jai Williams. That's exciting. He's made it through, so hopefully he's having a nice smooth run.
Yeah, he's not too far away from home. Brock Dean has made his way into Fink on his 500 at 225.16.
Austin Gardner as well on his YZ 450.
And yeah, they'll continue to roll through Bundooma. Thick and fast and into Fink as well, so not really expecting the top 30 to change too much from here, ladies and gentlemen. So
well, the second bike was coming, he was way more.
That is something that we should probably touch on, is just from Bundooma. It is close to home, but you're about to hit some real gnarly terrain as well.
Yeah.
And it's always you may hit that point and you've done your fuel stop, you've maybe got a bit of food and energy gels into, but now you're into the real hard slog of Fink because you have done a good run, but now you're about to hit some real hard stuff. Those whoops are just mental.
And it's always the story that you do hear from your bike riders and your car drivers. As well, is that when you hit that Bundooma section and you're like, oh, yep, I'm nearly home, and then you're like, oh, God, I'm nearly home, but it's going to be a rough ride home. Like,
in and out of those
it's that
creeks.
last little bit, yep.
mate, it's that mental game. You know, you can come out here and have great bike prep or great kind of physical fitness training, but it's that mental prep to know you have to just keep pushing.
Just keep pushing, and that's why we give Callum Norton such a big up today. Is he was down and out in the stadium section, like he did not even make it out of the start finish line section here. Picked the bike up, composed, like he literally stood there with the bike, composed himself, jumped back on it, and then sort of kicked himself in the boot and said, "No, head down, let's go."
Yeah, there would have been a lot of deep and meaningful talks in that helmet, and as he said, you know, he really got back into the group by the 50, which is that fast pace, and he is a nice big strong dude, so when he would have got past the 80 and heading towards kind of the 120, he would have really put that hammer down. His footage that he's been setting out and his training out here really would have helped, but yeah, that definitely is that mental game that you need just to push your way through, to know you need to finish. And you see so many people out there with bikes, they've got little bit notes written on their bars to kind of give them that motivation. And as you can see now, two guys coming into Fink just battling, they'd be having a ball of a time just trying to chase each other down. It's all about getting through mentally.
Yeah, Tony Lockett through Bundooma now, so that's a name that we've been looking for, and it's great to see him through there. Devin Brown also makes his way into Fink, as well as Mark Blake, and but it's also cool to see, like, you're looking at that, just that 4 group of Bundooma. It's, you know, we got 4 riders, you know, Dwayne Affleck, Tony Lockett, and they're all so close. You can see that they're riding in that little group, that little pack that we've said before. Little battle pack.
Absolutely. It really kind of keeps them all together, and you can kind of learn from each other. You're going to watch them, you're going to see what line they take, and if they're a couple of seconds in front of you, you can see if it's going to work for you or not. Yeah, definitely wouldn't want to be a first-timer out here at this event and just sort of jump on a bike and go without any pre-running experience or anything like that. No, it's kind of one of those great experiences, though. I think you're right. You know, from our perspective, knowing the terrain and knowing the track and knowing how fast it is, you wouldn't. But at the same time, you kind of it's exciting for these riders. They don't know what's involved. And for us, you know, when we interview them, they're always so, you know, big and happy and star-eyed, and you kind of look at them and go, you have no idea.
No idea what you're in for, mate.
Top points to you, and then you always see they catch them on the Monday, and they go, "How was that?" They're like, "Oh, that was a bit harder than I thought." No, I'll never forget talking to Warren Luff last year. You know, supercars driver and enduro specialist, really, when it came to the car side of things, and he was super keen to jump in that Volkswagen for the weekend, and had the Walkinshaw boys there, and you know, the factory pickup points, they'll be right. This that. I ran into him on Monday at Lassiter's. Oh my God, he was beaten and bruised, and I can tell you he will never be running any sort of production vehicle down here ever again. No, we laugh all the time that, you know, a lot of guys will come out here and run Fink once, and then all of a sudden the bike will somehow mysteriously get put away in the shed and never touched again. And there's a lot of stories out there from, you know, big race fans that come out here and test their luck, try and get that kind of finish on the bike, only to push that bike away after it and never touch it again.
Oh yeah, I know my fair share of those people, actually. But you know, hats off to them for actually giving the event a go and trying it out there, because you know it is one of the most grueling desert races in the country, let alone the world. We're right up there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you look at any of the races, you know, you've got Baja and things like that, and even Dakar. They always look back on Fink and say the speed is just absolutely crazy. You know, Dakar is an amazing race, and we are so lucky to have some amazing Australians go over and do it. You know, we've got some of the toughest races over there, Andrew Houlihan, things like that. But when the Fink guys come over and check out our footage, they're like, no, that's crazy. Yeah. I know Grabo's got a Dakar legend as well in his team at the moment from Brazil, and even he's saying this is way harder than any Dakar that he's ever done.
So we had Peter Johnson through Bundooma, as well as Rhiannon Klein and Letitia Foster. Ned Claim is into Fink on the X60, with 295 now making its way in. Sound very, very good.
Oh, they sound great, don't they? When they're just on the pipe coming through, just giving it you some yeehaw across the line. That's what we want to see.
got it home. Yep, the head back says it all.
That
you
iconic, made it to Fink kind of sign in the background. It's it is something special for these riders to get across.
Yeah, Jaden Watkins very, very happy to be in at Fink, and we'll see the 265 make their way in to Fink as well.
It always is interesting as well to talk to these riders about how they've gone through not only just the terrain, but how they feel as well. How their nutrition went, how their hydration went. It is quite hard to drink while they're riding. So there are some definitely dehydrated people when they get to end. There's some amazing systems out there. Things called Soul Stream, which is kind of like a hand-free kind of water feed system, which is great. But a lot of these guys don't have time to take their hand off the bars, put that little tube in their mouth, and take a drink. So it is interesting to see how they've kind of shared. They always say, I'll keep hydrated and try and eat as much as they can. But when the race comes up and there's someone in front of them they've been following for a while, it kind of can go out the window, and a lot of dehydrated bodies can cross that line.
Oh yeah, and the mind games you get in with yourself then at that point when you're stuck in that dust and you are trying to gain some speed, or you've been passed in the dust and you're not happy about it, but you've sort of just got to knuckle in and go, this is my race. You don't want to throw it away, crank on the throttle and there'd be a big issue there, and that's why you've been passed or anything like that. So again, it's a big mind game.
Having those bonnets count down. Yeah, you're right. Those bonnets counting down and seeing and getting closer and closer to the end, and you've been travelling with 2 or 3 guys in a pack, it can really start playing with you. That was a great overtake there on the outside.
Just on the finish line there. Looks like a little bit of friendly fun there.
And the roost coming off the back of that would have been absolutely crazy. You have to remember also the rocks and the debris coming out of the back absolutely peppers you. I think I was talking to a young kid, Matt Treadwell. His helmet got absolutely peppered yesterday to the point where it took paint off. So, not just an overtake is easy. You're going to take those big rocks, big bundies coming straight at you, and it does hurt. And you can look really peppered by the end of this.
Oh yeah, like you look at some of those top runners and they looked real spent after they got off the bike as well. So it's you ain't just jumping on this bike and going for a leisurely ride down the Fink track. No, ladies and gentlemen, you're out there and you're pushing all the way and you're pushing hard on the body. It's not easy.
No, and you can get all the protection. There's some great bodysuits out there to really kind of look after you. But another thing that can be quite restrictive and very hot as well. So a lot of times they'll just run with a roost guard on their chest and their back, and potentially a neck brace. I know a lot of guys do run them. Some don't. The air vest is really coming in as well, so that could be something in the future we see. But it is a hard kind of balance to feel comfortable on the bike, to have it move around and you be free, but also have the right protection. And first-hand experience, that roost coming out the back of those bikes, it hurts, and you can be picking rocks out of your skin for weeks.
Oh yeah, yep. I've had my fair share of stacks on some two-wheeled and four-wheeled things over the years. So I know exactly what you're talking about, and it's not fun when you get stuck in dust for half an hour in the dust, and you're just like, come on, I'm so close. Like all I need to do is this. And
your body goes through so much in this kind of racing. And I mean, another place that people should look on riders, if you see one ride past, you can kind of tell they have bruises on the backs of their calves. Those steg pegs getting smashed back in and out of your leg, it's hard. And even some riders who may not be the tallest, they have to put cardboard on their on the back of their calves just to take some of that slop in. I know guys who use soccer shin pads and they rotate them backwards just to take some of the beating on the back of their shins. It does happen, and it is hard to get that perfect bike setup, and sometimes you just run with what you can get. It is interesting to see how so many people have different ways to get through a race like this.
Yeah, it really is, and it's again, we look at the attrition rate of these events, and it being 226 Ks. We've actually been doing pretty well today. Like we've seen quite a few bikes through, and I haven't heard too many stories about blown up engines or anything like that. I guess we'll hear that more tomorrow.
Yeah, when they're pulled off to the side of the track, and we get those sweeps coming through. But look, it is kind of hard to tell now, but it does look the results are coming through, a lot more coming through Bunduma. It's getting crossed up, isn't it?
Yeah, you can tell these
really unsettled
boys and girls are really on their last legs, and they're really just trying to get these bikes into Fink.
It is, and it's all about trying to keep that bike settled, coming with that speed, hitting those brake bops, and trying really hard just to make sure she doesn't step out on you, because the last thing you want is to be swapped to the left and the right in front of the end.
Oh, yeah, it couldn't ask for anything worse. Just like that side-by-side earlier today, that went at the Fink jump. He, put it on the roof, unfortunately, and, was literally 1.2 or something like that K's away from the finish line. It does happen.
It happens to the best of us, mate. It's unfortunate it can catch you out, and as I said, it's not what you want, not the way you want to end your race. Look at the rebound on that, just
big rebound though.
Straight back into the sky. See how that was a beautiful little, just popped it straight up, hit that rock and just floated. That is well balanced bike. He really rode that out nice.
Yeah, definitely set up well.
Yep.
And yeah, I can definitely see your different suspension tune-ups and the way they set up their bikes now with rebounds and stuff like that. It is really good to see, actually. You know, I'm seeing how these bikes are moving now and why they are moving the way they are.
There's just so many different variations now, even with your high speed, things like that. It can change the bike, and you know, you can take a stocker out there and play around with it and speak to some amazing riders and kind of specialists, but getting out there, getting it revalved, maybe putting a bigger spring in can really help settle the bike, and having that bike settled makes it a lot better to ride. Oh, there we go. We've got Andy Brack coming through as well. Joff Dukes, great bikes, great riders out there.
Still really respectable times as well, you know, 2:30s now we're sort of sitting at.
Yeah, we're just getting the top 100 riders coming down.
So yeah, very interesting to see there from our first place getter to, you know, around about we look at 96th position, 98th position,
we're
just
almost an hour out.
Yeah, we're looking at around about an hour out over the spread over that top 100. So not bad at all, and yeah, it just proves that there's so many different calipers in that top 100, in that top 50 even.
Look, it's always going to be little competitive pockets, as we said before, you know, top 10, 20, 50, 100, it's always going to be competitive, and these guys really know how to swing off it and set some great times. They will change tomorrow. We're going to obviously see how that endurance and the fatigue is going to settle the rider down tomorrow, which will hopefully not change too much, because I reckon these guys are semi-happy with where they are, but it's exciting to see, and hopefully the wind picks up too and may have a completely dust-free run home.
Yeah, that would be ideal for all of our competitors tomorrow. We'd love to see the dust-free run for all of them, and it'd be awesome for us here at the start-finish line to see these bikes coming through. And wow, yep, the good old little encouragement from the crowd there. He's obviously seen someone on the Fink end that he knows, so he's very happy to be down there.
I was always excited to see your rider come through, you know they've made it, because that's that worrying part, as you guys are talking about, you know, your loved ones. There is a big kind of time section between you where you kind of go through your last checkpoint to your next, and I know sitting around watching those times come in, you can get quite nervous for your favourite rider or for someone that you're following closely.
Yeah, no, it definitely is very hard on everyone, and their families and their friends looking out for them. I know I was following my mate in his buggy, and he actually just got into Fink in time before the bike started, so that was good to see him in there. And great to have those boys down there. But no, that's the thing, it's anyone's game, and a lot of these guys, especially on the bikes, are going out for that survivor spike in their back. And yep, he's very, very happy with his run into Fink. Gives the volleys a good fist pump through there, and that was Shane Oshnassi, I believe. Oh no, that's through Bunduma. I apologise. So that would have been Darcy Annell then. Into Fink and Ton McCann and Matthew Lane as well into Fink as well.
We can definitely see those groups of riders coming in as well. There's a bit of a pause, and then there'll be another kind of group, and then a pause. That's what we were talking about before, kind of finding the riders that you're in your same level that you're happy to ride with can be good, but also can be a bit of a hindrance as well to try and get a clean run of air.
Yeah, so we've had over 100 bikes into Fink now, from what we can see on our timing screens, and there you go, right on cue, 2 competitors coming in at it.
You can see he's got a bit of a... they're both just sending it.
Yeah, they definitely are. He's got something flapping off the back of him.
Oh, yeah.
It's probably just a chucks or something to... oh, no, it's just his riding Guernsey. There you go.
Yeah, you can tell these guys are pushing so far wide on the track. Catching a little bit of tree or a bit of shrub is not uncommon, unfortunately.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if these boys have bruises all up their arms and legs from riding on the outside of that track.
But you see that they've probably had a good battle all the way through, and they come to the end, it does turn on, that adrenaline kicks in, and you just start pushing really hard.
Yeah, Dylan Burnett and Christian Sprenger through there, and this is the X23 now coming through. Looking nice and smooth through here. Closely followed behind. And across the line for those ones, that was Jack Ashby on the X23 and Luke Smith.
Yeah, that big CRF 450 just sounded awesome coming across the line. Those Hondas have a special note, I reckon. Yep, there's that little pack we're talking about. They really start to clump up. And then that beautiful drag race to the end.
Yeah, always good to see a little bit of horsepower down to the end there.
Yeah, it's always great you're seeing the bikes come into the stadium too on the second day, and they may be a bit defeated and the shoulders are hunched over when they come into the stadium, but all of a sudden they see all the people and the crowd, they really start perking up, the elbows go up, and the bars start bashing. It's always exciting. You always kind of think, where did you find that last bit of energy, mate? You could have been running that the whole time.
Yep.
Got to look good in front of the cameras,
Yeah, always. And see, that's why we continue to speak and not be seen.
100%.
Oh, you got to love it. And that was an iffy spot there for the 724, having a little bit of a back end outage on there, but, gets it back together and holds it flat and, cracks it back on, and we'll see how they go.
That's it. We also have Adrian Fitzgerald on the Beta come through on the Beta 480. That's exciting to see that bike come through. It's definitely not one on the normal list of bikes that are Beta, so it's good to see it making its appearance. There are a couple of beaters out there, though. They're not really known for the desert racing scene. I mean, I think Grabo tried it a couple of years ago, and definitely more in the hard enduro scene. So to see them here, we've got some big 4-stroke beaters and then a couple of the X-trainers. It's great to see.
And when you talk about hard enduro, what do you mean by hard enduro there, Jeremy?
Yeah, right. So hard enduro is definitely a different type of race completely. Let's just imagine the worst, knottiest, steepest hill you've ever seen.
Okay, yep.
We're just going to send it straight up. It's definitely a different style of racing. A lot more. It definitely, we talk about a race here that's 230-something Ks long. A hard enduro may only be 15 kilometres long, but it's going to take you 4 hours to get through. Currently, there's Erzberg on overseas, and a lot of Australians are over there racing and riding, and we've got some amazing riders like Wade Ibrahim and things like that. So it definitely does the style of racing completely stepped away from this, and it is 2-stroke country out there. You've got your 300s, your 250s, things like that. It is an amazing style of riding, but it's completely different discipline, and really nothing that we've talked about in regards to bike setup here will equate to over there.
Awesome. No, it's just interesting to see the different styles of enduro and what they do run. And
there's so many, you know, and it's really cool to see such a diverse style of racing. We're so lucky here in Australia to have it. We've got some amazing desert racing like this, but then desert racing can have so many different meanings. You know,
that's true.
We have Hatta, which is completely separate to this, and you know, you are running more of a motocross style setup rather than these big thumpers. And then we have, you know, like the 4-day enduro, which is a great between the tree style racing in some amazing conditions. We've just had it over in WA, which was absolutely awesome. And guys like Corey McMahon have had really good success over there and come over here and kind of follow it up. We then have, you know, hard enduro, which is through some snotty hills, and then our trial scene is amazing as well. You know, we have some great competition that go over every year and race over there, same as our enduro. So Australia is stacked with riders, and it is really great to see. And we try our hardest as a podcast to bring all those riders to everyone and kind of get a good taste of what we provide to the world as of riders.
Yeah, well, it just continues, and it's not even your dirt riders as well. Like, we've got some really good grip riders as well over in competing over elsewhere. Like, you know, Jack Miller, the Thriller Miller man on that MotoGP bike. Like, you'd never expect. You know, haven't seen an Aussie on the bike like that in a long time, and it's great to see a person like that there, and he's repping the Aussie crew for the grip side of things.
Absolutely.
But I'd love to see him on a dirt bike and him have a bit of fun. And
well, a lot of those guys started in the flat track scene, and
that's the thing.
Our speedway scene too. I mean, if you ever looked at speedway in Australia, we currently have, I think, 4 or 5 of the best speedway riders in the world are Australian. So, you know, and these guys come from, you know, you can have your Casey Stoners and things like that. They've come over from flat track, and speedway in particular. It's an amazing thing, and a lot of the riders out here have a back flat track on Brody Waters, things like that, have a flat track speedway heritage, and that's what gives them those beautiful, big, long, straight speed corners, and also the skill to be able to set up a bike. So I think Australia just produces some of the best riders in the world. We do have the Tobys and the Chuckies that we put up, but even behind the scenes, we have some amazing riders. I think there's a Michael Burgess who just completed a rally in China and did really well over there, and we have some amazing girl riders as well all over the world, absolutely crushing it. Taylor Jones, if anybody wants to see an amazing girl over there, she's absolutely killing it, killing it. So we are just so lucky to have such a diverse kind of riding plethora here to cut your teeth in.
And talking about females on bikes, I do believe this may be one of our first ladies through. I thought I did see the number 9 on one of the bikes, but we are in the battle pack now, so we'll just continue to watch these competitors through. The latest into Fink was Terry Packer, Jesse Crocker, and Jelma Bangma.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, big fight, 3 wide into that final section.
Let it all hang out. That last corner does catch him off. It's kind of that bit of a roller. You can't really see what's on the other end, and there's a couple of little holes that have developed there, which is always exciting to see.
Yeah, Terry Packer in there, Jesse Crocker, Terence Conway, he was through by Nduma, but then you also had Daniel Piggott, Lee Piggott, there you go, and Matthew McFerrin. So you couldn't half tell they were riding together.
Mate, he's on the XR600 too. Matty Mack is an absolute legend, and to wheel that thing into 114th as
Good
well.
on him.
Absolute effort.
Yeah, awesome to see that. That big 600. Looks like a couple of the Camelback straws hanging freely. You know, they've tried to get a little bit of water into them, but it hasn't worked. They've just gone, nah. It can hang off the back of it anyway.
Yeah, look, it's always going to be hard, and you know, it's kind of that balance. Do you want to take 3 litres or do you want 1 litre? Can you swap it out in time? That's why sometimes you can see here he's got his hose attached to his helmet. It'll come straight through the front, and he'll try and get some water. These are I think it's Soulstream, a great company. They have these hand-free ones. There's a little button on your handlebar, and it just shoots water straight in your mouth. Not only do these guys get to hydrate that way, but it kind of cleans their mouth, as you saw. Like Jacob Smith came in completely covered in dust, and so are these guys. It is hard to get water, and as you saw, the hose flapping out the back, you're not going to grab it when you're going down the track, I tell you that.
No. Yeah, that's the last thing you want to be doing. Dylan Casey also across the line into Fink Grant Pryor as well as Connor Gibson and Tony Knott. in through there.
Matthew Treadwell was that young kid I was talking about. His hands were completely blown apart from pre-running, and I saw him out there in the car park just taping them. It was really not a good sight, but to see him come through at a 121 position, that's awesome.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine what his hands would look like now getting off that bike. He would,
It is also a grip game. They've got that big, soft rally grips, but some guys like a fatter bar to hold on to. Bar size can really play into it as well. There are so many different, as I said, options in regards to how you want your bike set up, but another one is bars, whether you want a nice high bar or low. The thickness of the bar can also kind of depend on your own grip strength. It can really play into it as well. You're not really grabbing that clutch as much here, so you can kind of just hold on, and that's why a lot of these riders will have, their throttle hand may be okay, but their kind of opposite hand, their left hand will be really torn up.
Well, I think that's why also like madmen like Ivan Long, who, ride out of Fink, 10K out of Fink, break their hand and then jump back on the bike and literally have it hanging there down along him, and then when he needs to use it, it's it's that effort to get it up there, but he still gets it up there, and it's not like he came in like 5th, I think it was, that year, and I was standing on the start line with him. I wasn't actually in commentary. I was standing on the start line, and when he walked past me, his hand was like double the size, triple the size of what his other one was, and the dedication that man had. Like a lot of these competitors, they'll have an off here and they'll get back on that bike and they'll just keep going, and it's like, I don't know how you do it, guys.
Look, it's that dedication to get through. I think he was at one point to say, tape my hand onto the bars, just tape it on. There's great stories from Dakar with Toby Price doing his hand and same thing, strapping it on and just getting to the end. It's one of those things. There's stories of like Todd Smith, one of the legends here. He broke his back at Dakar, got back on the bike and somehow managed to get through and flew all the way home before finding out it was broken. When it comes to dedication, I think bike riders are a little screwed loose, but to get to the end like that is crazy.
Yep. Got to take your hats off to them though.
Well, we also then see now the DRZ 400 coming through Munduma as well. He's definitely having a good time out there, I hope.
Gotta love that noise. Oh, you just love to hear it, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, that pipe will be a lovely colour as well. But if he's got to hold on to it for a long, it'll have a lovely purple tinge to it.
So Carl Johnson there, as well as Sam Patterson into Fink, the TE 300 up against the 500 there. Well, ladies and gents, we're just going to take a quick breather up here in the commentary box. We're going to keep you on these live pictures of the bikes making their way into Fink. We're just going to have a quick breather, have a little bit of a drink, have a little bit of freshen up, and we'll be back with you shortly. So the first of our female competitors, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to quickly jump back on the mic for that one. That's Tamara Gray. She's into Fink, and it looks like Alexander Long will not be very far behind her as well. It looks like we had Jason Bonchard also come through, as well as Thomas Tuckerman. So just trying to continue keeping this update. Yep. Oh, no, that was Taylor Morsey in the 939. So Alex Long won't be too far behind her as well. So a heap of bikes still making their way into Fink. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, the first of our female competitors are in there. So if that's who you were waiting for, make sure to give them a big round of applause because they are into Fink. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. That was Tamara Gray into Fink, and that was Taylor Morris into Fink, the first of our 2 female competitors. Going to continue you with the live pictures from the Fink end, ladies and gentlemen.
I've got Tamara Gray, and Taylor Maurice here with me. The first two girls over the line here in Fink. I'm so excited to see you down here. But you're just telling me about the awesome battle you guys had to try and be the first one down here. Tell me a little bit about it.
Taylor started on the grid behind me this morning. She caught up to me in some of the real deep rollers. She's an absolute weapon through there. She got up along beside me, got past, and then we had a bit of a back and forth throughout the fuel stops and some of the high speed tests. We're definitely keeping each other honest on the way down. We just literally raced 220 something kilometres and finished within, I don't know, seconds of one another. That was an intense battle over 3 or whatever hours it is. It's insane.
No, it's brilliant, and it's so great for the sport. I love that there is, I believe last time I checked, more than 20 girls in this, so it's just brilliant to see these kinds of battles developing. You tell me your side of the story. How do you think you went?
Yeah, pretty good. As Tamara said, I started on the grid behind, so when I saw Tamara just up ahead, I got so excited because Tamara and I have had battles in the past, and I just know how much of a good, honest, clean rider she is, and it's just, so much fun to be riding with such talent and such a great person.
And you just mentioned before you had dust problems, but besides that, you had a pretty good run.
The dust was crazy, and I really did not want to risk it off of the start. I know that it's a really long race over a long period of time. So the dust in the beginning was really hard to see for a good long period. So that was a bit of a battle. Some of the guys are willing to just send it into the nothingness. I need to be a little bit more reserved than that. But once we all sort of spread out and opened up a little bit more, it was a lot easier to see. So that was really the only issue I had on the way down was, just the dust in the beginning.
And you, Taylor, you mentioned you had a bit more of a laugh when I asked, did you have any problems? Was it a smooth run? Tell us.
Patient, but then when I saw Tamara, I got so excited to see another girl on the track that I tried to take the outside line around her and just found myself off the track in a pothole, and then somehow managed to get myself back on the track. But other than that, no real issues. As Tamara said, like the dust, but it was quite the experience.
Well, it's lovely to see. You guys have a lot more of a smile on your face, and you seem a lot more relaxed coming in here than I think some of these guys seem a bit stressed by the ride, but they probably go a bit harder.
I think the overall elation of making it to the other end in one piece far outweighs, I think, anything else that can possibly happen on the track. So I think it's the endorphins from making it in one piece and knowing that we can just go back to the car now and chill out for the rest of the afternoon.
Well, I'm so proud of you guys. Go rest up, have a good night's sleep, and we'll see you back out here tomorrow for day 2. I'll head back up to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kiaiza. It is awesome to see those two ladies up there and in the pointy end. So they've made their way down to Fink, and as well as Alexandra Long on the 987 bike. She also made her way into Fink. Nick Oakley, Darcy Tomamichael, Troy Stevens, Damien Brigham, Dale Anderson and Harley Turner all into Fink as well, as I'm joined back in the commentary box by Mr. Dan Curran. Great to have you back.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Oh, it was great to have Jeremy on board and have a chat to Dirt Bike Burrito on the podcast. So if you want to have a listen to more of his conversation, very knowledgeable. Hey, we're seeing a few more of the amateur riders, let's say, have a crack, and it's good over here. It's great to see these guys get into Fink. Another couple of notes. I was looking on my phone before, so we've also got a few of the cars. Brad Lovell did make it into Fink.
He did, yep.
So that's good. So also Josh Ward, Nick Hilo, Jason Gibbons, Jamie Lawson also in the 486 made it in. I believe that we actually called in Les Shivers and Cooper Weston. So that's a good run there. Those guys all in to Fink. So only Class 7, I believe, that's down there at the moment is the Raptor.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that is interesting to note. I know the young Timmy Button got down there in his Super 1650 just before the bikes got away. And look at this old Honda. How good is that? Awesome sounding machine, and let's see how they go coming across the line. William Turbelk. Then you had Philip Streeter before that.
Tell you what, just you talked about your mate Timmy Button, 2:21. He didn't just make it just before the bites, my man. He ran at 2:57.
Oh, wow.
That's an hour short of maximum time. So Timmy Button deserves a pat on the back. He did a champ run there.
Yeah, good on you, young Timmy. That's his first success down to Fink, actually. So he will be very happy with that.
It's a fantastic run.
Now he just needs to drive it home.
Absolutely. Now calling some of these guys back. William Thurlback, Philip Streeter, Mitch Yeats, Matthew Evans, Sam Currington, Ian Venables and Scott Backman, as well as Kit Ballon, all into Fink now. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're still watching on the live feed and you're waiting for your partner, brother, sister, cousin, mother maybe.
Mother, you never know.
You never know. But if you're waiting for them to come back in, we're going to stick with you. I apologise, we probably can't call every single one of these 550 riders home. It's just not a reality. But we'll call as many as we can home. And again, look at the live timing. Keep up to date with everything on the Tatts Finke Desert Race. Great jump there. Again, we've got Caden Rogers on the X20 home now, as well as Nicholas Boyd on the 256. Trevor King as well on the 750. Back into Fink. Still got plenty of crowd down there, waving, cheering, having a good time.
Yep, standing back from the track in all the right spots as well, you know, giving their riders their egg on that they want, so that's always good. And from what we've had up here in the commentary box, we haven't heard anything to report on that side of things. So we're pretty happy from all our spectators over the weekend so far, and yeah, it's good to hear and good to report as well back.
Well, Josh, another thing to point out here is this is one of the first years that we've had so many images at Fink, which is one, awesome, no question about that. But it's interesting, it'll get bigger and bigger, but it's actually about 10 acres of total land down there that just gets covered. You can't see any of the race transporters. No. There's Can-Am pits, Polaris pits down there. You know, the Red Bull guys are there with a full semi-trailer, Smoothie, the OBR. There's helicopters down there. Like, it's crazy down there. There's actually a full police station down there as well. Like, they set it up, as well as ambulance, you know, toilet block, food for catering. Because I assume this is public knowledge, but anyway, as in it's definitely public knowledge, but whether people know it or not, there's also club fuel stops. So there's mad guys here that have dropped the swag off on Friday and they've headed down. They've paid for their dinner and their breakfast, and they're going to ride home. They've got no support. They're doing club fuel stops. So it's a long way to come and ride with none of your mates with you, but it's still a good time. Again, Caden Rogers is in home now in the X20, as is Mark Rue in the 809. We've got Rowan Adams, the 777. Rod Keogh in the 653. Lachlan Bulk, 247, as well as Corey Bannister in the X75 is home now. The 203 is on screen. Nice clean run. These guys all doing it under the 3 hour mark, putting them at about 190, 180, somewhere in there at the moment. 2 hours 52. Lachlan Wilcock on the 511 is home.
Yeah, a lot of these competitors now sort of have found their pace and have run with it for the majority. They had their little fun in the stadium section, decided to get out the back, and as soon as they got out the back, they let off. And
well, these guys they're here for a spike, aren't they, Josh? You know, this is the there and back, the champions that they're grinding it out. They've talked about it for years. They've read about it in magazines. They've seen the videos. They want to come out and say that they've been something, you know, part of something big, something of a legacy. Yeah. They've got the spike. That's the big thing. If you can limp up, and I say limp up, and get the spike on Monday, there's really no feeling like it.
No, yeah, it's still on my bucket list, I can tell you that.
Well, I'll tell you something interesting, and I'm sure all of them feel the same. So I've raced it 4 or 5 times now. And every time I come across the line, that still I get a well of emotion, a feeling of accomplishment. There's actually no race like it. I've raced a lot around, I wouldn't say a lot. People will knock me for that. You're right, I haven't raced a lot. I've raced a little bit around the place and at some fantastic races like Gundy and different places around there. But again, and we get that excitement. But I'm telling you, it wells up in you, the emotion, how much effort's gone on to Fink, all the logistics behind it, everything that you've had to do, and it really doesn't seem to change for me. Every year I get that feeling, we made it. Because there's been a few years where we haven't made it.
No, exactly, yep. And it is a big mental game with a lot of these riders coming in at the moment. They're just telling themselves, come on, mate, you're so close. That beer is quite literally waiting. It's calling your name. But they'll get a little bit of water into them and get a little bit hydrated first, and then they'll jump on those beveraginos. But we'll continue to welcome these competitors in to Fink, and we've got Dylan Marriott in the on the 203, Jason Mitchell on the 640, Colin Swartz on the 607, and Michael Cope on the 240, all into Fink now.
Now the 594 looks like it might have been on the ground at some point there. The front number plate a little bit knocked off that one, but he's looking like he's doing very well. No big dramas there. Nice clean double-double over those rock ledges. I think that's the 784 there. Josh, a little bit hard to see some of these numbers.
Yep.
But that's okay. We'll see as soon as we come across the live timing, the 784.
Yeah, a lot of these riders just running a little bit of cloth slash chucks in the back of their riding pants, just so they can wipe their goggles. The majority, oh, that was very close to being real bad. Just so they can wipe their goggles, because you're not allowed to run tear-offs anymore.
That's correct.
Out in the desert, so you either roll the little roller ones you can get made into your actual goggles themselves, or you hope that your bit of cloth stays clean and you can get the dirt out of the old goggles.
Cleaner than the dirt on your goggles anyway.
Yeah, so exactly. Yeah.
The 243, Lachlan McLeish is home. The 594 of Cameron Monaghan is home. The 764, which was the one we were calling before, of David Turner, and the 508 of Bradley Hunter, I apologise, is home nice and safe and sound. Again, all pretty much in that 3 hour, slightly sub 3 hour run, and that's a great run, putting them in about 200th position for their run home. These guys will all be running off grids tomorrow morning. They won't be on corrected time. Again, in the morning, you'll see that anyone inside the top 20 minutes from the leader. So that changes every year. It's not a set time, but as the leader has run at 1:46.25, everyone after a 2:06.25, if my math is correct, if my math is mathing, will be running on these starting grids. Before that, everyone will be on corrected time, leaving at their starting gaps, which does show an interesting thing. So as an example, Ivan Long and Liam Walsh will be starting about 13 seconds apart on the grid, and then about 11 seconds back, not even 11 seconds, 10 seconds back to Jacob Smith. So we're going to see in about a 25, 30 second run, 3 bikes let off there.
Yeah, it's going to be action-packed down at the Fink end tomorrow for the bikes when we do start them off on their return leg home, and we get ready to crown our new king of the desert.
Not necessarily a new one.
Yep, well, that is true. We could crown a X or a reigning
champion, absolutely.
Or a reigning champion.
The 589 of Christian Frank is in as well. The 716 of Chris Tratford. We have the 617 of Mark Hangen. We also have the 629 of Patrick Nolan. The 741 of Wayne Smith. The 828 of Gavin Dobson. The 819 of Alan Saunders. All home at Fink now. See a lot of those let's say, age-restricted classes coming through now. Some of those 8s, that's amazing. Over 45s.
And some of them still doing it in under 3 hours.
Very impressive. That's better than a decent trail rider. Have a look at the mono too. Skills in spades here.
Yeah, these two coming across the line, they were running together there for a little tiny bit, but then they're like, nah, let's go have some fun. Let's make a little bit of a run to the finish line. So we have Alan Saunders across the line as well now, as well as Kevin Buntsman, as well as Gavin Dobson. This old boy is riding the front off this bad thing.
Yeah, not sure what that technique is. There might be the legs are cooked technique maybe. I'm not really sure. Laying over the front of that bike. The 611 through though, Kevin Buntsman, as you said. Oh, look. Hose flapping in the breeze. No need for the camelback right now. Wonder if there's something wrong with that bike or it's coming in on fumes. It's a very odd...
Yeah, he's really leaning over the front of that thing. Oh, flat rear maybe?
Very possible, not really sure.
Yeah, we couldn't really see there.
But the 744 of Leon Compagnion.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
770 of Adam Munro. The 628 of Aaron Davies and the 730 of Henry Buckler have all made their way into Fink. All very close too.
Mark.
770. I was going to say Adam Munro 770 has also come through. The 734 we can see on the screen. Thumbs up there as the 628 of Aaron Davies is through.
Henry Buckler on the 730, then Mark Maidman on his 722, Paul Governor on his 734, and Joshua Oliver on his 625, all making it into Fink. And these guys are now currently sitting at around about the 3 hour mark. So we do cut them off after 4 hours, I believe it is.
Yeah, 4 hours race time.
Yep.
But remembering that we still have some starters on that grid that were a little bit back, so they'll still have a little bit longer. So I guess that, you know, they'd start pushing them off the track. Should not really push, but somewhere around 4:35, 4:40 would be the end of racing official, I believe. Had a little bit of a late start there and a couple of stops. Nothing too dramatic. Like you said, 734 of Paul Grovesler has gone through, as well as the 625 Joshua Oliver, the 928 of Haley Miller, the 619 of Simon Broomball, and the 761 of Phil Connell, all through now, and Fink safe and sound. Ladies and gentlemen, again, if you're listening still, waiting for your favourite rider, whether it be a family member, a partner, something along those lines, big shout out to you for gritting it out. We know just how hard it is sitting here waiting for information. We see the YouTube comments and bits and pieces, people chasing information about their rider, who's riding, where they've gone, where they've disappeared between checkpoints. I agree. Now again, share a thought. We're talking about it in the early 2000s or even further abroad. Other than the ABC radio that used to play, you honestly had no information whatsoever until it came out. You had no idea where your riders were. There was literally no phone coverage as soon as you got outside of Alice Springs. Heck, in the 2000s, mobile phones weren't really too much of a thing. They played Snake on them back in those days.
Yeah, no, they definitely were used for Snake, and it's an interesting story that I look back on here, and it's a little bit of a thing that I do hold near and dear to my heart. Actually, the first commentator of this great event was the one and only Big Al Stainer, which is a local name here known. He was well known in the racing community, you know, whether it was speedway, drag racing, desert racing. If it had a motor, he was involved in it. And Big Al, took up the position of commentary and was helping out everyone out here, and was down the track doing commentary as well. Like he was a great man, and unfortunately he passed away back in 2008 due to cancer. So big shout out to Big Al for all his work in the motorsports community here in Alice Springs. Just thought I'd get that one out there, and big shout out to the Stainer family who are still around Alice Springs and surroundings at this point in time, and they're still racing, bringing on that legacy. So it's great to be out here and continuing on that awesome name.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It is very cool. And, it is about that rich history, the 47 years of desert racing out here. In that time, the 503s come in, Peter Tenbrick. We also have the 558 of William Whitaker, the 550 of Daniel Schouler, the 420 of Frank Wilson has made it home, and the 684 of Andrew Grace, as well as a flying finish there. Plenty of different classes coming through too. The 538 of Jake Hoey. I think that's the 614 foot flicking off on that one. No dramas though. People giving them still plenty of encouragement. You're almost there, team. You're almost there. 121 of Tim Kempster, the big 500cc two-stroke. Oh, well, it's actually a 300cc two-stroke, but the over 250cc's, 251. Of the 121, the 300 KDM through, Tim Kempster. 256, a good run there. Then a couple of bikes all come through together. The 516 of Brodie Hodges, the 614 of Michael Parham, and the 228 of Luke Morrison, all through together.
Yeah, 573 and the 577 having a little bit of a pack run into the finish line at the Fink end. You can tell how rocky and rough that last little Fink River bit is in. Got to say, I love the two kids on the right-hand side on that big screen giving all those encouragements. And yes, right at home, you good thing, it's home. They'll be very happy with that run. Justin Simpson across the line, as well as Luke Morrison across the line, 228 and X09, Husky and Yamaha respectively. And then we also had Broden Connell, Andrew Beaton, and Callum Dobson across the line there. KTM 350, 500, and a Sherco.
Yeah, good mix of bikes coming through now. 264 of Paul Kleinberg, also through in his Sherco on his 500. Looks like the 208, the 208.
Really
coming over the Fink jump now.
Really trying to work out what position they wanted to be on the pegs there. Had a little bit of movement there. Didn't know whether they wanted to sit down or stand up.
They probably don't want to be doing either about now, Josh. It's just not, nothing's comfortable at this point. The 254 of Mitchell Island is home, the 697 of Scott McKenzie, and the 758 of Brendan Summerfield, all the way home in Fink, as well as Peter Dernan. The 206 run a 3:03, 3 hours and 3 minutes. Jason Griffin, the 627, his KTM 350 4-stroke.
Yeah, looking very, very rough down that end out at Fink with the amount of cars and bikes that have been over it. And you can really see in this dip section here into the actual Fink River itself how rough that rock section is that you saw that competitor just go over there. It's the last thing you want to be hitting.
Absolutely, those hard rock shelves above, a bit of soft dirt. The bull dust starting to come out now. The 206 of Peter Dernan. Yeah, the Jason Griffin, the 627 home as well. Gareth Tyler in the 509 has made it through. We'll call through that group of 5 as well. The 573 now on screen, I believe, or the 523 maybe. Again, ladies and gentlemen, it is a real treat to have this footage down here It's only been in the last, well, it's really this year that we've got multiple cameras down there. Last year, the Method Race Wheels guys actually lent us a satellite and we had one camera down the far end. I tell you what, it's a big thing. Telstra's done a big job down there, or all the communications crew out here. And now people have phone reception and data and these sort of things. You can make a phone call, so that's a pretty cool thing. It's great that the community has been growing so well. And again, the 721 Craig Harvey through, Adrian Copeland's in there as well, the 547. The 889 of Craig Saunders has made it through. The 523 of Mitchell Dower. The 738 of Clinton Letton, Mitchell Patton, and the 291. And we're going to go down to Keziah at the far end.
All right, I've continued my search and I found Catherine Scoble, the fourth girl to come in here at Fink. Catherine, this isn't your first one though, and unlike the other two girls we spoke to, Taylor and Tamara, this is, were you saying your sixth or your eighth?
It's my eighth.
Eighth is huge, and you were just saying before that you might only have a couple left in you.
Yeah, I'm going to try to do the 10 and then I think I'll retire after that one.
And tell us about your ride today.
Yeah, it was a good ride. There was lots of dust out there. Had a big crash in the 100k mark, but got back together and got down here pretty safe. And yeah, just ran over the line and hopefully we're fit for it, ready for tomorrow.
Competition. So how has that changed the game for you?
I don't think it's changed it too much for me because I've raced so many without the women's class. But I guess it's added a few more girls into the class.
Righto. Unfortunately, just a little bit of data limitations there. Hopefully we can get Keziah back very quickly. Data was cool there. I saw Maddie McFerrin sitting in the back there on the XR. Hopefully we can get an interview and a bit of information with them very shortly here.
Joking, but you've had a great little team and partnership. This isn't the first year I've seen you out here. Tell us about what drives you to come out and what brings your team together.
To get away from the kids.
See, I told you. I told you.
With him, not me. That's not what I said. Get away from work. Yeah, work, I think. It's just kind of good to have the whole year to prepare for something and then just, yeah, that's the thing. It is good to have a little break, though. We need it. Mental health, need it sometimes.
And getting here to Fink, that's a huge effort. How did you feel coming in and seeing each other at the finish line?
Yeah, that was, I've not done it before. I've never done anything as hard as that in my life. I am a broken old man at the moment. So great relief, halfway done. Looking forward to tomorrow.
In terms of the bike, have you got any problems that you're worried about?
I'm ignoring the fact there's a heap of oil coming out of my engine. So we're just going to go with the top up tonight maybe and pray.
Pray for the best.
One year we'll do it on the appropriate bikes. This is the second year on this dumb thing, but got to know any different now.
You were saying next year you're going to upgrade. Is that the reason why?
No, I might go a different bike, but still an old thing. I like the challenge.
And talk us through your ride, because you definitely did it last year. Is it better, worse? What's the track like?
I don't know. I think it's worse. Last year was my first year, so I knew what I was expecting. So that was probably the worst part of it. I didn't have no idea the first time, so I just took it as it comes. But this time I actually knew how hard it is, and that was the hard thing. I forgot about tomorrow.
You've still got one more day to go. We've got lots more riders coming in. Hundreds. It's so exciting to see everyone here at the finish line in Fink. We can bring you more of the action from here, but more importantly, guys, go get a rest and get ready for tomorrow. Thank you.
Hey Josh, I love that they said they were doing it for mental health, but I think if you do it on an XR 600, you need to be checked for mental health. I'm not sure how that helps your mental health. It'd break me, I tell you, but they are legends and they're doing it for all the right reasons. They've got big grins on their faces still, and Matty Mack and the crew are out here having a great time.
Yeah, it's great to see those old school bikes being brought out of the sheds as well, and why not run it down to Fink, you know? Crazy people like that. Just, you know, but you know, that's the great thing about this event as well, is that, you know, you could be having a drink one night and have a little bit of a side bet with your mate and go, oh yeah, you ain't gonna run that in Fink, and then you go, oh yeah, I will. Billy Geddes has done it in the past with a postie, if I remember correctly.
Oh, listen, I think that's a strong rumour that's been getting around, but I think he rode it down the service road. I think that's cheap.
Yes.
He has definitely done it on a really nice KTM, and I know that he's actually the original Ironman out here at Fink. But the postie bike story gets a little bit spread around. I think he doesn't mind telling it himself just quietly. Listen, 743, let's run through some of these guys that have come in now. I believe we got up to around Ryan Kemp, which was the 743. Then the 721 of Craig Harvey has also made it safe and sound. So if you're chasing for Team Harvey, you've got Craig home safe and sound. The 767 is Adrian Copeland. The 547 is Jason Martin. The 884 is Craig Saunders. The 523 is Mitchell Dower. The 738 of Clinton Letton. All safe and sound home at Fink. Mitchell Patton on the 291 is there as well. Kyle Hart on the 524. Jane White is there on the 961, one of our fantastic females. Brett Smith on the 748. Timothy Nelson is there on the 234, riding right beside Samuel Nelson. I would assume that's family. 280 there. Mason Venables, the 753. Plenty of Venables out here racing. Pierre Del Laray on the 773. Casey Rumble on the 402. I almost can't keep up with these Joshes. They're rolling in. The list is getting longer, not shorter. Casey Rumble on the 402. Tom Smith on the 418. Jacob Miller on the 326. Tom Farrell on the 564. Home in Fink now. Shane McGrath, the 699. John Goebel on the 623. We've got Matthew Powell in the 723. Cody Smith on the 241. Nathan Kelly on the 804. Lachlan Carter, the 105. Will Mahoney of the 504. Stephen Payne, the 780. Again, ladies and gentlemen, these are all home at Fink. Simon Bulk, 731. I don't know if I want to use the word safe and sound. They might question safe and sound at the moment, but they are definitely down there and in good condition. Jake Slattery in the 253. The X06 of Joshua McDonald is also there. Miles Beaton in the 330. Amy Butler is home on the 998, or halfway home on the 998. Home for the night. Calvin Hornbuckle on the 675. Philip Keys, 626. Samson Steinhardt is on the 263.
Then you had Riley Horan on the 219, Jamie Hermes on the 663, Chloe Barton on the 988, so another one of our female competitors, and then Jeff Gordon on the 747, which is a bit of a synonymous name around the American racing scene.
I was going to say Jeff spelt slightly different, but we also got that great footage of another one of our XR600 competitors coming in. It's great that the boys were there waiting, having a look. I don't know where they found 3 mint XR600s, although they might question mint, maybe the boys.
Yeah, I would definitely question the mint as well. That's Jai Williams, who's just come through on that 97 XR600. Lovely looking bike. Now, I know some people hoarding some very expensive old Hondas in some sheds that, they were worth a bit of a pretty penny. Well, that's just the brand loyalty some people do have. And then we had Bradley Broad make his way through on the 224, that KTM 500. So we would have had around about 300 bikes through, I would say, so far now. So they continue to make their way through. It's the first Bunduma timing slot I've seen in a very long time. So they might have just got in by the skin of their teeth. That was Lyndon Wells making his way through there on his 350.
That's rough, mate. It means he's still got about 80 kilometres to go in a bit under, from what I can see, maybe 40 minutes or something along those lines. It's going to be a tall ask unless he's had some issues early on. But again, it would be good to see Lyndon Wells. Maybe he had a mechanical issue and now he's hoiking along very nicely. but he will have to make good time to get all the way to Fink without getting stopped at one of our checkpoints. Unfortunately, if you don't make it in under 4 hours, you do not get your spike. One of the things that do get a few people, I've seen guys with broken chains, they've run out of fuel, they've just had a minor mechanical, a major mechanical issue that, you know, ends up taking them out of the race. It's not necessarily a fall off, it's not necessarily a problem, just a mechanical problem for them. Sorry, and when I said that, not a body problem. Again, we've got some of these guys. Darren Sheriff is through at Fink 798, as well as Phil Lindenmayer 679. Sam Bevan on the 260 came in on our live screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have been following us throughout the day today, I'll just give you a quick little recap on our top 10 riders so far as well. I know we've been focusing on some of our more amateur riders coming into Fink, but I'll recap your top 10. David Walsh is in first position so far. Callum Norton in second position. Ivan Long in third position. Liam Walsh currently in fourth position. Jacob Smith in fifth. Corey McMahon in sixth. Then you got Corey Hammond in seventh. Ben Grabham in eighth. Brodie Waters in ninth, and rounding out your top 10 is Connor Adams. So tomorrow is going to be very interesting to see those bikes leave and see how they come hurtling towards us down here at the Alice Springs end. Young fella still out there on the live stream helping those riders in. So into Fink now is Phil Lindenmayer, Sam Bevan, Damien Jones on the 197, Carl Miller on the 513. Benjamin Johnson on the 693. Into Fink now as well. Good wheel stand there from Liam Johnson on the 244 over the Fink finish line. Chris Keys on the 103, making his way into Fink. Another one of our gas riders here this weekend, the X36, I believe that number was. Just cruising into Fink at this point, some of these competitors. You had Chris Keys on the 103, Bailey Cotts on the 585, and Aaron Simmons on the 532 into Fink. Jason McCormack on the 720, and Sam Hunt on the X36 into Fink. Oh, big accident on the Fink jump.
Oh, the thumbs up. That was good. I held my breath there for a second.
The 491.
491.
Get it going. Hopefully it gets started and he can get there.
Kind of looks like it might have some bent bars now, which is never a great thing. He's very close to home and he's got thumbs up. He's running on a fair bit of adrenaline, I imagine, right at this second.
Oh, definitely.
But unfortunately, that's going to be a little bit of a pain in the neck, because now he's only halfway home. Yeah, that right-hand side bar is bent well down. Heartbreaking to see that after 226 Ks. Although maybe we just didn't see the bent bars beforehand. I'm not really sure, but they're definitely bent now is what I can tell you.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there. We had Antonio Belocco come through, as well as Aaron Edwards, the 829 and the 669, making their way through. Ansgar Jung on the 491 making their way through, as well as
I
Aaron.
would think that that's the CRF 250. So I'm thinking that that's Ansgar Jung.
Yeah.
Was the man that put on that display of prowess on the jump.
Yeah, unfortunately they're just having a little bit of rear end happiness and losing the bike in the real soft stuff there on the top of that Fink jump. Aaron Berthelot on the 487, Alex Farm Longer on the 549, and Joel Paxton on the X74 making their way into Fink as well. So we're now sitting around about the 3 hour 10, 3 hour 15 mark for these competitors. So your more casual riders making their way into Fink now. Tony Lockett on the 814 into Fink. Ex-champions. Great to see Tony still coming out and having a play in the desert. Matthew Madison on the 788 makes his way through. And then that one was the 517 bike of Gordon Mallard. We're going to continue announcing these bikes into Fink as they come through. Just to give us a moment while we take a bit of a breather and have a bit of a drink. Oh no, I'll commentate this one in. The 123 making their way in. And it's a lovely sounding bike. He'll definitely be looking at trying to get that thing across the line, done and dusted. The 123, that is Shane Pinter from your neck of the woods, Dan Yapoon. You'll be happy to see him making his way across the line.
Absolutely, mate. Bloody beautiful spot, Yapoon. Perfect one day, absolutely magic the next. Unless it's mud water out the front.
Well, ladies and gents, these competitors still making their way through. The 123 now in the 769. Yep, Shane Pinter on his YZ 250. Still a big crowd down at the Fink end. All eagerly watching on these competitors. Paul Colcott makes his way on the 769. Peter Arnell, 802. Keith Borg, 624. Paul Robinson now down there, Dylan DeZasbo as well. Into Fink. And Max Harris there. Ryan Crombie, as well as Dwayne Affleck. Brad Perryman on the 670. Letitia Foster, another one of our female competitors, making her way in on the 911 bike. As well as Stephen Ralph on the 742. 978 making their way in now. Stanley Crow making their way in on the 252 and Corey Evans on the 653. And across the line. There's a 108. So Brady Bannister and Laurie Fry across the line now as well. Yeah, a lot of these competitors just coming in single file now, running their own pace. Getting closer and closer to that cut-off time.
It's good though, they're still having a crack across the tracks here. They're still racing against their own demons, their own battles, their own fight. The 461 in now, or coming across, making its way down and through that gully. Christopher Fielden in, the 227. Luke Symes in the 605. Again, we talked about Kyle Lowen, the 102 in. Laurie Fry in the 806. Jason Carroll in the 461. Again, Susan Coop, 973 in. Peter Johnson, the 705 in. Hayden Dieball, the 405. I think that's the 586 possibly making its way through over there. Might even be the 686, but a Yamaha making its way in that low light. It's beautiful here now in Alice Springs. Again, the temperature is absolute. It's almost a little bit balmy here for an Alice Springs winter. The Northern Territory, absolutely beautiful. Came across the Plenty Highway. It's a little bit rough on our way back to or on our way over from Queensland. In case you guys didn't know, we're some good Central Queensland locals. But again, it's absolutely magic in the desert at the moment. Flowers are out. It's almost green. Again, the 644 of David Millington in now, as well as the 666 of Jozza Brown Nagati. We also have the 728 of Ian Griffiths. The 791 of Russell Gibson. The 746 of Darren Wade in now. The 527 on screen on our live feed. Retro colour Yamaha, I believe that was. And the 111, probably a 300 KTM, I'd say, guessing by the look of that. Running in our over 250cc, so 251cc and above. Two-stroke class. Mixing gas and hauling ass, as they say.
Oh yeah, trying to get that front wheel with a little bit of daylight under it. Trying to put on a show for our finish line officials.
I think that was the 529 going through there.
Yep.
Yep, the 529. On an older KDM by the looks of that. Not too old.
Well, it's got the old plate on it, so
obviously out of New South Wales, guessing by the yellow number plate there.
The 892 making their way towards that elusive finish line. They'll be very happy to see it.
Few more bikes over the line. The 620 of Wayne Harding. We've got Cameron Caruso, the 527. Angus Barden of the 111. Andrew Young on the 650. Rhiannon Clean on the 917. And Jamie Smith on the 529. We've all seen go across the line here now. Again, fantastic stack of Class 9 ladies bikes racing, as well as Class 7s and 8s. It's fantastic to see all these masters and veterans. I think this is another 9 right here, 954. And again, can't suggest this enough. Big shout out to all the team here at Fink Desert Race for sorting it all out. They've got the screens. Oh, looked a little wild there for a second. But again, we laugh because we're only seeing what we're seeing.
Yeah.
That's probably happened for 226 Ks on and off.
That's probably happened 5 or 6 times. Well, probably more than that as well with the track conditions out there at the moment. The amount of bikes and cars that have been on that track today, and with a little bit of rain down that Fink end, it probably has made the conditions not like anything these riders were prepared for, and in the pre-running. So very interesting to see how these competitors take, especially these ones, take into the final section here in the Fink.
Absolutely. The 892 of Adrian Donaldson home as well as the 954 of Matisse Bennett. 733 of Samuel Burt across the line as well. This man here definitely looks like he's ready for a break.
Yeah.
He's ready for like you said, a hard-earned 4X gold.
Yeah.
They give you a bottle of water and a gold can down the end there. No, they don't really. It's only the bottle of water. What's this? This man's doing little skids.
Yeah, why not? He's having a good time.
No, he may well have a flat tyre is what I think's going on there.
Yeah, that might be it too. That's what it seems like. Yeah.
Definitely a flat tyre. Initially, I thought he was just showing off for the crowd, which I'm all about. I do think that he is making it a little bit more obvious.
In that stance position there.
Yeah, and going a little bit slower through there.
So I do believe that one would have been Gavin Gorski.
Oh, one of the radiator flares hanging off that bike. Hopefully that doesn't show off some damage that they're going to have to fix tonight. Is that possibly the 999? Or the 899? No, it looks like the 999 to me.
Yeah, the 999. So one of our female competitors out there this weekend. Again, that is a new class. That there is Heidi Gritch from Indunda.
Another one with a number plate on too.
Yep. So obviously running around the local area where she's from.
810 of Gavin Gorski is across the line, as well as Andrew Nicholson on the 859, as well as now the 999 across the line. 999 across the line, hey?
999, there you go.
This is the sort of entertainment we bring to you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, you can't half tell. We've been up since 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock, whatever the time was, and we've been out here. So, yeah, we're feeling like some of these riders. Yes, no, we haven't ridden all those Ks and we haven't been through all that abuse. But yes, we're feeling a little bit tired up here in the box. But our competitors continue to make it through, and we'll continue to welcome them through into Fink. That's the 714 now making their way in.
Now, was I looking at that right? Was there something... Not necessarily. I was thinking that there might have been something wrong with that back tyre, but maybe not.
No, looks to be all good there. We had Michael Harvey on the 714 there. He went through. And this next competitor making their way through.
Bit unusual. I actually think that it was just the look of the small profile tyre.
Yep.
I'm so used to seeing those big desert tyres that I was thinking that was low, but really that's just a good old motocrosser.
Yeah, obviously not playing with the different tyre compounds here this weekend, not worrying about the prologue tyre compound and the race tyre compound. They're just going down there.
Just getting it done.
Chuck a set of tyres on there. She'll be right. She'll get me down there.
What do you got in the bargain bin this weekend?
Yep, exactly. The 659 Trent Wilson makes their way into Fink with a time of 3 hours 23 minutes, and then you had Katrina Fry on that 994. She makes her way into Fink.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not real familiar with the Fink River, you can see that ridge line there. That's actually pretty much where the Fink River is. It's about 10 Ks out from where we are here on the camera.
Great to, again, be getting these awesome pictures down from the Fink end. This is the first year we've been given the opportunity to broadcast multiple different camera angles from down there, and even this morning we even had a camera set up at Rodinga, so we got some of those fast cars through that section as well. So that was really, really good to see. Again, a big, massive shout out to the team producing us behind the scenes here, Global Headquarters.
Absolutely.
All their camera crew and all their producers and all that. A big shout out to them for making this live stream happen this weekend. Without them, we would not be putting out these awesome pictures to you around the world and around the venue.
Yeah, the 704 making their way in now. So this is looking down towards the south. On the left is actually Apatula. On the right is the campsites, in case you've never been down there. And now we're looking back towards the north, back towards the Fink River.
Magical, magical place. If you ever do get the opportunity to go out there and have a look around, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to do it. It is a pristine part of country out there, as we all like to call it out here, God's country. It is. It's definitely that.
Yeah, and it's on the way. If you come across from Birdsville and go Mount Dare across the what's it called, the French Line, I think it's called out there. You make your way across the Simpson Desert. You'll actually come out towards Apatula, and you can either go out on the dirt road or you can come up the service road.
Yeah.
Make your way to Alice Springs, or either that or to Uluru.
Yeah.
The Olgas and all the good things out there.
Yeah, there's a heap of awesome sightseeing opportunities around here, around the Alice. So if you do want to make it a trip, or if you're watching at home, sitting on the couch thinking, you know, that little bit in the desert there looks pretty cool. Plan the trip out, ladies and gentlemen. Next year, you know, all your hotels will be booked out. All your accommodation will be booked out. So make sure to get on there early, get your entries in, get your accommodation booked, and get out to the Red Centre, ladies and gentlemen. It is an awesome part of the world. And we've got the L-plater making their way through, so this might be a first-time Finker. He's got the L-plate strapped to the camel back, so let's see what he can do. We had Neil Vernals makes his way through on the 609, and then we'll wait to see who this next competitor was, who's crossed the line. another radiator fender, not looking in the best of conditions. Next we had Alex McGorman on the 639. And then Jaden Lewis behind him on the 501 made his way in on his 450 KTM. So we are at the pointy end of running today, ladies and gentlemen. I did hear we're probably expecting, this is probably around about our last 100 bikes we are expecting into Fink. So it is coming to that time in the afternoon.
Yeah, the 584 through now. Yeah, these guys up on the 3 hour 3:30 mark. So again, 4 hours is the cutoff.
Yep.
So again, these guys will be off the back of the grid too.
Yeah, they've had a really long day, Dan. You know, they've gone out here at around lunchtime or even earlier than that. Wouldn't have got home until, you know, a half decent time last night with all the traffic out of the venue, out of here and all that fun stuff. So a lot of these competitors, you know, would have tried to reset yesterday and had a clear head, and they've walked into today.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting to see this race continue on. Rightio, so we just had word that there's 38 riders still on track making their way down towards Apatula. But we do have to let you know that the official finish of broadcast is going to be 4:30 here today, Alice Springs time, which is about 12 minutes away. But again, all the live timing will still be operating. Yep. You'll still be able to keep up to date with all that tatsfinkdesertrace.com.au information with that feed.
Yep.
But again, ladies and gentlemen, we still have plenty of bikes, 38 to be exact, still making their way down the track, still battling the stopwatch. It's not a race against others now.
No, it's
They're really just battling that stopwatch. They've got a sweep rider or sweep driver coming up behind them. Now, I was going to say, I did just clarify, because we talked to Jeremy about this. He thought that the Jeep that left from the start-finish line went all the way to Apatula. I can promise you that's not the truth. There's different sweep cars. Yep. Different sweep cars at different areas. They come out. There's plenty of them. I've seen Pajeros. I've seen Cruisers. I've seen everything. To be honest with you, the Jeep's probably broken around maybe 10 Ks down the road. So any TJ Wrangler fans out there, you know, hey, I own 2 of them, mate. So you can't, you know, I know what broken is. Not even sure why I own 2 of them.
Oh, I don't know why you own 2 of them either, Dan. That's a question for another day, my friend. Jason McMillan makes his way in the 225, and yeah, again, we're seeing all these competitors make their way through. Some of them are up on the stands, on the pegs, and the others they're sitting down. So again, it's to your own, however you're feeling at the end of the day, and like Dan said, it's race against the clock now. A lot of these competitors are fighting against their own mental state, trying to get back down there, and the clock. So there's two little factors playing in a lot of these people's heads now as they come through down into Fink.
A little bit of Fink trivia for you as the 641 comes through. I actually believe that's the number that Billy Geddes rode his double on. So he ran the 641 in the bike class, and he ran the 441 in the truck class the year that he did the first double, the first Ironman as it's been pinned now. David Walsh doing the Ironman this year. Toby obviously having an amazing year running his Ironman when he did it. Actually rented a truck for that race, was in an old Geyser truck, and he did first in class, unfortunately second overall, but he got first in the motorbike. So that's absolutely amazing to have a 1-2 on the resume. No doubt he'd love to do a 1-1 though.
Yeah, definitely would, and I can tell you, once he gets the opportunity to be able to do that again, he definitely will take the opportunity. But currently, with some of his stuff that he's running, you know, he's currently leading the world. I think it's the World Rally GP.
Rally GP, that's correct.
Championship at the moment.
Which is essentially Dakar.
Yep. You just, for him, he wouldn't be able to put enough time on the bike out here, and or at any other events. So,
he's also heavily involved in Team Australia, who's running the full series over in Mexico with Paul Wheel in a Mason all-wheel drive truck. So, he's definitely got his plate absolutely packed, hasn't he, with racing at the moment.
It's the man barely gets to breathe, he was off a plane from the States to here, and he'll be straight back on a plane over to the States again to jump back on the bike. From what I heard,
I think he might be going straight to Saudi Arabia to be able to test over there. I think they're testing in that zone. They're not racing just yet, but they're looking to get into those big sand dunes. They do quite a bit of testing out there and through Dubai and bits and pieces, and do about plenty of time on the bike in those really rugged, draining conditions to make sure that they've got their bike prep absolutely spot on. And this year he's had a great ride. I feel that he's really focused on doing what he needs to do to win a points championship. Toby's always had the speed to win outright, but often that speed outright has cost him because he's had a little fall off, a broken hand, these sort of things that tend to happen when you're riding at that absolute limit of performance.
And two, with those bikes, you're by yourself out in the middle of nowhere, and you're navigating for yourself as well. You get a book and you can write notes on it, and that thing rolls through where your speedo would normally be on the bike, and that's your pace notes. That's what you are reading down there, and you're clicking at stupid speeds trying to get through this stage, and you're trying to also read pace notes. So it's insane.
It is pretty nuts. That's absolutely true.
It's a testament to how well the man can ride, and I really think Fink has probably helped him in the pace notes sort of section, and helping him be able to read those notes and to be able to quickly focus on those things as well. Hanging off the bike at those ridiculous speeds.
Absolutely. Hey, we'll just run through a few more of our finishes. I know we've been calling them, but I know that you guys are listening. Let's start at 584. Shane McAuliffe. Shane Sullivan, 835, home safe and sound at Fink for the night. Terence Conaway on the 535. Jason McMillan, 225, is down in Fink. Paul Murphy, the 785. Owen Perry, the 641. We were talking about before that number, 641. Rodney Irwin, 808. Shane O'Shaughnessy, the 711. Matthew Dwyer, the 173. Edward Hartley, 657. And Scott Baker, the 751. All finished up at Fink for the night. No doubt they're cracking a beer, having a great time down there, talking about some of the things that have happened on the course, wondering what on earth they've got themselves into for the ride home for tomorrow. 914 of Sophie Kraft has also made it through well within the time that she needs to do it. 786, I think I see it there. Again, we see those Method Race Wheels banners up, still set up, but they had the live feed running on the big screen TV. Great to see this technology come through and the guys enjoying it. It's always been such a great party down at Fink, but you probably really haven't known what's going on exactly. Nowadays, you've got the access.
Yeah, I can't wait to see some of the social media footage that comes out of Apachula tonight. It's going to be very, very interesting. And
I reckon there might be some interesting Snapchats getting around.
Oh, there's going to be some interesting Snapchats. So, it's definitely a place the competitors like to let their hair down a little bit and have that little bit of a drink and catch up with your competitors throughout the day and just have those stories. The stories, Dan.
Funny you say that. Kaiser's going down to have dinner with the OBR crew, so that should be an interesting conversation for them. The OBR's always very entertaining down the far end. I've seen him one year lift a helicopter about 10 metres off the ground and have a little fly around and then land it again. So you definitely have your entertainment value expanded when you start hanging around some of the larrikins down the far end.
Did you just mention Robinsons and helicopter together? Definitely not a good idea.
That's fine. Well, hey, as we speak, here's a helicopter.
I hope that's not Bo Robinson and that.
No, to be honest, probably one of the teams either shipping, and we have also got some official duties down there. We saw the helicopter take off before from up at this end, at the Alice Springs end, at the start-finish line. it is one of the great things. Again, this technology just keeps coming. Some of the light aeroplane runs, and we did see Davey Walsh have a nice clean run back. Got here right before riders briefing.
Yep.
The timing was pretty much perfect.
Yep, got that chopper ride in, did David Walsh, so he was very, very lucky there. And, a big shout out to Alice Springs Helicopters this weekend for providing us with all our helicopter needs for the weekend, and as well as the Northern Territory Government and the NT Police Force as well for, providing their choppers as well for the weekend to help with our spectators and all that jazz. So, massive shout out to all our key stakeholders that help us make this happen as well.
Yeah, it's awesome. The whole town really has got behind this race and made the 47th running of the Tatts Finke Desert Race just so awesome. It's been such a great day. There's still plenty of riders out there on the course making their way back in, but we are slowly starting to get them all back in now. We said 38 before. I reckon we've called in about 15, so we're probably about halfway through that. We're somewhere around the 3:39 mark at the moment for most of these riders. So again, Kate Raymond in 9:01.96 of Stephen Marriott. We mentioned the 9:14 before of Sophie Kraft is in safe and sound. Again, running around that 3:35 mark at this moment. The sun is definitely starting to settle down there. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. We've enjoyed the time with you. Dan Curran.
Joshua Gravely, 7:15 for the cars tomorrow.
Well, it has been such an awesome day seeing everyone come in here at the Fink, and Toby sitting in that prime position again for the morning. 1 hour and 38 minutes to get here to Fink. And of course, in the bikes, we've got David Walsh, Callum Norton and Jacob Smith leading the way. Such an exciting day down here, but it's not just about today, it's about tomorrow. It's about getting there and it's about getting back. So I will see you bright and early at the start finish line here in Fink for everything to get underway in the morning.